Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the UAE RMC for round 7. We are live from the Al Ain International Raceway, and we are already underway with the first of our qualifying sessions. Microax out. Round 6 was yesterday. I hope you were with us on Karting Live TV. We brought you all of the action, and if today is going to be half as good as we saw yesterday, we're in for a cracker. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm with you obviously all day, and alongside me, hopefully all day, is also Henry Burdett, who was with us yesterday. Henry, as ever, UAE RMC bringing us all the drama, controversy, and we even had a rain delay.
Well, I want to say good morning and welcome to everybody watching on both YouTube channels, the Karting Live TV YouTube channel, and of course the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel. Joe, in the immortal words of Berry, I want to see the sunshine after the rain. I want to see bluebirds flying over the mountain again. No, it's another cloudy, overcast
I'm
day.
singing that song now.
Sorry, that is an earworm that is going to stick with everybody, sadly, for the rest of the day.
Well,
hopefully, though, that the action will make sure that
the forecast,
yes,
dare I say it, is for cloudy skies, but no rain.
Oh, what?
We are going to be overcast. We are going to see a little bit lighter shade of grey,
yes,
but we're not going to get any rain. Now, the rain, if you follow karting throughout the world, the rain is not usually an issue. It is, because when it rains in the UAE, well, it never rains in the UAE until it does.
Yes.
And when it does, oh boy, does it rain. Yesterday we had a damp track. We don't use wet tyres here because there is no point, because there is so much heat in that tarmac out there on track that what little rain and what little precipitation and dampness that is created is very, very quickly gone away. We saw that yesterday, didn't we, where the track evolved very, very quickly. It created a lot of drama and controversy in the races that were going on that damp track. However, that's motor racing, as they say.
It did. Certainly, the finals yesterday, in fact, the heats, the pre-finals and the finals all delivered in spades in terms of drama, in terms of new winners, in terms of championship contenders running the full gamut of emotion. We were looking on the screen at the number 9 kart, that's Saif Al-Maina. Really good to see Saif is back today. He had a crash in qualifying yesterday, tweaked his elbow, but said it's okay, and he's back rearing to go as we watch the first 6-minute qualifying session of the day. Microax on track, and it's yesterday's race winner. It was yesterday's race winner, Adam Al-Sheikh, who was fastest. Now it is the very, very impressive Leo Reutemann in the number 36 CRG, giving a push to his teammate Adrian Foro-Wignole at the moment. But Reutemann, with 2 minutes to go, is top of the pops.
And proving that the science is a very real thing here, being pushed along. 2 karts travelling through that air quicker than just one alone, and Leo Reutemann goes to the top of the screen. If you look on paper, Henry, you would see it yesterday was potentially, you could label it as the Adam Al-Sheikh show. However, it wasn't as easy in reality, was it?
No.
Yes, he went on pole in this session yesterday. However, he had to fight his way to the front, and that win in the final was in very, very fine style.
Yeah, dominated the pre-final, which was held in mixed conditions on slick tyres. The final itself, both Adam, Alex Freienstein, Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra all gave us a real show. And wherever you are watching in the world, please keep your comments coming in on the 2 live chats, depending on which YouTube channel you are watching. O'Hanlon is back on point in the number 22 George Gibbons Motorsport kart, and that is O'Hanlon, the second kart in line on your screen. So O'Hanlon is nicely positioned as they're starting their final flying lap now. Samar Chopra has found himself in the unenviable position of being the engine at the head of the train.
Well, that lap produced the fastest lap time by Via Ponner, who has gone to the front of the field with a 1 minute 10.040. Freienstein up to second. Liam O'Hanlon, that was at the top of the screen, has gone down to third. Via Chopra, who was leading that train there, he is down in 4th place with regard to lap time. Adam Al-Sheikh, yesterday's winner, currently in 7th. So what is this going to produce? We've got a train of karts there, 6 karts now producing that train with Samar Chopra second in the championship coming into this weekend, with championship leader Liam O'Hanlon right on his bumper. Now, Samar Chopra could spoil everyone's party here and just kind of spoil the party by ease back, but he's not, is he? He's going to be flat out. And the drivers behind him are literally going to benefit. But now we've got somebody climbing on top of the back of O'Hanlon, and that is going to destroy, I think, at least everyone back from Chopra. And their lap time, Liam O'Hanlon's lap time has just ebbed away from him there. Let's see if Chopra can improve.
Yep, Samar Chopra crosses the line, purple first sector, and he goes second behind Vaibhav Ponna. Well, the driver who has the Hindu god, the Hindu lion god, Nasara, on his crash helmet. Well, he found a bit of lion in him there to take his first career pole position. I'm going to go and speak to him.
This is, you know what, Henry, this is great. As Henry heads down to the Parc Fermé to grab a chat to our provisional pole sitter, they have to be get through a technical inspection there. That's why we refer to it as a provisional pole. It'll soon to be solidified into a pole position going forward into the heats. Samar Chopra there, he did put in his personal best right at the very last lap there for him. Adam Al-Sheikh likewise, his quickest time, 1 minute 10.183, came right at the very end there. We'll have a look at how they've qualified in a moment on our screen, but I want to welcome in our producer this weekend, and indeed for next weekend's round 8 is Nick Damon. Nick,
morning.
Enjoyed the racing yesterday from where you were sitting?
Yeah, it was great racing. The weather was fun.
Yeah, I mean, it always adds a little bit. There's the qualifying positions then from this Micromax qualifying session. Via Ponna for JNKD on the pole position. Samar Chopra alongside, just didn't quite pull it off on that last lap. Alexander Feinstein will line up on the second row of the grid with Adam Al-Sheikh, yesterday's winner, alongside. Liam O'Hanlon came into this weekend championship leader, an early qualifying leader, Leo Reutemann alongside on row 3. Row 4 is Amar Tabatsa with Cameron Harvey alongside him, with Adrian Fauer-Vignoli on the 5th row of the grid with Saif Al-Mina alongside. Tayyab Haroun and Youssef Al-Kayat line up on row 6. It's a 12-cart Micromax field that we have this weekend. Round 7 today here at Al Ain. A little bit of a slight difference to the configuration that you saw earlier in the season here at Al Ain. We have a different turn 1. Instead of going all the way down that curving long straight that we have here, we turn very sharp left just after the finish line. It's a very sharp left into a hairpin right, into a sweeping hairpin left onto the we refer to as the old turn 1. But it's certainly added a little bit of spice to the lap, hasn't it? It's certainly added spice to the racing.
It's changed the entire complexion of the circuit. I mean, it's added about 7 seconds to lap length. It's a completely different setup you need for the car. Suddenly the fastest part of the track no longer exists, and you've got a left, right, tight left, another left.
It's also added about 3 overtaking opportunities because of the left followed by immediate right followed by immediate left. You've got 3 chances of doing a switch back there.
Yeah, pass and repasses. Yeah, I mean, it's surprising how different it makes the track, given the fact that 1,200 of the 1,300 metres are the same. It's just changing that one.
That's right. It's amazing how many place changes we got there. And certainly, if you look if you were to do a lap chart, a handwritten lap chart, you sometimes had the same leader across the line. However, on that lap, you would have had 3 or 4 place changes. Tremendous, and it's amazing how the complexion and the challenge is different. Slightly different gearing. I'm not sure about setup, but certainly tyre pressures come into it. So it's a different challenge, and it's great that here at the Al Ain Raceway down in Al Ain, which is just south of Abu Dhabi, on the Oman border. We have such a facility here that we can change the configuration and give people different challenges.
Here's Henry.
Well, thank you. The Hindu lion god, Narsama, has brought all his strength into this little guy, Vaibhav Ponna. This is your first ever pole position, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And how are you feeling? Number 1, how do you feel? And number 2, how did you do it?
I'm feeling really good, and I just put my head down and didn't look back, and then just focused.
Didn't look back and just focused. Did you have a toe off anybody? Did you have like a slipstream off anybody, or were you just out on your own?
Yeah, I had a good slipstream, a good pace.
Good pace, good slipstream. Now, so qualifying, you have to now start the heat race from pole position. Are you nervous about that or excited?
It's exciting.
Are you nervous or excited?
It's a bit exciting, but also a bit nervous.
Well, you'll be just fine. Well, then who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my coach, my team. Yeah.
Now, Vibab's mum is also here. Up until the last round at Yas Marina, Vibab's mum had never seen you race, had she?
No, she did.
And then she saw you at Yas Marina, and the first thing she saw was Vibab flipping his cart on his head. And that wasn't fun, was it?
No.
But you're okay.
Yeah.
And now Mum understands that those things happen in racing and that, you know, you've got to say, Mum, it's okay. I got this. That's all, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Well done. And it's starting to rain again.
I love Henry gives us good news like that. It's rainy again.
Well, I'm gonna put a ban on talking about the weather.
I can't see any rain.
No, of course we can't see it because it's just in the air. The forecast was not to rain,
Well,
but the forecast's changing by the minute.
Given the fact that humidity is probably over 100%.
Yeah, I'm just.
One thing we are seeing, I'm not sure if I can get this on the. You can probably just see that if you look now, you can see. Let me put this camera up here, and what you can see is the greening of the desert thanks to the rain.
Yes.
We have grass, little grass shoots everywhere. Look at that left-hand side. That's now looks lovely and green. There's some green, with the sheltered areas. No, it's amazing. You get a bit of rain and life blooms immediately in the desert.
Yeah, we were a sandy colour back in the early part of the season here when we came in September.
We had a sandstorm.
We'll be back in November here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was,
December.
we had sand blowing.
December.
September,
October,
sand blowing
December.
around now. We've got greenery. We've got
It's
a green
marvellous.
off-track. Beautiful looking. Beautiful looking.
Literally, it's 4 seasons in one day.
So Henry's weather report is we've got specks of rain. However, do not fret. They are nowhere near going to affect the condition of the track. Micromax qualifying done and dusted via Ponna from JNKD. It was all about that young man there. Sama Chopra will line up alongside him for Matty's Najem Motorsport. It's Motorscape's Alexander Feinstein who will start on the second row alongside yesterday's winner XL Motorsports Adam El Sheikh. George Gibbons Motorsports, Liam O'Hanlon and Leo Reutman from CRG will be on row 3. And then we've got XL's Amar Tabatsa with Synergy's Cameron Harvey alongside. The two CRGs line up on row 5. That's Adrian Fowler-Vignoli and South Elmina. And then we've got the Fort team of Theab Haroun with Synergy's Youssef El Kayat rounding off 12 carts. We are now all about Minimax.
Well, can we just? I just have a little message before we get going, and I turn this microphone off and I'd like to say hello to Texas State Railway Group Company, who apparently are only here for me.
Have you got shares in that company or something?
No, I think I obviously need them. Also, hello to George Geddes, E2G, gets to go Austin Gray. Hoping he doesn't have the same problem he had before, which was we think was a chain issue yesterday. And Ian Butchard says, "Let's go, Oliver, same as yesterday, mate. Number 1."
Yeah, absolutely. Oliver Butchard, who you will spot with the bright green helmet. Now then, we're getting a little bit shenanigans going on out there. We saw what happened. Story from the practice day was that the senior Rotax teams, drivers I should say, went out on track and began to drive very slowly, waiting for a slot to appear in the proceedings. We're getting the same here in Minimax, where drivers are driving very slowly. That was deemed to be dangerous, and we had 11 drivers penalised going forward into qualifying with a 3 grid place penalty after their qualifying session yesterday. If Minimax aren't careful, they're going to incur the wrath of our chief official, Ken Potter, here by travelling very slowly. And I think, Henry's back, I think the issue will be if the cart that is on his way round at racing speed is impeded, that's when the issue is going to arise.
Yes, absolutely. So Adam Fleury has done, and now we're seeing Oliver Butchard put his foot down. And lo and behold, everybody suddenly sees yesterday's winner go for it, and they think, brilliant, this is my ticket to a good grid position. Follow the driver with the green crash helmet.
Yes, it was that green crash helmet that led the way home. And I've got to say, I was talking to his dad at the podium, and I said, it was a very composed win, wasn't it?
It was
and it
extremely
really was,
composed.
because it didn't have it easy. He
Nope.
was under immense pressure the whole day.
And took the pressure like a champ, have to say. Just withstood it, didn't get flustered, didn't make any mistakes, didn't look around, didn't appear outwardly to be nervous.
Race directors stated to the drivers in the briefing they must be up to speed by post 4. Now then, where is post 4?
Well, I would say coming out
onto the back straight.
On the back straight, which is where everybody decided to get their foot down.
Yeah, coming out of turn 8. So they're inside the regs, aren't they? They're inside the supplementary regulations.
Are we trying to say that a bunch of young kart racers listened to the race director? Are we
they
saying
have.
that? Wow.
There isn't going to be an issue to drive slowly to find space, which is what we found. Charlie Wolfett, listening in from the British Champs yesterday, shed some light on that for us, and he said you want to try and find space and racing space, but that's a massive balance between being safe out on track, driving slowly and impeding other drivers. Well, I think there, Henry, everything's fine because everybody got on with it.
Now, while that was happening, the number 168, Max Payton, spun coming out of turn number 14, and several drivers, including title contenders Benjamin Karachkovic and Albie J. Stubbs, had to take evasive action as Payton got himself sorted out. Now, support for Austin Gray. Yesterday, it was a chain that came off.
It came off, did it?
The chain came off on the rolling lap of the final. And Granda George, who's not in Aberdeen, who's in Portugal.
Oh, very nice.
This.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yes, swap the Granite City for the Algarve.
Changeable weather could be a bit nasty there in the Algarve or coming in off the Atlantic.
Yeah, exactly. I'd go back and sit on the coast of the North Sea any day of the week.
Grilled herrings come to mind.
Oh, dearie me.
2.5. Well, just that ebbed away very quickly. 2 minutes of qualifying left for Minimax, and it's yesterday's winner, Oliver Butchard, who's at the top of the timing swings, the 1 minute 7.694. But that man, Austin Gray, trying to make up for yesterday's debacle. 1 minute 7.874, 1 minute 7.884 for Francesco Lisgnoli. Where is Krachkovic? Well, he's behind Kurt Ivanov, who moves up to second with that time. Krachkovic, his first mention as he appears at the top of the screen with a 1 minute 7.222, and he goes on provisional pole with a minute and a half left.
And there he is, sitting behind Albie J. Stubbs. So at the moment, Karachkovic has got his kart positioning spot on. However, this is the penultimate lap. Will Albie J. Stubbs at some point on this lap now try and get behind Karachkovic, or try and manufacture a way so that he is not giving his title rival a tow around the final qualifying lap? As you can see, 1 minute 6 seconds left on the clock. There's Adam Fleury. He's going into turn number 11. Oliver Butchard, P2 at the moment.
Let's see what he can do here, because he's got clean air behind him, clean air in front of him. He's got a clear track, he can get on with it, he stays composed. The bright green helmet currently down the order in second place here. He doesn't improve. Lisgnoli goes to the top of the screen, then Krachkovic takes it back. Albie Stubbs resumes back in second, 1 minute 7.156, 1 minute 7.160, 4 thousandths between those two there.
6 thousandths between the top three.
Incredible.
Lisgnoli just a tick back in third, and Lisgnoli is travelling a fraction behind Stubbs and Karachkovic. So Adam Fleury is about to cross the line. He gets another lap in. So that's significant, because Fleury, who just got on with the job, he gets an extra lap in. Now, okay, he's 10th at the moment, 1.1 seconds off the pace, and with nobody to slipstream of, but he does get one more lap. The checkered flag has come out. Butchard will be the first contender to take the checkered flag. Then it'll be Stubbs, then Karachkovic, and Lisgnoli will be the last driver to take the checkered flag.
Tell me when the last driver is across, because as they cross the line now, taking the checkered flag, they've got to break before the line. Lisgnoli's got the top. Albie J. Stubbs has gone to the top. I know it's going to change. Oh, Albie J. Stubbs has gone there. Austin Gray's the next driver to put a time in. He's gone fourth. Last kart across. Adam Fleury is going to be the one next to conclude the session. However, LBJ Stubbs ends up after this session with a 1:06.964, the only driver to dip into the 1:06s, and that's got him provisional pole.
Or does it? Because I'm looking at the number. Is that LBJ Stubbs going through there who didn't make turn 1? Let's find out.
We're going to find out. Henry's going to head down there and find our provisional pole sitter. At the moment, the timing screens has that as LBJ Stubbs.
He did go off at the line.
Right, so what we're trying to explain here, what the boys are, well, let's get some depth to this. There's the finish line, just underneath the Al Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit. Now, to take that left-hander, you have to brake before the finish line. If you stay flat, you are not going to make that corner. There is a regulation here on this circuit configuration that you have to make that corner for the lap to be considered, for the lap to be made official. Now, the controversy here, already, very early for controversy, is that whether or not that's deemed, LBJ is deemed to have not made that corner after the checkered flag, after the finish line. We wait and see. At the moment, though, let's have a look at the provisional grid then for Minimax, if we've got it, Nick. LBJ Stubbs with a 1:06.964 is on the provisional pole. Francesco Lisignoli is alongside him on the front row, 51 thousandths back of them. A 10th back from pole is Benjamin Krachkovic and Austin Gray, making it an all JNKD second row of the grid. Kurt Evanoff, who had a great day yesterday with yesterday's winner, Oliver Butchard. Those two contenders starting on the third row of the grid for the heat phase. Moving on to the fourth row of the grid, Max Payton and Vico Pajamaki. Fifth row is Hamid Faisal Almeida and Adam Fleury, with Louis Bataille and Mubarak Mohammed, or Mohammed Mubarak, I think is that. Aaron Essan rounds off 13 karts. Mohammed Mubarak, I think, is reversed on the timing screen. I think Nick, wasn't Nick, it was Henry who fathomed that out. And
Mohammed is the first name, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, I think so. I think that's so. It's Mohammed Mubarak in 12th. So we wait for Henry. That was, as ever, intense. Try and pick a winner from this class at this stage of the day, and it is almost impossible. You've got LBJ is here, Benjamin. Very strong. Benjamin Krachkovic. Francesco Lisignoli, who was very impressive at the Dubai O-Plate, carrying the O-Plate. Austin Gray with that phenomenal win at Yaz. And then, of course, Oliver Butchard.
I think what's happening here, Joe, is what we see in all of the two most junior categories is the massive improvement through a season.
Yes.
You know, the guy who's fastest in mini or micro in round one has no guarantee of being even the top 5 by the time we get to the end, because everyone else has so increased their experience. You know, a year when you're 9 or a year when you're 11 is a huge amount of time in your experience. And
even the experienced drivers that have had a year or 2 or 3 years in Micromax, they still need to transition into that class where there's a little bit more power. The levels of grip, you could say, are pretty much exactly the same.
Let's find out. Henry.
Yeah, let's go down to Henry.
Thank you very much. So, Ken Potter, our race director, has already been over to LBJ Stubbs and said, look, because you didn't make turn number 1 after the checkered flag, you're going to have your fastest time deleted. Now, I'm not 100% sure if LBJ Stubbs' second fastest lap time is still good enough for pole position. Don't believe it is, so provisionally, our O-Plate winner, Francesco Lisignoli, is on pole position. Well done.
Thanks.
So, let's talk about qualifying. How tricky is it? Because we've seen it happen a couple of times. When you're coming to the finish line, you're trying your best to get that best lap time, and then you've got to sort of almost break on the finish line to take turn 1. How tricky is that not to just keep it pinned to make sure you get that extra thousandths?
For me, it's just a waste, or else you just go off at turn 1 and that's all your work done.
All your work done. All your work done. Now, yesterday, your work was made a little bit tricky. What happened? Because we didn't see you in every race, did we?
Yeah, it didn't. It was just a bit of me, to be honest.
A bit of you? Okay, well, we're back. Are we smart? This is definitely P1 is going to be a bit of you, isn't it? Are we happy?
I'm happy.
Happy? We're going to attack the day now?
Yeah, that's all.
Come rain or shine?
I want rain.
You want rain? Okay, well, there we go. The Italian, Francesco Lisignoli, would like some rain. What's rain in Italian?
Piove.
Piove. Piove. Bellissimo piove. Piove. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Your provisional pole sitter after LBJ Stubbs has his fastest lap removed. Francesco Lisignoli. Well done.
Thank you.
So not only an interview with who he thinks is a poleman, but a bit of Italian as well.
Yeah, a bit of multilingual.
Now we know what we don't want, which is the pluri, wasn't it? He said.
Well done, Francesco. Provisional pole sitter there. We'll have that authorised.
I think more theoretical pole sitter.
Ratified.
Yes.
Yes, we'll have that ratified before we get to the heat spheres. We have our Junior Max competitors already in the collecting area now, ready to get going with their 6-minute qualifying session. We've just had Minimax. Faris Haroon from the Yaz Heat team took an absolutely emphatic win yesterday. He won by just under a second, 7/10 from Ray Harbour. Harrison Stevens got himself onto the podium in fine style for the M&M team. And then just off the podium, on the podium, not the pole, Henry King was just off the podium with Pierre Abu Diwan taking 5th in the final. Aaron Qureshi was 6th, Gabriel Baracordi was 7th, Aaron Mason taking 8th, Jaden hitting 9th, and it was Mitanj Jain from the Mumbai Falcons just rounding off the top 10 in yesterday's final. Via Chopra, the championship leader, was a retirement yesterday with a coming together, I think, with Romy Sabali. I may be wrong on that. And then Johansa Senanyaki, another driver who had a torrid day yesterday. Hopefully Johansa will have a better day completely today. But question is, who can beat the Yaz Heat team? Ray Harbour had a cracking day. Harrison Stevens was there or thereabout. And it's another one, Nick, where we think pick a winner from this lot. And it's a big ask because there are a lot of contenders within this Junior Max class that could be there at the end of the day on that top step of the podium after a final win.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very open in junior. Again, there's people who've transferred into the class during the course of the year, and people who've been in the whole season. A lot of these drivers now got a lot of experience of this track. It's when you sit there, you watch them sitting underneath the awning for pre-qualifying.
The driver on the right of the screen there is Paul Schutzman, the biscuit thief.
Biscuit thief.
As he's become.
Biscuit thief Schutzman.
Yeah, Schutzman the biscuit thief came to visit us yesterday and walked off with our Oreos.
Yeah, and the good ones as well, the custody ones.
It was the custard Oreos that he nicked, yes.
On the idea, apparently, that Henry said it was all right.
I may have thrown Mr. Schutzman well and truly under the biscuit bus. Speaking of, have you ever seen the cartoon Stressed Eric? Because in this, Stressed Eric has a Stressed Eric vein. When he gets stressed, the vein pops out of the side of his head when he gets stressed.
This is a TV cartoon?
Yes, TV cartoon. Well,
I have indeed.
Ken Potter is currently suffering from a Stressed Eric vein because look at our juniors.
Should that cart in second be putting out so much smoke?
Well, it is going very slowly.
Well, no one else is putting out that much.
Yeah, I know, but he's got that mixture wound in, hasn't he?
Yeah, that is.
What I would say is we've heard from our officials that they've got to be going by post 4.
Yes.
Which is not this bit here,
but
you come around here. We've got a cart that's already sped off. I'm not sure who that is. Henry's going to find that out.
Raphael Zagati.
Zagati has gone. This lot have to get through. There's somebody else who's gone, just speeding off. It's when they get around turn 8, which is this left-hander here, this is where they need to get their move on. And they do.
Yeah, they do.
So they're not
done.
incurring the wrath of Mr. Potter.
Well done, well done. Somebody, though, has thought, yellow flag. And do you know what?
Nick was spot
Nick
on
was
there.
Spot. I was about to say, Nick Damon has... Strange that. Suddenly, now there's a bit of clean track. That can't... No, it's not working. Nick was right. It's the number 212 cart of Romy Sabali, the young lady for the Motorscape team. That cart is going no further.
I know my engines, I do.
I know my engine.
He knows his two strokes. He's oiled up many times himself, I think.
Well, I mean, after doing Clay's the Masters, we nip up.
I have nipped up way more than I've oiled up. Oiling up is less painful than nipping up.
Yes, less expensive.
Yes, indeed. But again, have to say, well done to the drivers for listening. Yes, they did what Charlie Wolfett, Gold Chain Charlie, explains why they're doing it, just to get the right track position, because it can help you. They did their bit, but then when they got to post 4, to a man, woman and child, they put their foot down, they put the pedal to the metal and went. And that is, that's not great, and that is Paul Schutzman over the grass, or over the dust and the middle. Well,
is he carrying extra weight from too many biscuits?
Possibly. I think his pockets are full of Oreos, which is why he ran wide there. Just the ballast of the cart was there.
That sounds like a Britpop album. His pockets are full of Oreos.
His pockets are full of Oreos, yeah. By Cooler Shaker. Here we go. 2 minutes 50 to go. Mitan Shane to the point. Henry King second.
Only the first flying lap, though. That because they take their time coming out. We're off.
Yes,
we're more than halfway through the session before we've even posted one flying lap.
Yep.
And we get excited as commentators, which is what we're here to do. We're here to get excited. So Mitan Shane on the provisional pole with a 1 minute 3.598. That they are going to go quicker. There's my prediction.
I do apologise. I will switch my personal excitement
you can be excitement,
meter.
Henry.
Well, I'll just turn it down from 11 to 10 for the time being.
I like it when you get excited.
Well, we've got Jane King, Ray Haber. What a performance from Ray Haber yesterday! And look at that instantly. Okay, one flying lap is all is all. However, he's on the pace from the word go. P3 from Ray Haber. That is the type of thing that a difference that a podium finish can make to a young driver. Arhan Qureshi moves into second place. It's all change. Pierre Abu Diwan to the top of the chart. Yesterday's pole sitter, Harrison Stevens, to P5.
It's all change, Henry. 90 seconds or so on the clock here in Minimax qualifying. Pierre Abu Diwan gets his bit of glory at the top of the timing screens yet. He's still out there, though, and he still needs to improve. It's a 1 minute 3.197. That's the target provisional pole time here that these drivers in this chain of karts are absolutely targeting. Whether Henry King, who's on the XL kart, can do anything about it, he's got to find almost 0.3 of a second to demote Pierre Abu Diwan, as everyone else. Got to find even more time, because that was a cracking time there from Abu Diwan.
Sorry, Joe. Somebody just got shown the door coming out of turn number 12. It was a George Gibbons motorsport kart. Was that Gabriel Barracordi? Because he was a very tall driver, although George was the 281 of Barracordi. George Gibbons Motorsport have two of the tallest junior drivers in the field, Barracordi and Jaden Hidding. Stood next to Jaden this morning. Jaden, all of 13 and a half years old, and 6 foot. Yes, so and of course it's his first year as a junior, and Jaden's parents, I was talking to his mum, they're thinking, well, what do we do with him? He can't carry on.
You can't not feed him, can you?
You can't not feed him, but you can't just throw him to the wolves in seniors.
Maybe, throw him to the wolves in seniors. That was a hell of a time by Pierre Abu Diwan on lap 2, because no one has beaten it on their third flying lap, and he remains on that pole position. The driver that got close, 96 thousandths of a second close, is Saveli Kogai.
Yes.
We've been saying his name wrong all this time.
And we both have been saying his name wrong,
yes.
But Saveli only thinks that you've been saying his name wrong.
That's right, we've both been saying it wrong.
It's Saveli Kogai.
Yes, we get that right today. Oh, hopefully Saveli will forgive us. Here they go then across the line. The main train of karts about to go through for the checkered flag. Pierre Abu Diwan stays on that provisional pole. He does indeed. And he gets bumped down right at the very end by Floris Schenkenberg. Floris Schenkenberg with a 1 minute 3.166 right at the very end. Just pips not just Pierre Abu Diwan, but Gabriele Barracordi from George Gibbons Motorsport. Barracordi 1 minute 3.172, 6 thousandths of a second difference between the Ford kart of Floris Schenkenberg who will be the driver that gets to speak to Henry Baudet, who was already sprinting his way down to Parc Fermé to get a word. Romy Sabali, commiserations to the Motorscape driver. Romy petered out just there on the start of this session. Romy will start from the back of the grid. Let's have a look how the grid will form up then for the Junior Max heat, which is coming soon. Floris Schenkenberg for Ford on the pole position. Gabriele Baracordi on that front row with him. Second row of the grid, Pierre Abu Diwan with Via Chopra finally getting his act together in that qualifying session and coming up the order. Savali Kogai is on the third row from Mitanj Jain, who starts sixth. Fourth row of the grid is Aaron Mason and Harrison Stevens. On the fifth row is yesterday's winner, Faris Haroun, who told me last night at dinner that he's all ready to do that again today. Well, he's got a big ask now coming from ninth. He's alongside Henry King from Excel on that fifth row. Sixth row is Jaden Hidding and Ray Harbour. And then moving down the order, Aaron Qureshi and Johansa Senenyaki having a better day than he did yesterday. So Hansa in qualifying. They're on the row 7. Row 8 is Giuseppe Montanari and the Biscuit Thief Paul Schutzman. Baptiste Augustin and Raffaele Zagati start on row 9. And there's Romy Sabali. She's going to have to start at the back after that, what looked like oiling up. We've all been there, Nick. We've all had a plug that's oiled up. What do we mean by oiling up? Well, two strokes rely on the oil and from the fuel mix. So you add oil into the fuel, which you are burning. However, the cylinder and the crankcase is lubricated from that
from
fuel.
The oil, yeah. There's not an oil.
And if you have too much oil or too much fuel going in, the plug clogs up with that oil as it's trying to burn it and stops working.
Yeah, so you got basically you need a certain amount of heat and a certain amount of revs to burn off to actually do what it's supposed to do, which is combust the oil.
And it's burn the oil.
Oh, the TV crew, how exciting!
Ah, you spotted it. So we get we get going.
Sorry, we just seen our TV. It's like it's like when
I saw a camera that wasn't ours.
Yes, like when a dog sees another dog. It's like, oh, is this a friendly dog? We've just seen another TV crew. And we're going, oh, well, they're a friendly TV crew. I don't know.
Are you going to go and sniff his camera?
They've got some very big bags. Or he's got a nice tripod. That's a nice tripod. They're filming. I don't know who they are, but they're filming off the side of the.
DD2's are next, Nick. Can I just take your attention away from that?
Because that's now made my day.
That's equipment, yes, that Nick likes to look at. We've got DD2s coming next, but Floris Schenkenberg is down there in Parc Fermé, and Henry Baudet is patiently awaiting his arrival.
Not there yet.
Well, the thing is, let's just tell you how this works. As the carts come off the track, the first thing they do is they are weighed. Cart and driver complete, roll onto the weighbridge. They have to comply. Junior road taxes are minimum weight of 145 kilograms. If you are 144.9, then you are underweight and will be disqualified from the session.
Look, we're talking about them, and here they are. It's our new camera friends.
Yes, Nick got his eye on that camera equipment, and he's like a fly attracted to a light. Oh, look, cameras, yes. Yes, Nick, everybody else is finding that boring. Can we please look at carts?
I'm not finding it.
Yeah, there's only you, mate.
See, it's the advantage of being the director, isn't it, you see?
Yes, true.
Carts, there you go.
There's more carts. There's DD2s. DD2's coming next after our interview with our provisional pole sitter. Hopefully will be our pole sitter, Floris Schenkenberg.
Floris is the back of the queue, apparently.
Of course he is. Of course. Now then, Floris Schenkenberg came off track, not in qualifying order, of course, because it's not a race order. He's come off and he's in the queue, and Henry has to wait for him to come from the queue, get weighed, get out of his cart, and then dragged by Henry into the interview area to tell us all about his session. He may even not be aware, will young Floris, not be aware that he's actually put that cart on pole. But a great effort from the Ford team. That is an absolutely outstanding achievement there. He's on the pole position by just 0.6 of a second, which is bodes very well for the race to be very, very close with George Gibbons Motorsports' Gabriele Baracordi. Yesterday's winner, Faris Haroun for the Yaz Heat team, he's down in 9th. Henry King just behind him. Harrison Stevens, another driver who was on the podium yesterday, just ahead of him in 8th. So that really is going to be a cracking potential.
How is the order for this decided? for the practice.
You mean how the classes are?
No, when they come out here.
I think it's just
random, is it?
as you get there.
First comes, first served.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's how it certainly is with regards to everywhere else. So I can't see this place being any different.
Well, okay, let's go down to Henry.
Well, it's always great to see a driver who is just really happy with pole position. And as I was walking down, Floris Schenkenberg, you were at the back of the queue, leapt out of your cart. Obviously, you saw your parents, you saw your mechanic, and you.
I'm very happy, and it's of course my first junior pole position. I've always waited for this moment, and from this moment on I'm going to push hard, and I hopefully get a podium today.
Hopefully. Now, you think you've noticed a change with Floris Schenkenberg's kart graphics because we've moved team, haven't we? We spent 18 months with the Fort Abu Dhabi team on the Danilo Rossi chassis. Now we're running as effectively as a privateer with a Tony kart. Has the difference been in the chassis? Has that really changed something?
Well, what also Debbie says to me, a chassis could be as fast as any other chassis. It's just you need to get the setup right. And with a Tony car, it's easier to find setup than in a Danilo Rossi car.
Even though that obviously, you had some great times with the Fort team, and I know that, I was speaking to your dad, he was like saying, look, we had a great 18 months, it was just time to move, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and I think it was the move, and also I have to say a lot of thank you to the Fort Abu Dhabi team. They have helped me on my journey too, but I have to move on, sadly.
Well, sadly or happily, you're now faced with starting the Junior Rotax heat from the front of the grid. There is 19 of you. How do you keep the other 18 behind you?
Well, first lap is always a difficult lap. There's going to be a lot of pushing, there's going to be a lot of pack, and then we'll just try to keep it in P1 in lap 1, survive turn 1, and then from there on we see how it goes.
Now, in the paddock show that I think is going out later, we speak to Debbie Hansen, who is a sports, performance and mind coach. Debbie's been working very closely with you, hasn't she? And you said thanks to her. What difference has it made to you as a person, as a driver, to your approach?
Well, it has changed me a lot. Also mentally, I'm a lot stronger. She's helped me also on track with my lines, with everything, and I really am happy to have her as my coach.
Well, there we go. Floris has thanked everybody he needs to thank to without me having to say, and who would you like to thank? Which is a sign of a good professional racing driver. Well done, Floris.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to Floris, who will start the Junior Rotax heat on the pole position with that outstanding time, 0.06 of a second quicker than Gabriele Barricordi, who shares the front row, who will share the front row of the grid. We'll see how that pans out going forward. They've got a lot of competition behind them. Pierre Aboudiwan, Via Chopra, Saveli Kogai, Mitanj Jain, Aaron Mason, Harrison Stevens yesterday on the podium. Faris Arun, our winner from yesterday, starting behind. Henry King, not that far away. Ray Harbour, another driver that ended up on the podium in the final, down in 12th. So not quite sure what happened there in qualifying, but those three podium protagonists yesterday are down there in the midfield. So that bodes very well for us. That's Junior Rotax. It's now all about the DD2 class. And yesterday it was all, as ever, about this man, Tyler Harris, this youngster, this young man, in relative terms to us, that is, everybody. Tyler is...
That's the entire field.
That is the entire field. Came into this weekend at the head of the DD2 Championship. He consolidated that lead with a very fine win in the final after a great day's racing. It was a very competitive DD2 field. We had Tony Hogg coming out of retirement and just missing that step on the overall podium by missing the final corner after the flag, which demoted him down the order somewhat, and he ended up in 6th place after finishing second on the road. That allowed Moritz Canopes and Adam Malek up the order, second and third. That was our podium yesterday, Tyler Harris, Moritz Canopes and Adam Malek. Canopes taking the Masters honours there and consolidating his championship lead. Both championship protagonists there in the Masters and the DD2 overall, both running with the Mumbai Falcons team. Adam Malek is with M&M. Hamza Shisho had a bit of a character building week as Hamza. He started on Friday with a catastrophic engine gearbox failure and had a rebuild overnight going through into the weekend. And he was back on form. He ended up 4th place. Mark Bassier was the driver who was battling it out with Tony Hogg at the line, and Mark ending up 5th in yesterday's final results. Tony Hogg in 6th, Kyle Blockley 7th, Greg Watt through in 8th, Nicolo Cacciatore finished in 9th, Sam Walker rounded off 10 karts, but unfortunately was a retirement in the final. The karts are out on track. There was no hanging around from the DD2s. If you are new to DD2 Rotax Max karting, this is our gearbox class. They are running 2-speed ratio gearbox, flicking between 1st and 2nd gears with a paddle shift mechanism that is on the steering column. Left-hand paddle is engaging 1st gear, right-hand paddle engages 2nd gear, and the drivers will flick between 1st and 2nd gear as they go about their lap. This is a very, very busy lap with regard to how you use the gearbox, especially with this new section here for this weekend's round 6s and round 7, with the right-hand hairpin into the left-hand hairpin, back onto the what is the effectively the old turn 1, and then onto that quick run down the back straight into the hairpin, or through the left-hander I should say, at 4, very fast corner, 5 also, and then this section here, very technical, turn 6, 7, into the hairpin at 8, onto the back stretch there, running down through that very fast kink into the braking area for turn 10, and then very technical, be patient, accelerating hard through turn 12 there, which is flat out, and then the all-important turn 13 and 14, which you kind of try and meld into one corner on sweeping left-hander onto the back straight, all important there to maintain that speed down the straight here, and then into turn 15, a very, very fast 180-degree turn into the all-important right-hander, which is quite a slow corner, but it's very important because that dictates your speed for this point here all the way to the timing beam there, as you saw the checkered flag, the checkered line across the track there. That's the timing beam line. Well, fastest across that line at the moment is Adam Malik for the M&M team with a time of 1 minute 1.798. Mark Bassier is only 0.005 of a second behind, so it's very, very tight indeed. And that man there, Tony Hogg, again, out of retirement again. Apparently he retired last night and then has come out of retirement this morning.
It was a 12-hour retirement.
It was a 12-hour retirement.
Yeah. Like some people, go to bed for 12 hours. Other people just retire for 12 hours.
That's very middle class.
Yes, I'm retiring for 12 hours.
Hamza Ashisho currently 4th, Henry, and he's had one of those weekends where it's kind of a little bit out of his control. That catastrophic engine failure, gearbox failure, that was repaired, but he was on his second engine effectively.
Yes. So he's had the highs of pole position, the lows of engine failure, and then the baptism of fire in terms of having to go out on a wet track on slick tyres for the very first time in his life. So all things considered, this weekend, whether the results are what Hamza Ashisho and his family, and indeed the Qatar Motorsport Federation wanted, and of course Hamza is one of Qatar's leading drivers, this weekend has been very, very valuable for Hamza's character building, I think maybe the word, because he has had to, like a heavyweight boxer, he has had to take the punches and get up and keep plugging away. He hasn't, don't let the punches put you down and out for the counts, is that what the Hamza Ashisho motto is being this weekend as he continues to fly the Qatari flag higher than any other driver in world karting.
I love chatting with his dad.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely lovely people.
Yep.
Talking about lovely people, Mark Bassier.
Yes.
16 years old, Mark Bassier, by the way. I thought he was about 19. He's a very mature 16-year-old young Mark.
Shall I embarrass his dad? Yes, I will. So yesterday, after the final, Mark Bassier's dad said, "How old do you think Mark is?" And I was like, "I thought you were 19. He's like, "I'm 16. I was like, "Well, you carry yourself, you conduct yourself, you speak much older." And I think Dad might have then discovered a tiny bit of grit somewhere in the corner of his eye.
Did
as
he?
I said that. Yeah,
Well,
it was a really nice moment, and then of course that was a proud dad, and he gave Mark a big hug.
They stopped me at lunchtime and said, "Oh, by the way, how old do you think he is?" I said, He's 16. Really? I said, "Well, I tell you what, you've got a very fine lad there.
Yep.
He's a very mature." And the reason I say that is, if you haven't
very well fed too.
if you haven't watched our paddock show from Yaz, have a watch, because Mark Bassier gives us a brilliant interview about transitioning from Rotax Max, senior Rotax Max, into the DD2 gearbox class.
Well, the Mark Bassier glaze continues. Not only is he well-spoken, mature, and very eloquent, he's quite fast in a DD2 because he's on pole position at the moment. Nicolo Cacciatore across the line in
He's on pole by almost half a second.
He has. He's extended those thousandths of a second to almost half a second, 0.461 of a second to be exact. Adam Malek is the driver that's going to take up the challenge. It's a Mumbai Falcons versus M&M, Matthias Najem Motorsport on the front row of this grid. Tyler Harris, championship contender indeed, starts on the second row of the grid, and that's a great showing there from Hamza Rashisho. He should be very proud of that. First of the Masters then, Moritz Knopes with that man Kyle Blockley from the Kart Academy advisor on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Anthony Hogg, Samuel Walker. Row 5, rounding off a 10-kart field, is Nicolo Cacciatore with Greg Watt from the Honolulu Racing. He's running as an independent, of course, as is Tony Hogg, tending to their own karts during this weekend, as ever. So, once again, Mark Bassier showing the contention that he is in. He's wanting to change things around, and he lost out on a podium, but had great fun doing it, I think. He had an absolutely outstanding race with Tony Hogg, who was leading the Masters at that point. And as they went across the line to take the checkered flag, they went across the line without braking for turn 1, which is kind of this anomaly that we have here with this configuration. But it makes for great sport. They did not make the corner at all, and so were demoted and took a slight penalty there that put them off the podium. That allowed Moritz Knopes and Adam Malek to head onto the podium. Adam Malek, an outstanding time there. 61.778 puts him 0.003 of a second quicker than Tyler Harris, which is no mean feat. Tyler getting over a little bit of a cold flu situation, a little bit of a fever earlier in the week. He showed that he was fit enough to race yesterday, and he's out there again. And then we've all heard the story of Hamza Rashisho and his engine. He's back in form and on the second row. Moritz Knopes back to where he wants to be at the top of the Masters field, but he wants to be on that overall podium. So to do that, he's only got 2 karts to get by. So that's very much a feature of our races going forward. The heats coming up after this qualifying session to conclude our qualifying sessions, and it's all about Senior Max. Let's head down to Henry, though. Have we got Henry?
Well, they say that half a second is a lifetime in karting. I have to say that was maybe a lifetime's best, because you have just polled it by nearly half a second in DD2 against a very, very big field, a quality field.
Yeah, no, the half a tenth was, I was actually surprised.
Half a tenth? Half a second, my friend.
Sorry, half a second. I thought half a tenth. Half a second, I was really surprised to see that I was that quick, but I must say that I was driving very smoothly all around, and I was very composed and calm, and I had backed off from Hamza to almost chase him like a carrot, you know.
Yes, Hamza was the DD2 carrot, and well,
I was the rabbit.
You were the and this is karting's version of Bugs Bunny at the moment. What with Tyler, you know, heading towards the championship, and there's no denying that he's not won it yet. He's not on the plane to Portimao. Let's not say anything that's not factually correct. Does that ease the pressure a little bit? Hey, we're just here to win, win, win.
I came into the season just to have fun, relax, as well to have less stress on the field compared to a senior. No, I must give it to Tyler. He most probably definitely did win, because I hadn't done the first few rounds. So, yeah.
Well, he gave Tyler a head start this year. Next year could be very different.
Next year could be very different. We will see.
We will see. Well done. Mark Bassey, who would you like to thank, first of all?
Well, definitely my parents, my grandparents, my team, Luca, my great mechanic, Zayed, and my team manager, Anjan.
Of course. Now, Maurice Knyoppers, Mark's Mumbai Falcons teammate, is on pole in DD2 Masters. Maurice is very busy. He's going around your kart and he's going around Tyler's car, just having a little look. You can't count Maurice Knyoppers out either, can you?
No, I can't count him out, but he can look as much as he wants on my car.
Well, there we go. Team spirit. Well done. Congratulations. DD2 pole sitter. Half a second. Mark Bassier.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations once again to Mark Bassier, who will start DD2 on the pole position in the heats. He's got a lot of competition behind him, and that's just within his awning. Mumbai Falcons there featuring massively with Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris, and Moritz Knyoppers in the top five, those three drivers. Some inter-team rivalry there already creeping in, as we saw. We are live on Karting Live TV's YouTube channel and also live on the UAE RMC YouTube channel. And if you are with us, then do message in. Let us know who you are, where you are, who you're supporting. And if indeed you have any questions that either myself or Henry or indeed Nick Damon even, our producer.
I will answer any questions, which is a worrying thing to say.
Yes, on anything.
Let me ask you. I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, so the number one engine blew up, and you have to use the number two engine. How much of a handicap is that?
Well, it depends on how depends on how old and how worn out your second engine is. I mean, if you've got a good second engine, then you usually have a one that you like. You usually have this.
Yeah, is it actually any better, or is it just all in the old grey matter?
As far as I'm aware, he used his second engine yesterday, and it didn't really show any disadvantage at all. It's like we just have, you have your number one, you have your number two.
I remember I had three engines. When I was racing all those years ago, I had three engines, and I just used the one which had nipped up least recently.
Exactly.
It was just
I think times have moved on.
I really don't want to be heading towards that chalk cliff face at Butmore Park again at 70 miles an hour.
The thing is, Nick, Rotax Max engines are renowned for their reliability. They're renowned for their reliability.
No, obviously not.
They also come with a guarantee, which was when I found this out, I was astounded.
That is amazing.
Because I once bought a Rotax reed valve engine. Was it a reed valve? No, Rotax rotary valve engine. Can't remember the number on it. It was like 1991 or something. It cost me 800 quid, right? And the times when 800 quid was a lot of money. And it absolutely destroyed itself in the first heat that I did up at Felton in Northumberland.
How much crying were you doing?
It was a box of aluminium bits that I could, and these days, Rotax Max engines come with a guarantee. It's phenomenal. And they have the reliability on them is phenomenal. These kids don't know they're born being able to finish a race.
It's so many ways.
It's so rare when someone doesn't finish a race. It's so rare. The Rotax Max engines are the absolute dogs when it comes to karting and when it comes to motorsport. It's 21st century motorsport after all.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Everything lasts well now.
Senior Max are out there. Yesterday was all about Rayan Damadasa, who took a very fine win, but also a driver that really did emerge was Jules Dumont with how well he drove, and as well as that, Adam Elbasani, who joined him on the podium. Those two drivers really coming to the fore yesterday and showing that they love this configuration of the Al Ain Raceway.
No, absolutely, and of course there was obviously a mix of conditions which spread the order a little bit, but you can see the Telios racing kart there making a move. That's Max Dexter, who I think Max should take a bit of credit for Jules Dumont's success, because an experienced old veteran driver, he's not old but he's a veteran driver, he knows how to win championships and he knows how to maximise his equipment, and I think for a driver like Jules Dumont to have that level of experience just to lean on if necessary, and to listen to, because Max is a really nice guy. He's not going to be, he's going to share. He's a team player. I think that has really helped Jules Dumont on his quest to his first UAE Rotax Max Challenge podium yesterday. Maybe a second one today. Maybe not just a podium, but a bit better. But of course, there are going to be plenty of other contenders, because Zayn El Hamasani, George Nassar, Oscar Lambert, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Nathan Capon, those the 5 main title players, they had a day of mixed fortunes, shall we say.
Well, Montgomery Swan, the debt collector, he was across in the UK running in the UKC RMC a couple of weeks ago and had a great run into the top 10 there in England. He's back out in the UAE and running his primary championship here, and at the moment currently in 6th place for the JNKD team. That man there though, that young man there, Jules Demont, going to the top of the screens after the first flying lap with a 61.675, 24 thousandths of a second quicker than returnee Max Dexter, who hasn't actually focused on the senior class this year. He's been dipping his toe into the DD2 pond, hasn't he?
Max is a double DD2 champion over here. The last 2 seasons, Max has won the DD2 title. Is in university now, so is having to sort of, choose and select his races carefully. But Telios Racing 1-2 at the moment. That isn't going to work on screen. Drivers tripping over each other. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, here's your kartshot.me replay. Montgomery Swan having to take evasive action. Oscar Lambert in the 327 was impeded there as well. That was just a scramble through turn number 15 that didn't help any of them. But there's still 2.5 minutes to go, because the seniors, mindful of the fact that 11 of these drivers got a 3-place grid penalty yesterday for infractions that occurred during Friday practice, several of those drivers never fully recovered from that. So they got out and got on with it early doors. And like I said, in juniors, we were talking about the first flying lap being completed with just 2 minutes remaining. The drivers already on their 3rd flying lap in seniors, and we have got just under 2 minutes to go. Yeah,
with George Nassar moving onto the front row, he then gets back onto that front row. Nathan Kaplan there appears, Max Dexter still there. Amani Kanua up to 2nd with a 61.079, but it's still that young man, Jules Demont, who goes quicker still, 61.024, 55 thousandths of a second quicker than 2nd place Carter Amani Kanua. All of Kenya and South Africa watching on from at home. Alexander Biji into 7th, Ryan Qureshi. Rayan Damadasa, yesterday's winner, carrying the O plate from Dubai here, is down in 13th place at the moment, Henry. And so he's got a bit of a recovery to do in this next 1 or 2 potentially laps. I think they've got enough time on the clock to do another run after they've crossed the line.
Well, I mean, looking at that, in 13th, 14th and 15th position, Damadasa, El Hamasani, Montgomery Swan, 13th, 14th and 15th. That's not a slight on their performance. That is a credit to the other drivers who are upping their game. Now there's a change as, Albasani, Nassar, Damadasa moves to 5th, Kaplan to 6th. But still, Jeremy Montgomery Swan trapped down in 16th position. Oscar Lambert trapped down in 21st place.
They haven't managed to find some clean air and had a clean run. They've got the racing driver book of excuses as to why I didn't optimise my lap time there.
Well, because they weren't allowed to go slowly for 3 minutes.
Well, maybe there is that. They've certainly not found the track position, which is what it's all about, isn't it?
That's their racing driver.
Absolutely. Checkered flag being unfurled on the start-finish line now as the field come through. We'll not take a punt at who's where, but Jules Demont is the driver they're trying to beat at the moment with a 1 minute. 1 minute 1.024. The field coming through now. A couple of drivers taking the checkered flag. Jules Demont across the line, not going quicker. I don't think anyone's gone quicker, Henry, on that final lap. You've got to look way down the order. Rayan Damadasa does indeed improve.
Oscar Lambert
comes up to 5th. Where's Oscar Lambert appeared? 7th.
Yep, he moved up from 20th to 7th on that last lap.
So he is perhaps one of the only drivers to have posted green. No, there's a few drivers down the middle order. Jeremy Montgomery Swan being one of those drivers that put in his personal best. He's only 13th though. Jules Demont is on the pole position with Telios. He will be the driver that Henry gets to chat to.
Another first-time pole sitter.
It's been the weekend of pole sitters, hasn't it?
Yes.
Round 6 and round 7 of the UAE RMC has brought us along just completely given us a clean sheet of paper going forward with new pole sitters all day long yesterday and again all day long today. And I think it's all to do with this new configuration. Jules Dumont then, and look at that man there, Amani Kinua for GGM. He's going to start on the front row, Jules Dumont on the pole. Adam El-Bassani starts on the second row after a great run yesterday. George Nasser, championship leader coming into this weekend, starts on row 2. Row 3 is yesterday's winner, Rayan Damadasa. Now that's a better starting position for him, but he's got Nathan Capham alongside. Row 4, Oscar Lambert doing it right at the end there. Max Dexter, great lap from him. Alexander Bishi and Ryan Qureshi on 5. Row 6 is Enzo Tesluk and Mohamed Menemne. And then on row 7, Jeremy Montgomery Swan improves right at the very end there. Ryan Carews alongside him. Row 8 is Abdullah Al-Qaita with Zain Holomasani on row 8. Row 9 is Kyan Kryenbull and Philip Denou. And then on row 10, Andrew Abide and Alicia Kanisa. Arish Mehta and Manafal Belushi on row 11. Row 12 is Oscar Backhouse and Eni Asachi. 2 more cuts before we wrap this up. Alexis Alzair and brand new to Rotax Max Karting, Leith Corenfall, the novice there on the back of the field, and finding pace as he did all day yesterday. He will improve and improve all day long, and before you know it, he'll be right there in the mid-pack by the time we get into a few more races. So Jules Dumont and Telios seem to enjoy this configuration of the Al Ain International Kart Circuit, turning sharp left off the main straight there instead of going straight on. We go racing next, everybody, and at the start of the race they do not go into that tight left at the start. They go straight on into what is the original turn 1 here at Al Ain. It's only on lap 2 that we then go into that configuration of turn 1, the left-hander, the tight right-hand hairpin at 2, and then the sweeping hairpin back onto the conventional track there, which becomes turn 3.
And let's go down to Henry.
Well, on a day of firsts, our next first-time pole sitter, Jules Dumont, Telios Racing. Yesterday, our first podium. Today, our first pole position. The two are connected, I'm sure, because you must have turned up this morning feeling top of the world.
Yeah, for sure. The podium yesterday gave me a lot of confidence, and yeah, I mean, it shows again today. Yeah, I knew I had a good lap with good slipstream, so yeah, it felt good.
Now, at one point, yourself and your teammate, Max Dexter, were 1-2. How much of a help has Max's arrival in the team been? Because you're not that experienced. He's very experienced, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been helping me a lot as well. His data is very important to the team as well. And, yeah, he's been giving me a lot of tips with all the experience he's had. And, yeah, I'm very thankful.
Now, of course, the question is that has Max Dexter told you everything that he knows, or has he left a little bit just for himself, so when it comes down to you versus him for the win, he's still got a little something in his back pocket? Or have you got a little something in your back pocket for him?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we both haven't told everything. The race is the race at the end of the day, so in the final few laps of the final, teammates don't really count, and it's all about who wants to win most, so yeah.
I want to quickly, last question. Obviously, Friday, 11 of you got a three-place grid penalty for yesterday's racing for slowing down in practice. How much did that weigh on your mind going out for this session? Because it appeared as though everybody just came out of the pits and got on with it.
Yeah, I knew that the stewards were going to be pretty strict on that, so once I saw a couple of people going, I was like, I'm just going to need to follow them because I don't want to be getting too much traffic, so yeah.
And so who did you end up following? Who have we got to thank for that tow that got you pole position? He doesn't want to say because he's...
Everyone that's fast.
Everyone that was fast. There we go. Congratulations. Another new pole sitter here in the UAE RMC, Jules Dumont. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations again to Jules Dumont and the Telios team. Pole position Henry just remembering how to turn the camera off there. Do you notice that? Yes, very good. Not very technical though.
Well, you know, he's very. I hadn't turned my microphone on. He's very good a second ago, so we can all things wrong, you know. Technically.
Hello for Mama Julio. Let's go, my boy. She's talking about Armani Canua. You must be delighted with that, Mama Julio, because he's going to start on the front row of the grid for the heats in Senior Max. We are into the heat phase already. We're about to get ready and get going with the first heat of the day, and that will be for Micromax. And if we remind ourselves about the Micromax final yesterday, it was qualifying and the final where we saw Adam El-Sheikh take top honours. He had to fight for it though. Liam O'Hanlon, Sama Chopra, Alexander Freinstein, Cameron Harvey, the other drivers who made him fight for it, and it was a hard-fought one as ever. A little bit of added complexity with the weather and a very, very damp, wet track for these Micromax drivers. However, that is out the window. That was yesterday. It's all about the now, and they've got a consistent dry track out there with almost perfect conditions, not too hot.
How will that have affected the offline dust? Will it be washed off? Because the track actually got a bit of a sweeping and a cleaning when they were trying to wash off the rain. So has the track been slightly cleaned, or will the dust have just got back there again already overnight? Because it was quite blowy.
You need it's a tricky one. That again, offline is less rubber. There's potentially less dust for what your tyres pick up. We've heard from drivers who've come across from Europe who found it very, very difficult indeed. Some top-level drivers, I'll mention him, Kai Hunter, was telling me that it's like a completely new game. You move offline to make a move. You've got sand on your tyres that is picked up. It takes about a couple of laps before you clean your tyres up, and it really does affect them. So it's a one-line racetrack here at Al Ain. We are on a flat area, flat plateau of desert just off the Oman UAE border. And we do get a lot of wind, so the sand, not so much sand, it's a kind of a damp off track at the moment, soaking up the moisture from the rains we've had recently. And insofar as we've now got grass and greenery appearing.
There are certain parts which are...
Absolutely, the desert goes green.
It almost looks like, one of these very heavily coiffured kart tracks where they have actual proper grass all around the side, so it looks very lovely. There's a bit of the back straight there, which looks like it's been absolutely manicured.
Have we got any on camera, Nick, that we can show people while
sure.
we're waiting for the first heat to take place? No, I mean grass.
Oh, grass?
We're talking about grass.
There we are, some grass there.
Look at that, that's green. I mean, that's green. That's the greenery of the off-track is very apparent. And if you were following the UAE RMC earlier in the season here at Al Ain, that was a sandy-coloured, dusty, sandy off-track that you just didn't want to go anywhere near. But now we've got the green shoots.
Grass.
Yeah, as we get into the summer months,
I never thought that we'd have a special on grass in one of our broadcasts.
Absolutely, though. Look how lovely that looks.
Reminds me of Wales. The green grass of home.
Oh, yes.
And that was when Henry had to go home.
Yes.
Yeah. Tom Jones, indeed.
Taxi for Henry.
Can I also point out that that's just proven that not all Welsh men can sing?
Absolutely. I was.
Were you kicked out of the male voice choir?
yeah, very much so.
I can see it now. Henry, can you do baritone, tenor, bass?
I could do baritone because I'm from baritone.
And they go, what can you do? I can do out of tune and flat.
Out of tune, flat, and only choruses. But it is strange how the vista that we are looking at has changed, gone from a sandy yellow hue to a green hue.
Yeah, that's soon going to burn off as we get into the summer, though, isn't it?
It might last till Thursday.
Next weekend it might be completely different because the weather forecast is for it to be very hot at 30
I think
degrees.
In English terms, next weekend is currently phew, what a scorcher.
Yeah, it is a scorcher, isn't it? Yeah, the sun coming out. At the moment, though, it's still warm and very hot out there at the highs of 27.
Hello,
what have you got, Henry?
Hello on the live chat, Gerald Plana. Gerald LaPlana. Supporting the Synergy team. Cameron Harvey, of course, not Sebastian Storer, who was only entered yesterday. So this is round 7. This is the round that would have taken place at Alpha San. Yesterday was the round that would have taken place at the Dubai Kartdrome. Sebastian Storr had entered round 6, but had not entered round 7. So that's why Sebastian here. Hopefully he's entered round 8.1 and 8.2.
8 day 1, 8 day 2.
8 day 1, 8 day 2, which is next weekend. But yeah, 80 drivers in total here today. Not the 81 that we had yesterday. Looking down is interesting. So, speaking to young lad there, number 77, Alex Fryenstein, this morning, talking about how he was, learning learning how to win. As we're going to get the grid, and we'll talk about Alex Fryenstein's journey towards victory very shortly. But it's going to be Vaibhav Ponna for the first time ever leading the field to the start. Alexander Fryenstein alongside him. Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra on row number 2. Leo Reutmann, who I have faithfully promised will be an interviewee on our paddock show next weekend. I have never met a young driver so desperate to have an interview, which is really, really good to see because we're not shying away. He starts 5th. Amar Tabatsa, new merchandise, the Ace of Spades, Amar Tabatsa in P6. Cameron Harvey and Adam Al-Sheikh. What a difference a day makes. P1 yesterday, P8 today for Al-Sheikh. Adrian Forowignole, Saif Almina, Tayab Haroon, and the novice second race now for Yusuf Al-Kayat. Yusuf Al-Kayat, when I go down to the to do the interviews, of course, as we're on the rolling lap now, the micro drivers instantly all look to me because I point at the pole man, and they're all secretly looking, and they're all there. And when I pointed at Vaibhav Ponna, really?
Did he really? Yeah, I was. Yeah,
me?
Yes, I expected that.
But yeah, Yusuf Al-Kayat was like, Henry, where did I finish? And I was like, was I second? I was like, oh, well, not quite. But what a switched-on young man that Yusuf Al-Kayat is.
Lovely
yes,
lad.
Very much so. But it was, again...
Very chatty.
These youngsters, they learn. I mean, Yusuf had never met me before this weekend, and vice versa. But he said, excuse me, Henry, where was I? Was I second? And I think what had happened, I think his dad or his mechanic had done he was 12th, he had done the 10 and then the 2 fingers. All Yusuf had seen was the 2. Yes, yeah. But I said, no, we're 12th, but we're quick. He was like, okay.
And he comes off with a big smile on his face, which is the really important at this level of cadet karting. It's the Micromax class. It's all about Liam O'Hanlon at the moment, championship-wise. However, Adam Al-Sheikh spoilt that. Vaibhav Ponna is going to do his best to spoil the Liam O'Hanlon show. And another driver that's come and gone, I think, in this series. He seems to have days and weekends where he's right there at the top. Alexander Fryenstein is the driver I'm talking about.
Yep.
And then he's just nowhere to be seen. So I think he must have a like for different tracks.
Well, this is part of the learning how to win, because it was at Yas Marina last year that Alex's mum said to me, he goes, oh, look, you're not going to mention my son's name very much because we're right at the back. But his surname, it's not Fryenstein, it's Fryenstein. I was like, don't you worry, And he's like, but you're not going to be mentioning him very much.
Did she say that?
We're just starting out, and he's the back. Well, fast forward 12 months, and we are mentioning Alex Fryenstein every single race.
We
are.
But
he has to learn how to win now. And I said that to Alex this morning. He was like, learn how to win. I was like, well, yeah, you make certain decisions at certain times of a race that end up being very significant. And you only learn about those decisions when you make the wrong decision and it goes the other way.
Let's see what decisions are going to be made into turn 1 as we head towards the red lights. They will go out. We've had 2 formation laps. The tyres should be up to temperature now, and we head to the first corner, bypass the new section, and head through and into the lead. Has gone via Ponna from that pole position, and it's Liam O'Hanlon who's just glued himself to the rear bumper. And Vaibhav has got company up at the front of this field, Henry.
Yes, he has. Liam O'Hanlon, smart, thinking, right, Vaibhav is easy prey. There's the move. Vaibhav Ponna did very, very well. He kept his composure, got through turn number 1, led the field through the first few tricky corners, and now he can settle in. I'm not going to be surprised if the likes of Adam Al-Sheikh and Samar Chopra move past Vaibhav Ponna. A top 5 for Vaibhav Ponna close to the lead group is like a victory at this stage of this young man's career. Liam O'Hanlon taking full advantage. Now that was that's a champion-elect opening lap. We see the potential easy prey and we pounce. Oh dear!
We've got Ponner hitting Samar Chopra, absolutely T-boning there. I think that's the 36.
That's Leo Reutemann.
It is Leo Reutemann. It was Leo Reutemann who came through into the final turn, and as quite an innocent all-plate holder there in the form of Samar Chopra turned into the right-hander, he was unfortunately T-boned by the number 36, and that has put them both out into the barriers at the final turn. This is leaving, and I've got to say, I was about to mention that young driver there, Adam El Sheikh, who was on fire coming through the field.
Yep.
He is absolutely coming through the field now, and he's got himself into second place, and on his task list, top of the list, catch Liam O'Hanlon.
And this is a big race in terms of the title, with Samar Chopra watching from the sidelines. And the way that Leo Reutemann was talking to Samar Chopra, and they're walking off together, the two young drivers, having a conversation, it almost looked as though Reutemann had a problem because that CRG did not turn right.
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Couldn't turn right because he was in the air, because he'd gone over the curb.
Oh,
he'd hit the
there's
curb.
A sausage curb.
He'd come out of the hairpin at turn 15,
right.
Gone wide, ended up over the curb in the air, and he just couldn't turn right.
Right.
And neither could he brake.
I
think Reutemann was apologising, I would think.
And I understanding,
which is sporting.
Yeah, no, very much so. But he was apologising and then blaming the other driver that Reutemann says, well, so-and-so pushed me onto the curb, which is why there was a move.
There was a lot going on, Henry.
Yeah, there was.
Just like there is right now.
And I think that was a move for fourth position because Cameron Harvey has now moved into P4. We're looking at third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth on our screen at the moment. Freudenstein in the number 77, the red and black Motorscape entry. He is in third position. Then you've got that three-kart gaggle just passing the brand new huge 30-foot Rotax Race Your Way banner at the outside of turns 13 and 14. So there's Freudenstein. Behind him, Harvey, Ponner, and Amar Tabatsa round out the top six. So Vaibhav Ponner just hanging on in the top five. He'll grow in confidence.
Liam O'Hanlon extending the lead to right on the 1 second from Adam El Sheikh there. There's the leader just coming through turn 3 now. Adam El Sheikh giving chase but not making any impression, even though Adam El Sheikh has just put in the fastest lap of the race with a purple sector 2. 2 greens in sectors 1 and 2. Liam O'Hanlon matching his lap time overall, though. Freudenstein is a lonely third just behind them, and then those 3 karts there, Cameron Harvey, via Ponner, our pole sitter, and Amar Tabatsa having a typical cadet race, almost nose to tail, and now a challenge from Ponner, is it?
Yes, it is, the JNKD number 99.
And he's gotten through. He's through and ahead of Cameron Harvey. Now he gesticulates about let's catch Alexander ahead of us.
Yeah. I wasn't going to let you lead and let you lead the chase up to Alex, but I'm going to lead and now you follow me. It's a standard kart racers mentality. No. I know I'm just overtaking you, but be a good lad and don't do the same to me. Let's just work together now.
Now that I'm ahead of you, let's work together. Yes.
We can only work together as long as I'm in front.
Well, they're not going to work together because down the inside has gone Harvey to challenge. That didn't come off because Ponner kept his foot in around the outside. They go through 3 now, and if Cameron Harvey is not...
Well, I think that's via Amar Tabatsa chasing Vaibhav Ponner.
It is,
Harvey
yes.
has escaped.
So Harvey's checked out.
Yes.
Now via Ponner is now under pressure. So that's not what I thought it was. Cameron Harvey's disappeared. Totally confusing me there. Via Ponner is now under massive pressure from Amar Tabatsa. And here comes Adrian Fauvignoli, who wants to be in on this as well.
Yeah, so this is positions 5, 6 and 7 with Tayab Haroon in the Fort kart number 17. Kind of keeping a watching brief. But best battle on the circuit at the moment, But when, a couple of laps ago we said that Liam O'Hanlon was safely in the lead, over 1.2 seconds at the road.
Just about to draw our attention to that.
Yeah.
It was a second the last time we looked. It was 0.3 last time by. They crossed the line now into turn 1. It's under 0.2 now, and we're on the final lap. The final lap of this 6-lap heat, and here comes Adam El-Sheikh. He's challenging O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon is fully aware of his presence now as O'Hanlon decides to defend, but he can't defend enough. As they go into the very fast left-hander. A change for lead has occurred, and Adam El-Sheikh, the winner of the final yesterday afternoon, is now at the front in this first heat for Micromax.
Yes, indeed. What does O'Hanlon do? He's in the slipstream. Adam El-Sheikh defending into turns 9 and 10. There are still opportunities for O'Hanlon, who tries the crossover. Can O'Hanlon get to the inside? Not quite. Good racing respect there from both of them.
They had to, Henry. There was going to be a coming together if they both kept their foot in. Now this is O'Hanlon's chance, but El-Sheikh defends. O'Hanlon does the switch around. No. There's only going to be one opportunity, and that's going to be into the final turn, which is always a bit dicey. El-Sheikh positions the kart magnificently to keep O'Hanlon back, and it's going to be a run to the line here, Henry. Is it almost side by side? Will they make the first turn, which will make it official? Yes. And they do. And it's the first heat win from Adam El-Sheikh. Liam O'Hanlon second, and Alexander Feinstein with a fine third.
Looking at the kartshop.me replay, El-Sheikh to the inside. Keeps it there. O'Hanlon gives him room. And to give Liam O'Hanlon a lot of credit, he could have just kept squeezing Adam El-Sheikh onto the dirt on the inside, but he didn't, because what do points make? Points make prizes, and that is what Liam O'Hanlon is thinking of as you look at the provisional results.
And absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if that young man is already thinking, discretion being the better part of value, thinking about the championship. Adam El-Sheikh continues where he left off yesterday afternoon and takes the win in Heat 1. Liam O'Hanlon second. Alexander Feinstein with a very strong third there. Cameron Harvey, once he broke away, was a strong fourth. Vaya Ponna was fifth. Amar Tabatsa a challenging sixth place. And then in seventh place, Adrian Fara-Vignoli with Tayyab Haroun in eighth. Saif Al-Mina was ninth. 10th was Youssef El-Kai. I'll be happy with that.
Yep.
10th place. And unfortunately, we lost Samar Chopra, champion. That's going to affect his championship slightly with a loss of points there. Leo Reutmann with a coming together there between those two down the midfield in the very, very early stages of that heat.
Now, the championship rules are that you drop your worst 5 scores. You're not allowed to drop qualifying points, and there are points available qualifying for the top 5. You're not allowed to drop qualifying points, but you can drop your worst 5 races. And those 5 races can be heats or they can be finals. There are obviously more points available in the final, but Samar Chopra, I am sure that will be one of his 5 drop scores. And I do wonder whether Liam O'Hanlon's the discretion part of that battle was because Liam O'Hanlon had seen the abandoned O-plate kart of his nearest title rival at the side of the circuit. So he thinks, okay, whatever happens, first or second, this is a net win for me, as Samar Chopra and Leo Reutmann, both of whom look absolutely A-OK physically, are trudging back to the pits.
Yes, the sad walk. One of you thinking, that's my fault. The other one thinking, I don't like you anymore.
Yes.
But I'll tell you what, they'll be best mates by the time we get to paddock.
Well, I think that they were discussing, I think that, Samar Chopra realises that, when a kart has got all 4 wheels in the air, it's not going to turn or slow down. And that Reutmann and Leo Reutmann would have been very, very careful to say, well, by the way, my kart was in the air because of driver X. So
yes.
Whether it was true or not, it doesn't matter. That is Racing Drivers 101 as we look at the Minimax grid now, with the number 183 kart of Benjamin Karachkovich. Now, yesterday, you will recall that in the very, very slippery pre-final, both Benjamin Karachkovich and his teammate, Austin Gray, sort of slid wide and missed the first chicane. Now, as they came back on, they had both gained position. Not that they gained ground on the others. Halfway around the lap, Benjamin Karachkovic literally gets off the accelerator, turning round, he's waving, saying, come on, come and catch me, come and pass me so I don't gain ground. That's experience. Austin Gray, first full season of racing, just was a bit like, what do I do? I'll just get on with it.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So at the end of the race director Ken Potter, he looked at the data and he said, well, one driver made a valiant attempt and a successful attempt at giving back all the ground that he gained by slithering wide. And so Karachkovic didn't get a penalty. He then looked at Austin Gray and said, well, the other driver didn't give back. So Austin Gray did get a penalty. And it was just, but that's experience. That's the difference between a champion who has been round the block before and a newcomer, just in terms of instant mid-race savvy. And I say savvy in terms of, you know, adrenaline, all the emotions.
It's racing intelligence, isn't it?
Yes, and you just gain it.
I have it and you learn it. You know, you have to understand. You know, the point about being a racing driver is to push the rules as far as possible without transgressing them. If you transgress them, then you need to know: is there a way I can get this back, or do I have to stop preparing my excuses for Ken right now?
Yes, and Karachkovic, that racing experience that he has gained, that Austin Gray will learn in time. Yeah, it meant that Benjamin didn't get a penalty, and Austin did. And I was speaking with Ken Potter about how that decision came about, using obviously the regulations, what is in the regulations in terms of what the penalties are if a driver misses a part of the circuit, because different championships have different rules, regulations, even to the point of some circuits have different. Because, for example, at PF International, if you miss any part of the circuit,
they charge you £10.
No, that's someone else.
But you can pay with the credit card. It's fine.
It's an automatic one-lap penalty, but that is a PFI only rule. Other championships, there are different levels of penalties.
So it's a PFI rule only for their club meetings.
I'm not sure whether it's written into the other championships regulations or not, but for this championship, the regulations are that a penalty can be applied if a driver gains an advantage. And Benjamin Karachkovic was adjudged not to have gained an advantage because he gained it back
He negated that advantage by giving it back. But it's like we've seen it in other forms of motorsport where people have missed parts of the track, gained it back for a few given it back for a few meters, and then challenged again, and that's where the grey area comes in.
Yes, but again,
I'm not saying that's what Benjamin did. He did exactly the right thing.
Well, but of course, and the answer was, I said, well, you know, once he gave the places back, well, then it's game on again, you know, because we're back to where we started from. So now we've got, you know, he's got every right to battle and get back in front of the drivers that he'd let past, which he did, without fear of without fear of repercussion, but having done the necessary thing to negate the advantage that he gained unintentionally by missing the first chicane, when all the drivers turned into the first chicane and realised, slick tyre, slick track, no turny-turny.
For some reason my front tyres aren't working.
Yeah, what's going on there? I'm turning the
I
wheel.
am shocked.
Straight on. Here we go, rolling lap.
Minimax out of the collecting area, and our pole position driver leading the carts around, Francesco Lisgnoli, the young Italian for George Gibbons Motorsport, on the pole from Benjamin Karachkovic, who we've just been talking about. Albert Stubbs just pipped there in qualifying with Austin Gray, who'll want to rectify what happened yesterday on row 2. We've got Kurt Ivanov and yesterday's winner in emphatic style, Oliver Butchard, on row 3. Row 4 is Max Payton and Vico Pajamaki. Ahmed Faisal Almeida and Adam Fleury share row 5. Row 6 is Louis Bataille and Mohamed Mubarak, with Aaron Essan rounding off a 13-cart field. We've got 2 formation laps. They are being led around by second position in qualifying Benjamin Karachkovic, with Lisgnoli forming in behind him. But Benjamin just getting on with it and getting some proper energy into those tyres, as is everyone.
Now, will we see more first lap heroics from Adam Fleury? Starts 10th. Mentioned it yesterday. The team is McAdam, which is basically Adam and his dad, so it's a privateer effort in all but name. Tony Kart, number 111, green or blue race suit, white crash helmet. Louis Bataille with the Kazakhstan flag flying next to his name in car 120. Saw both Louis and his dad this morning. They were like, what's it going to do? Is it going to rain? I'm like, no, of course it's not going to rain.
I don't think it is, actually. The cloud is a different shade of grey than what it was yesterday. It's a lighter shade of grey than what it was yesterday. So I'm being very positive here, boys. And I'm going to say, nope, it's not going to rain. It's going to get even hotter. We've got highs of 28 degrees by the time we get to 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the temperature's going to go up and up and up. And if we do get little spots of rain, it's going to have no effect on this track whatsoever. What we are going to see on track any moment now coming through the final turn is our pole position driver, Francesco Lisgnoli, with an absolutely fabulous qualifying time to put himself on that very first career pole as we head down to the red lights. They go out and we are racing down towards the initial turn 1, the all-plate holder into the lead, into turn 1 and indeed out, and Krajkovic ended up in 4th. He's now fighting back to 3rd, Henry.
Up towards turn number 4 we go. Lisignoli has the lead. Stubbs P2, no. Stubbs P3. Karachkovic hangs RBJ Stubbs out to the outside line through turn number 8 as we head now into the second sort of infield complex. Lisignoli, the O-plate winner, has the advantage at the moment.
He has. He's got a cracking little lead there. That's going to disappear, though. This is Minimax. Minimax racing tends not to be strung out, and it's not going to be long before we see these two protagonists closing back up. But a very strong first lap for the pole sitter. Benjamin Krajkovic fights his way back to that second place, and before long we're going to see a challenge there. Behind them, RBJ Stubbs is down to 6th, would you believe, because that's the green helmet of Oliver Butchard on that Mumbai Falcons orange liveried cart, already up to 3rd, and Kurt Ivanov gone with him. Austin Gray there keeping a watching brief in 5th at the moment.
Sadly, it looks like Vico Payamaki has retired from the race. Can't see him on screen as the lead battle. It's a lead group of 9 at the moment. Aryan Eshan has also retired. Vico Payamaki, unseen by us, has had a trip across, well, I would say across the desert, but it's across the sort of the green field in the middle of the circuit.
The green shoots of life.
Yes.
He's had an excursion there that's cost him a chunk of time, but he is still in the race. Aaron Essan, we've lost. He hasn't took the start here, as already we've got these Minimax carts closing up together. 1st, 2nd and 3rd there, beginning to drive away from Austin Gray in 4th as we come through the penultimate turn. There's a challenge from Krajkovic into the lead, and taking him with him is Oliver Butchard, taking advantage, and Austin Gray says thank you very much, with the absolute momentum destroyed for Lisgnoli. And again, we've got a challenge from Butchard, who's on fire this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, Francesco Lisignoli, there's no other word to describe it. He was caught napping. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. So we're all good here. We're all good here. Let's move out wide. Oh, there's one kart. Ooh, there's another kart going through. And now we're on the outside curb. We've lost a bit of momentum. There's a 3rd kart coming through. So Lisignoli from P1 to P4 in this blink of an eye.
It's all about momentum, and even more so it's exacerbated in the Minimax class, where you've got a restricted engine not really producing the same sort of power that we see in juniors and seniors. And if you do get offline like we saw Lisgnoli, that's what happens. Now he's got to get himself back to his composed self and start chasing down that green helmet of Oliver Butchard, who likewise is about to challenge the leader, Krajkovic, into the penultimate turn 15. And then can Oliver Butchard do a Krajkovic? No. He's in his wheel tracks as they come across the line to complete what will be 3 laps this time.
Yeah, it's interesting how I was speaking to Benjamin's dad last night, and because Benjamin, he's a bit up and down at the moment. There's, it's a big season for Benjamin as the reigning Grand Finals Micromax champion, as Oliver Butchard makes the move, takes the lead. Karachkovic fighting straight back to the inside and retakes the lead. Great racing. Here comes Lisignoli in 3rd, with Gray and Stubbs keeping a watching brief. And Benjamin's dad was saying, look, this time last year in Micromax, we were just a fraction behind in points. We're in exactly the same position this year. It's just that this time last year, Benjamin, everything was going right. it was all coming together. This year, things are a bit more up and down. But he said, look, physically, points-wise, we're exactly the same position as we were last year.
And he went off, he won that in Microax, went off to the World Finals and won the World Finals.
Yep, won the championship on the last lap of the last race of the season. So it's just perspective, and of course it's tricky to teach a 10-year-old, an 11-year-old perspective.
Yes, indeed.
They haven't got much of it.
Talking of perspective, if he had mirrors, the perspective in his mirrors would be full of that green helmet of Oliver Butchart, who likewise would have his mirrors full of Francesco Lisignoli, who likewise would have LBJ Stubbs, who's now gotten by Austin Gray. Austin Gray now 5th in that train and not that far away. So we're about to see what we usually see in Minimax, which is the intensity just go ramping up. We're going to have 2 laps to go after we've completed this one, as Oliver Butchart down the inside. Krackovic coming back, not this time. Let's have a look at the cartshop.me. This is a bit textbook here as we come out of the right-hander. He positions himself to the left, and then it was a little bit of compromise from Krackovic. Very clever, wasn't it?
Talking about what's that? As we've got another change because Krackovic is back in front. What's that they say on if you have a wing mirror? Objects in the mirror may be closer than they appear.
Well, he was certainly close there, wasn't he?
Krackovic said, I hope not, because everything looks pretty blinking close to me right now.
This is the biggest cushion we've seen, Henry, since this began. 5
kart lengths.
And
massive.
It's into the we're into the penultimate lap here. We're 5 laps complete. I'm getting ahead of myself there, getting excited. That gap has completely gone. The cushion that Krackovic had has gone, and Oliver Butchart, Lisignoli right there, as is Austin Gray and LBJ Stubbs. Kurt Ivanov has lost contact with the top 5, it seems, but he's trying his best to get in touch with these as well.
Yeah, any one of 5 or 6 can still win this. There's Lisignoli having the first nibble at Oliver Butchart, and it didn't work. And look how much ground it has cost Lisignoli. It's cost him not only track position, it's actually cost him a race position, because Austin Gray has moved into P3 and has given the 2 leaders just a little bit of breathing room. If Oliver Butchart now looks over his shoulder, although he's got motivation from his dad to not look over his shoulder, he will see that there is enough space between himself and Austin Gray to make one move on Krackovic without running the risk of being hung out to dry by the chasing pack. Although, as they start the final lap, Butchart has been given motivation from his dad to not look behind.
Well, the driver who's looking behind a lot now is Benjamin Krackovic, and he had a good right to there, because that's where Oliver Butchart squeezed down his inside. He looks over his shoulder again. When is Butchart, if he is going to make the move, when is it going to come? Because as we get around and continue around this final lap, opportunities are depleting at every metre. This one's a possibility. However, Butchart just too far away. Closes up under braking, Henry. Chances running down.
Yeah, but I think Oliver Butchart will realise, look, I passed Benjamin 3 times in this race, and every single time I passed him, he's come straight back at me the very next corner. So I'm going to leave my move until at least the penultimate corner, if not the last corner, to not give Krackovic a chance. Although Krackovic has done an excellent job of making sure that Butchart's not close enough, because this is the corner that I thought Butchart was going to strike. But of course, he leaves it late. Oh, good racing room.
It's a drag race to the line. Who's going to do it? Who's going to be the first across the line? It's, according to the timing beam, it was Oliver Butchart who will take the win by 0.2 of a second from Benjamin Krackovic. All happened at that final turn. It was a cracking move. We thought that it might come. The momentum through the penultimate turn, turn 15, was in the way of Oliver Butchart, who drew up to the rear bumper of Krackovic and then used that tin opener again, Henry.
Yep, I mean, Krackovic doesn't look wonderfully happy, but again, Butchart, like I was saying, because he knew that Krackovic was all race. The minute I pass Krackovic, he comes straight back at me. So what's the one way to negate that? Leave it to the last corner. So there's not a next corner.
That's exactly what you were saying.
For to attack. Now, of course,
he was listening to you.
Well, but I mean, we talked about the not looking back.
I think Benjamin's going to complain because he was way.
He wasn't very happy
he was
there,
forced
was he?
off the track.
Yeah.
But this is where the team, the mechanics, the boss comes into it to sort of like, right, 11-year-old comes in absolutely steaming angry, and then it's like, okay, look, calm, take a moment.
I think I saw Ken Potter standing right there in front of us. He would have had a clear and unobstructed view of that final turn. There is the result then of the Minimax heat. Oliver Butchard takes the win again, starting where he left off from last night's win in the final. Kratchkovich, an unhappy second. Austin Gray's teammate in third. Francesco Lisgnoli, a disappointed fourth, no doubt, starting from pole. LBJ Stubbs, again, will be looking in the toolkit to see where he can get some performance to get him back into the front of this field in fifth. Kurt Evanoff for NI Racing in sixth. Seventh is Max Payton. Louis Patel is eighth. Ahmed Faisal Almina, ninth. Mohammed Mubarak, who is 10th. Adam Fleury, 11th. Vigo Pajamaki, we lost, didn't we, after 3 laps. And Aaron Essan didn't actually take the start as far as I could make out from that.
He did. He made it as far as turn 4 because there he is trudging back.
Right.
Briefly caught
that was
camera.
that was on the formation lap.
Yes. So he took to the circuit, but yeah, you're right. He didn't take the start.
Yeah.
It's what impressed me about Oliver Butchard. We were joking about him not looking back, and that's something between him and his dad. They've got a sort of an in-joke and a sort of a between a father and son sort of task to stop Oliver looking behind him. The fact that Oliver didn't look behind him during that race or the final yesterday speaks more about where Oliver is in his head and his driving, because so much pressure.
Tell us what his dad was telling us. What's his dad's name, by the way?
Mr. Butchard.
Yeah. I just know him as
Mr. Butchard.
As the Liverpool fan. Mr. Butchard.
Seriously, Mr. Butchard.
Yeah, it's Mr.
I will ask him. I chat to him all the time.
Well, he's from Liverpool, so it's Mr.
What was he saying? What's the incentive process?
There was 500 dirham placed in young Oliver's hands. And then every single time Oliver turns around, looks behind him, 50 dirham gets taken out of Oliver's hand. So it's a purely financial game for Oliver Butchard.
What's his mum called?
Mrs. Butchard.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So it's a monetary incentive to not look behind.
Absolutely.
And it seems to be working.
Yeah, every time he looks behind, 50 dirham gets taken out of Oliver's hand. He's got 500 to play with.
Yeah.
How much has he got left of that 500 at the end of the weekend?
It's the weekend. It's 500 per weekend.
Well, I mean,
or 500 per day.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. It could have been 500 per day, but I mean, his dad might come and beat me up for that. No, I don't know, but that is the
10,000 dirhams.
Yeah. It was
day.
10,000 dirhams per race,
Yes.
Oliver.
Yes, yeah.
But no, but that, and every driver is different, and so that tactic works for Oliver, but it wouldn't work. It may not work for other drivers. It's unlocking young drivers' psychology. What works for one won't work for another.
I also think, we saw Oliver Butchard take the win yesterday. He's just taken the win in really strong style there, right at the very last corner. But also, we've had a change of team for Oliver, haven't we?
Yeah.
And he's now in the Mumbai Falcons tent. He's got all of that team effort behind him, and just those conversations that take place with our co-commentator from yesterday, Conor Clancy, who and his other teammates. There's a lot more data to be shared.
This is Henry's spot people moment.
Well, down at the bottom of the pile, just putting his black cap on, that's Pierre Aboudiwan's dad. Now, Pierre Aboudiwan's dad he did his track walk this morning because he had a bad back, and he thought, well, we're going to loosen up the old Cilla Black by having a nice track walk. Mrs. Aboudiwan is alongside.
He's just give us a wave there. Give us
another
another wave.
No, there he is. There he is, and his back, and a thumbs up because our back is okay. Now, moving up the stairs.
There's the back.
Yep. Alicia Canessa standing next to Genevieve Leclerc. That is Jaden Hidding's mum. And then we've got some of the Mumbai Falcons looking at their phones, obviously. Christopher Najem is there with his Yas Heat on his back, chatting away with Rob Gunari. Ash Whiteman that is his standard position. There in the white T-shirt with his just at the back of the fence, next to Alex Gill in the white and black cap. Looks like, is that Ricky from GGM in the black T-shirt with the
talking,
grey hat? Yep, it is.
We were talking a lot about Alex Gill yesterday. Which one's Alex Gill for everybody at home?
Oh, the one he's going to wave now. There he is.
There's Alex. Yeah,
Alex Gill guided his new driver to a fantastic 10th place finish yesterday.
Alex Gill, who is, you were telling us his history.
Yes.
Who's knows exactly. We were talking to Conor about this, and about how much credibility you've got to give somebody like Alex, because he's been there, done it. He's been in that driving seat. He's got that experience. He's raced at the very top level.
And likewise with Ricky just behind Alex Gill there. Unbeknownst to me until yesterday, so Ricky mechanics Gary Carlton to Super Nat's Las Vegas victory.
There's a lot of talent in this paddock.
Absolutely, a huge amount of. We talk about driving talent, obviously. The amount of engineering talent, mechanical talent, ex-drivers now working in
driver
karting.
Experience.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, both, Christophe Nagem, Matthias Nagem, multiple Rotax Grand finalists, champions around the world. I mean, I joke about Ash Whiteman quite a bit, but Ash was a top driver, back in Formula Kart Stars, the Super 1 British Championship. I do remember him and his dad Paul racing, for the likes of Waver Tree Motorsport back.
So you're
in
old
the
enough
day.
to remember his dad racing?
Well, no, I'm old enough to remember his dad spannering for a young Ash Whiteman. So his dad Paul, we hope is good to see. Now there is leaning up on the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, looking down. That would be Mark Bassier's dad, just having a quick chat with Nathan Capon. Nathan Capon, of course, had that incident with George Nassar yesterday in the final, but all is forgiven. Some more waves. There's Anjum, the big wave, a big Mumbai Falcons wave. And is that
yes,
there we are.
There it is.
Oh, that's the worst YMCA I have ever seen.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like since the Spice Girls retired.
Yeah. Amani Kanua is standing there. Amani, give Kenya and South Africa a wave, Amani.
Give them a wave, because we've got Mama Julio, Sammy Warati, and Sol Reutman, who is supporting you, Amani.
There we go. To the left of our screens, we've got Sylvia Montgomery Swan, Henry King's mum watching there. There's Henry King's dad, Julian, and Julian has swapped a black muscle vest for a blue muscle vest.
There's the deck collector there. Just come on the balcony.
Yes. And again, I want to say thanks to Jeremy for sharing that story about his late grandfather, who was killed practicing for the Ulster GP motorbike race back in the 70s.
1978 he was telling us.
And how that Jeremy, whenever he can, he puts his a variation. His grandfather was also called Jeremy Montgomery Swan and raced the number 43. So Jeremy, who was born 40 years after his grandfather's passing, thereabouts, still tries to keep that family memory alive. He races number 334. And again,
I'm glad that we've started that little trend of telling us what your family background in motorsport is, because it started with talking about Kir Ivanov's grandfather, Vladimir. Sorry, that's his dad. And Anatoly Ivanov was the USSR karting champion in 1974. That stirred Jeremy into telling us about his grandfather. And that's great. If you've got any family stories from motorsport going back the years, then please let us know, because we're all about that. We're all about the rich heritage and history we've got. This is all about Junior Max, though, going forward. And that young man there with his another first pole position from a driver who's being ran independently by his dad. Brilliant stuff. Floris Schenkenberg is the driver on pole position. Pierre Abu-Diwan will start with a bit of pressure there, starting on the front row of the grid. Via Chopra and Saveli Kogai start on row 2. Mitanj Jain and Aaron Mason starting on row 3. Row 4, we have yesterday's final winner, Faris Haroun for Yazhi Racing. He starts alongside Henry King. Row 5 is Jaden Hidding and Ray Harbour. Harrison Stevens, a podium for Harrison yesterday, starts on row 6 alongside Aaron Qureshi. Ray Harbour also on the podium yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, indeed. There's a name missing. There he is, 17th, Gabriel Barracordi.
That's right.
He was second in qualifying as we finished. Obviously, some sort of post-qualifying penalty.
Good spot. as we, behind Harrison Stevens and Aaron Qureshi, we had Johansa Seninyaki, Giuseppe Montanari, the biscuit thief Paul Schutzman. I think he's going to stick for the rest of the season now, isn't it? Baptiste Augustin, Gabriel Baracordi, Rafael Zagati, and Romy Sabali. I don't want to mention this. Well, I mention this because Paul is out on the track, but we've got a new stock of custard Oreos.
No, we haven't.
Yes, Paul. He didn't come in and steal them, in a nasty way. Him and Conor Clancy were in here watching, and they and Paul sort of showed me this Oreos, and I nodded and walked out, and then grassed him up royally.
Yeah, you did. You know what? All of these kids are welcome to come and see us and give us their inside stories.
Just don't steal the biscuits.
Not take the biscuits.
Just don't nick the Oreos. Yeah, that's going to keep us going, actually.
And I mean,
we're here next week as well.
It could have been worse. They could have stolen the fig rolls.
The date rolls.
The date rolls.
They wouldn't be racing today if they had.
Yes. They're not available in the UK, mate.
They are not.
They're absolutely our favourite biscuit since we discovered them here in the UAE.
The date rolls, yes.
Right then, let's get back to business because we're already coming to the final, the conclusion of our second formation lap. We'll have Floris Schenkenberg and Pierre Aboudiwan who will form up in grid formation there. Down the back straight, not quite. This will happen in the penultimate corner, no question. Schenkenberg goes across to the left. Now we've seen the right-hand side of the grid being massively disadvantaged here going into turn 1, which is the old turn 1. That becomes turn 3 when we finally get racing here on this Al-Ain Raceway configuration. Nice pace, nicely manoeuvring up towards the red light there. They're all bumper to bumper. The red lights shine brightly. As we see them go out, then we will go racing. They go out, and indeed, Schenkenberg gets off first on the red and black independent livery of, I think that's an old Ford livery, is it?
It's an old Brand Racing
livery. An old
livery.
Brand Racing livery, right?
Yes, Tony Kart chassis, Brand Racing livery, independently run. So, Floris, you've talked a lot about how Debbie Hansen, your sports coach, has helped your mental approach to racing. Now we put it into pressure because Via Chopra is already monstering your rear bumper. So you've got to keep your cool now, Floris, as Chopra goes through, runs wide, and that lets... Who was that?
I think that's Mitanch Jain.
Mitanch Jain going through.
The first of the Mumbai Falcons there, just muscling his way through from way down the order. And fifth, he started 5th, but he was on the right side of the grid, so he came through in 3rd, and now he's leading into turn 15 for the first time. He will lead out of the first corner. It's Mitanch Jain from Via Chopra who get away. The 221 numbered Floris Schenkenberg from Paul, 3rd and right on the rear bumper of that O-plate holder Via Chopra.
I would imagine that, so yesterday there was an incident in the final between Mitanch Jain and Via Chopra. They collided, and Mitanch, so in the middle of the circuit between, the run up to turn 13 and 14, there are some poles in the track where banners used to be. The banners have been moved to the outside of the circuit to create better TV, and Via Chopra hit one of those poles, which ripped the side of his cart and tweaked his elbow. He is fine. He just said, yeah, I was trying to avoid Mitanch, and who had landed on me, and then I hit a pole in the ground, which did not go well for the M&M O-plate cart.
Quite a way off track as
yes,
well.
It was quite a way off track.
Mitanch Jain, I've got to say, was always there or thereabouts when he was racing against his Mumbai Falcons teammate Conor Clancy. Conor Clancy's moved into seniors, and Mitanch has kind of been missing in action at the front of the field. It's great to see him back there. It's the first time I think I've seen him back there, leading a Junior Max field of karts.
Yes.
And here he is looking very strong there, holding back Via Chopra.
Yes, the magic of Alex Gill, as what Conor Clancy used to say. But I imagine that after yesterday's sort of 10th place finish, the vocabulary that would have been used to, how should we say, encourage Mitanch into driving better today would have been very, Alex Gill's from Doncaster, it would have been very northern.
Very northern encouragement.
Very northern encouragement. Which
I'm from even further north, so I kind of get that.
Which means we can't actually regale you with the actual words that we used.
We better not.
No.
We better not. Now, this is a bit of a high-speed game of chess, as I like to call it. These two drivers might look like they're managing their pace. I can tell you now, they are flat chat. Mithunsh Jain is going as fast as he possibly can, as is Via Chopra, to stay in touch. Behind these two, a very lonely drive for Florence Schenkenberg, who has consolidated that third place. Behind him, Saveli Kogai is in fourth, Harrison Stevens fifth, Jaden Hidding sixth, Pierre Aboudiwan has dropped to seventh somehow. Johansa Senanyaki having a much better day now in eighth. He had an absolute terrible day yesterday. Not quite sure what was behind that, but I just want to tell you now, Henry, we've already lost Aaron Qureshi, and Henry King, who started, I think, 10th, he's gone out as well. I'm not sure they're connected, though.
I think they are.
Are they?
There was, whilst we were focusing on the lead battle, quite rightly so, in the middle of the pack, coming through turns 9 and 10 a couple of laps ago, there was a meeting of the minds, shall we say, and several karts ended up off. Two of them, Qureshi, as we've got, what a move round the outside. Via Chopra has just pulled off an outstanding pass. Kartshop.me replay, go to the outside, Mithunsh defends. Perfect kart positioning there. Spatial awareness is fantastic.
That was all about momentum off the back straight as Mithunsh Jain comes back at him, and Florence Schenkenberg, now that these two have slowed each other down, he's back into the fray and up to second place. But that was all about Mithunsh Jain trying to be defensive and so mitigating that entry speed into that corner. Via Chopra says, okay then, if you're going to slow me down in the on the conventional line, I'm going to go around the outside. And it was quite a move as Jain comes back through to second, Schenkenberg back to third place. And who is this coming as well?
Saveli Kogai.
Yeah, George Gibbons Motorsport livery kart of Saveli Kogai.
I was about to say, before we cut to the move from Via Chopra, at this point, one lap ago, that a lonely run to third position would be perfect to start things off for Florence Schenkenberg. However, we're now in the thick of a battle for the win. Same for Saveli Kogai. I want to see Saveli Kogai finish what he started. And by I mean, he puts himself in great positions, and yet when it comes to those decision-making moments, those split-second decisions, I'll have to say Saveli has mastered making the wrong decision and taking himself out of contention or getting himself involved in issues, not all of his making, of course. However, now he has to learn about making the right decision. Mithunsh Jain back to the race lead. Chopra on the outside. Kogai looking to the inside. Saveli Kogai into P3. Closing in is Jaden Hidding. Hidding the number 229 kart. Two George Gibbons Motorsport karts. One from M&M. One from the Mumbai Falcons. And one independent in the top five. Mithunsh defends. This time Via Chopra doesn't try to go around the outside. They both run a little bit wide. Kogai watches, waits. His teammate Jaden Hidding behind him. So I was saying, here comes Saveli to the inside. Hidding, smart drive, smart move from Jaden Hidding there to follow his teammate.
Yeah, following his teammate through. Where has Kogai got this pace from? Because he hasn't just got pace, he's looking really strong and composed.
It's been there most of the year. But of course, I have to say this, Saveli he's put himself out of contention, so he's shown a lot of pace, but Rolls running 20th because he's launched it into the weeds on the first lap, or he's got involved in an incident. So he's been quick, but it's the mental side of the racing now that Saveli has got to master.
So he's calmed himself down a bit, he's not making as many mistakes.
Yeah,
which, to be honest, look at Gilles Villeneuve. He kept firing it off, didn't he, in his formative years. He's got pace, and he's showing pace now. Looking over his shoulder, if I was his coach, I'd be saying, a bit too much, mate. That's your teammate, Jaden Hidding, at George Gibbons Motorsport. If it comes, it comes. But right now, Mithunsh Jain leads across the line. And 7 laps completed, 1 to go.
And Jaden Hidding, by his own admission, Jayden has sort of started the season well, and a little bit of immaturity has crept in. He is 6 foot, he is 13, it is his first season of junior, and he's his family have said we're making silly mistakes. And he said Jayden has got to just grow up a little bit and mature as a driver, not as himself, but as a driver, has to have that little bit of extra maturity. This is a fantastic opportunity for both these GGM drivers to prove that, we have learnt through the mistakes at the start of the season, we are going to finish strongly, and we can put ourselves in a good position and then see it through.
Well, I'm very impressed with Minimax Jane, the driver at the front of this field here, who has reappeared where we used to see him a lot, challenging for the overall win. Here we are in the first of the Junior Max heats, the heat phase. We're into the pre-finals next time that we see these karts out, and it will be the checkered flag that Minimax Jane sees for the first time. But what a drive to second there from Savelli Kogai to take second. Jayden Hiddink had he was occupied somewhat on that final lap with the advances of Via Chopra, who he held off by defensive driving there.
Yep.
And he held off very well indeed. Via Chopra was challenging. Pole position driver Floris Schenkenberg, that was a strong field to be coming fifth in, so you've got nothing to worry about there. That was a strong drive there with some very experienced drivers around you. And it's just nice to see Johansa Senenjaki back up there in contention after a torrid day that he had yesterday. There's the top six that I've just mentioned. Jane, Kogai, Hiddink, Chopra, Schenkenberg and Senenjaki. Beyond that, Aaron Mason 7th, Faris Haroun, yesterday's winner. 3.5 seconds off the leader there. I'm not sure what's going on with Faris. Piabo D1 came 9th. Gabriele Baraccordi from 19th, or was it 18th that he started, up 8 places back to where he wants to be, which he qualified second, and then that disqualification or that penalty that he took in qualifying put him down the order. Baptiste Augustin 11th, Paul Schutzman for GNKD in 12th, 13th was Ray Harbour, Giuseppe Montanari 14th, Harrison Stevens 15th, Romy Sabali was 16th, Raffaele Gazzarti was 17th, Aaron Qureshi 18th. Who did not finish actually. In fact, Raffaele Zagati was a non-finisher after only 7 laps. Aaron Qureshi went out on lap 1, as did Henry King in that situation that we saw.
5 George Gibbons Motorsport karts in the top 10, 4 in the top 7. Very good performance from the entire George Gibbons Motorsport team. And it's a long time because George Gibbons Motorsport, all his drivers, you look at the GGM drivers, Hiddink, 6 foot, Baraccordi, nearly 6 foot, Kogai, he's a tall lad as well. So that actually makes it harder when you're taller, you're harder. Why? Well, because you've got less room to maneuver seat position. Seat positioning in a kart is so important because you're limited to what you can do setup wise. It's such a short wheelbase that moving the seats into different positions to help with weight distribution, to help the driver is critical. The taller you are, the less room you have to play with. So it's all well and good saying, but they're older, they're taller, they're more mature, they should be quicker. Yeah, but they're at a slight disadvantage in terms of, manoeuvring the seat distribution, which of course equals weight distribution, which equals handling and setup. There we are. Ian Butchard says, great driving to Oliver. Raffaella saying, good luck to Layla. Is that the wrong live chat, I wonder? Layla Bell was racing in the UK, but Layla, I wonder if is that a nickname?
If he's watching this channel, it's the right channel.
Well, of course it's the right channel. It's the right channel.
Don't give people a reason to tune away, Henry.
No.
Yeah, we've got loads of Laylas here.
Yeah,
Layla in every single heat. You keep watching.
Eric Clapton.
Down.
Is that a message from Liverpool?
Scouse Power. Scouse Power.
It's again the fan of supporting Oliver, isn't he?
Yes, absolutely. I'll
support somebody.
I'll ease up on the Scouse.
The football team's gone off.
Yeah.
Dare I say? Well, they did win last night, but they were only playing Fulham. Wasn't like playing a top team like Sunderland, was it?
No, and of course, look what happened when they did.
DD2's next, boys.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this is I mean, on paper, it looks like it's the Tyler Harris show, but it's not, is it?
Yes. There is the infamous Hamza Hashisho Zad white towel. We need to give that white towel a name. Hamza spends the entire race. Hamza's dad spends talking into that towel.
Yes. What does he say? We want to know what he says into that towel.
Please don't crash.
That towel
Please don't crash.
This sounds like a rewrite of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's all about the towel, isn't it?
Yeah. What's the answer to life, the universe, and everything? 42. There we are.
So Mr. Ashisho is like Linus out of Charlie Brown. He's got his comfort towel. Mr. Ashisho needs his comfort towel when he's watching his son racing in DD2.
Yes.
And he can scream into the towel when things go wrong, and he can shout into the towel when things go right.
Yeah, but you can cry into it.
He's got to have it with him, though, I've noticed.
He's got to have it with him, yeah.
Now then, we can see you on TV.
Hello.
So a bit of sign language here. Have you ever forgotten the towel?
No.
No, he's never forgotten the towel. He's never forgotten the towel.
Sorry,
funny.
Off camera, I know.
Yes, and he crosses the line.
I do. Okay, this is not radio, but we'll let us paint the picture. Henry King has just been brought back to the pit lane on the back of the recovery vehicle. Now, normally, when there's 2 or 3 carts, you put the carts sideways. Henry he's the only cart, so they put the cart on as it would drive the track. And Henry, in full race mode, head down, sort of beating the side of the cart, celebrating as he crossed the line.
On the trailer.
On the recovery vehicle.
Brilliant.
For a driver that has just crashed out of a race that he wanted to win, that's a remarkable show of maturity and character.
Well, you know what, Henry? You were talking earlier about drivers and youngsters learning how to win. I was once given some great advice. To learn how to win, you first got to learn how to lose.
Yes.
And by that, I mean doing just that. Motorsport is full of disappointment. Majority of times it's disappointing, and a lot of times of intense.
You missed him coming down the straight. He gave it an absolute full lean for the left-handers down here.
Lean.
He wasn't only acting for the audience; he was doing it for himself the whole way around.
Yeah, he was doing it for himself. Absolutely.
He went full Euro on the back of the recovery vehicle. Fair play to young Henry King.
And when that has happened, the only thing you can do is smile, dust yourself off, and get ready for the next run.
And on the back of Henry King's crash helmet, he's got a phrase. I think it's a case of "Don't mess with me," or there's some sort of intimidatory phrase to anyone who dares follow Henry King at close, but in a nice way. But again, he's got this little character. Don't mess with me, something like that. Good stuff. Good stuff. He actually tested a US Formula 4 car at Sebring International Raceway at the end of last season, which was a big eye opener for Henry. And I was speaking to his parents, and they were saying, they went to a place in Texas and they went to Sebring, in Florida to do a bit of just a practice, a test, and that was an eye opener.
Because he's quite small, isn't he? And so I would imagine could he see over the steering wheel?
He did. And Mum said the next time it's got to have a halo. The car has to have a halo.
Yes. Yeah.
That's very
for her nerves.
Yes. Mum insists on whenever we test next time, it will have a roof or a halo, one or t'other.
Yes. Yeah. Motorsport is dangerous. It is not the most dangerous form of motorsport for youngsters to get involved in. In fact, it's quite safe in comparison to other forms of motorsport.
Motocross,
motorcycling. Yeah, I mean, you're not when you have an off on a motorbike or a motocross bike. You are part of the environment.
I think motocross is actually kind of it's not quite so bad. You tend to fall something that's quite soft, not go as fast.
The other thing with motocross is it creeps up on you. I've got mates who've raced at very high levels in motocross in the UK. And now that they're in their 50s, they are really, really reaping the rewards.
I can't hear where this one's going now.
Yeah, new knees, new hips, new ankles.
All three.
Yeah, new arms, new legs. They're almost cybernetics creeping in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Having fallen off a motorcycle on a couple of occasions,
Well, you're a motorcyclist.
Yeah,
motorcyclist.
I do motorcycle riding.
You've got a very fast
I
motorcycle.
have a very fast motorcycle, which I am underperforming that motorcycle by a factor of about 10. But I've fallen off motorcycles, and as I said, the thing different in cars and motorcycles is when you have a crash on a car, 9 times out of 10 it doesn't hurt.
Or a cart.
Or a car, 9 it doesn't hurt. If you crash on a motorcycle, 9 times out of 10 it does.
Yes.
And that's the difference.
That's the factor, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, often it's just. I mean, I've fell off, and you think you're fine. The next day, you're literally just black and blue with bruises because you go down the road at 60 miles an hour, and then oddly, it's not. You fall off the bike, but you still fall off the bike from 4 foot or 6 foot, and you go bang, and it's that same bang falling on the ground.
Well, you're of an age, Nick, when you just fall off the height that you are.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I haven't. Luckily, touch for Micro, I haven't fallen off for several years. Because goodness knows how long it get better now.
Oh yeah. Stay away from it.
Is it one of those where that you can tell those friends of Joe and Nick's that used to race motorcycles because they're the ones that hobble.
There was a lot of hobbling.
Yes,
actually, a very good friend of ours hobbles because of a basketball injury, but let's not go there.
Oh, really? Well, my son also hobbles because of a basketball injury at the moment. But we're looking at the starting lineup for DD2 and DD2 Masters. And
that cart there, Henry, Adam Malik.
Yes, new race boot for Adam Malik.
New
Alpine Stars
yes.
race boot.
There was a story there that transpired and came to our knowledge at the podium. You've got a little bit of his floor tray came undone.
Yes, so if you imagine you're sat in the cart, the left front bolt of the floor tray that holds the floor tray down just behind the nose cone, that broke and took some of the floor tray around it with it, which meant, and that broke on the outlap. So for the entire final yesterday, which I believe was 12 laps or 14 laps for DD2 yesterday, every time Adam Malik went to brake, because of course it's the left-hand side, so that's the brake, there was no floor tray. All he had was track underneath him. And track that was, very, very, abrasive track. All that was separating his heel bone from the track was his Alpine Stars race boot, which survived, has had to be replaced.
The heel basically wore away.
So basically, he was driving around. Adam Malik drove the entire final yesterday.
Holding his leg up.
And every time he braked, and you couldn't hold your leg up, literally his foot was scraping on the track. And a credit to Alpine, and I know that I'm a brand ambassador, but credits to
you made that apparent in the live stream, yes.
But whatever boot manufacturer, we talk about safety.
You don't like to talk about it, do you?
No, I don't like to talk about it. It's something like I try and keep to myself for Alpine Stars, brand ambassador, me, Lando Norris, Valentino Rossi. But I was saying, it's a credit to every single. We talk about the cost of safety gear in motorsport.
Yes.
That's why it costs money. Because, yes, we're driving at 130 kilometres an hour for 12 laps around, Alain Raceway with no floor tray.
That bit of leather or leathery plastic heel will soon wear away. Hopefully he's got that floor tray sorted because they're out on track now.
Yes.
And he will start on the front row alongside Paul Sitt and Mark Bassier, who had a bit of a character building days racing in the final, certainly yesterday. So Bassier and Malik are your front row. Tyler Harris, championship leader, and Hamza Rashisho getting over that engine job and using, I think, his second engine. Modest Canopes, the first of the Masters on row 3 alongside the other driver in the Masters, Kyle Blockley. Row 4 is Tony Hogg, again, out of retirement this morning. Another of the Masters with Sam Walker alongside. Nicola Cacciatore on the 5th row of the grid with Greg Watt, always smiling Greg Watt, enjoying his day's racing yesterday as ever and finding himself on the Masters podium, didn't he? Was he on the Masters podium? I'm not sure he was.
No, he was full. But again, Greg Watt, Sam Walker, Nicola Cacciatore having a great scrap between themselves. That will help all three of them because all three of them will just be a little bit sharper, a little bit more focused. And I've got to say that in the pre-final, when the track conditions were decidedly mixed, this is the slightly heavier drivers, because if you look at Greg and if you look at Sam, they're proper big guys.
Tall as well.
Tall.
Greg's about 6 foot odd, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 6 foot plus. Yeah. And they were all much closer to the front. It was a real leveler. Was the rain that we had yesterday.
We've got 8 laps then for DD2 Masters. We've got 2 more heats to get through before we set off into pre-final phase. And right now, Mark Bassier, that orange liveried Mumbai Falcons, orange, blue and white, isn't it? And then we've got the black and white with red trim of Matthias Najem Motorsport of Adam Malek alongside him on the front row. It's Mumbai Falcons M&M, Mumbai Falcons M&M, and then Mumbai Falcons KAA. That's your first 3 rows. The independents are Tony Hogg and Greg Watt, who are there in that grid. Nice pace being held up to the red light, which shines brightly there. When the red light goes out, we will go racing. Through the gears, remember, first gear, second gear, as Bassier takes the ideal line. Maurice Canopes
was about 3 foot in the air, as you're about to see. Look, third kart on the inside line. Hamza Shisho comes across, and Knoppers take off and landing. When he put the landing down, he's just quickly on the phone to his chiropractor as he now tries to catch the driver in front of him, which is still Hamza Hashisho, your leader, your pole sitter, Mark Bassier.
And your championship leader, Tyler Harris, has gotten through and into second place to make it a Mumbai Falcons 1-2. As they head off onto the back straight, Adam Malek there, I think it's the driver that settled into third from that front row. He's under challenge now as we watch Mark Bassier go through the final turn. It is indeed Mark Bassier. The number 484 is Tyler Harris as they cross the line. Behind them, Malek, Canopes, Ashisho, Cal Blockley, Tony Hogg, Cacciatore up to 8th, Greg Watt 9th, and Sam Walker down to 10th.
Now, of course, we were talking about the championship. Tyler Harris, he has not won the championship, and nothing will be confirmed until the end of next weekend. However, Tyler he's got one hand on the trophy. Of course, you need 2 hands on the trophy to actually lift it, but it is close. And everybody else in the class, it knows it's simply a matter of time before Tyler does clinch the title. When it happens, where it happens, well, Tyler says his dad Simon will have all the calculations. So I will take, because we don't have the up-to-date championship positions in front of us at the moment, but Tyler's dad Simon will be my human calculator. Tyler says he has all the machinations and the potential standings with him. So could we see unofficially our first champion potentially crowned today? Potentially.
That's an interesting start, and that would take the pressure off Tyler. I'm not sure he's even thinking about that right now. He's got his eyes are transfixed on that rear bumper of his teammate, his Mumbai Falcons teammate Mark Bassier, who I've got to say has come on over the course of this season. He described at Yas Marina with that great interview in the Paddock Show about how he's basically finding his feet and getting the grips with the 2-geared gearbox, the 2-ratio gearbox, which is a little bit more, it just adds complexity to driving a Rotax Max kart around any track. And it's not an easy thing to transition into. You don't just use the 2-ratio gearbox to make the kart go forward, but you're also using the gearbox and the downshift to assist you in the brakes. And talking about the brakes, we are braking on the front axle as well as the rear axle, which is again completely different to senior max karting.
And Maurice Knoppers has made it Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3. Adam Malek, new boots and all, is 4th. 5th for Hamza Hashisho. Kyle Blockley right behind Hamza in 6th. There is Carl, the second sort of driver with a predominantly white race suit, plain white crash helmet. Tony Hogg, Nicolo Cacciatore, Greg Watt and Sam Walker round out the runners. You said about interesting. You said about Tyler Harris not thinking about the championship, just thinking about the race wins. At the start of the season, when he was built up a big lead over the first 2 races, I would say to Tyler, so I'm thinking about, no, not thinking about the ground. No. Said to him yesterday, thinking about it, he was like, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And it goes to show, I think Well, I just saw out of the corner of my eye the Honolulu racing cart of Greg Watt. I thought that the left rear wheel was about to work its way loose.
Well,
certainly there's something.
He's got a rear bumper loose.
Right, okay.
So Greg Watt's trailing his rear bumper. That might catch the attention of the officials, as Ken Potter there making a note on his clipboard there as Greg Watt went through. So maybe we'll see that come up next. And that's a shame for Greg. He's having a great run just behind Nicola Cacciatore and just ahead of Sam Walker. So the three drivers having a great battle at the back of this field. Meanwhile, up at the front, it's still Bassier from Harris. Canopes is running just ahead of Adam Malik and Hamza Ashisho, with Kyle Blockley not that far away as well. But the three Mumbai Falcons carts now strung out in first, second and third. Adam Malik with Hamza Ashisho not that far away from him, and if anything, that's the closest couple of carts we've got in this field so far.
Yeah, I mean, there is Knyoppers. Behind Knyoppers, there you have Malik and Hashisho. Kyle Blockley and Tony Hogg seem to have dropped off that duo for some reason. Their pace has slowed. Now Tyler Harris starting to close in. Tyler will be thinking big picture. Like I said, he is thinking big picture. It's incredible that even the older drivers, even the more experienced drivers, the lure of the grand finals, the lure of representing Team UAE, it seeps into their thinking as the season progresses. And of course, Tyler, whether he would admit it to me or not at the start of the year, he was thinking, no, not thinking about it. Yesterday he's thinking, yeah, I am thinking about it. That's a very large red ant that just appeared on your iPad, Joseph.
Oh my goodness. That's my computer as well.
Oh, future odds.
Wow, I've seen that in a movie once.
Them.
He's got a face. Them. Remember that?
Classic B movie from the 1950s.
2 laps to go then. Mark Bassier showing that he's got the pace to run at the front here. 61.414 his last lap. Tyler Harris not slowing down at all and pushing on. 61.427. But the fastest driver through sectors 2 and 3 was the third place kart of Moritz Canopes with a 61.436. Not quite as quick because his sector 1 spoilt the lap time overall. So not really being able to close the gap to the first 2 Mumbai Falcon karts at the front of this field. The question is, Henry, there's 2 more laps to go. It'll be 1 lap when this one's completed. I'm not sure we're seeing Tyler Harris closing that gap of 6/10 in any way, shape or form, and I think he's
doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to. That's quite right.
Why push the envelope in a heat race? Why try? Let Mark Bassier use up his kit, use up his tyre, use up his equipment. In the heat race, where I will just sit and wait. And Nick Damon is saying, just please talk about the go-karts on the screen, not talk about 1950s black and white B movies about giant killer ants in Los Angeles.
Can I just say right now, I have no issue with 1950s black and white films about ants rather than talking about the car.
Okay, fair enough, not a problem at all. There is a picture. There it is.
That is a massive ant.
It is a massive ant. I mean, that is the only ant I've ever seen as big as that.
That's nearly as big an ant as Anthony Joshua.
But banana for skill.
Yes, but giant ants in the Los Angeles River freeway drainage system. Back to Mark Bassier. That was a segue and a half, that was. Bassier leading comfortably. Strange, it took him 1 lap to gain 0.4 of a second over everybody else. It's taken him 8 laps to gain 0.8 of a second.
And he pulled those last 2 tenths out just on that previous lap. It's checkered flag time for him this time. I'm surrounded by flies and ants.
There's another ant.
No, same one.
Oh, same ant.
Yeah, he's made his move over there.
The insects are after you.
I hope he eats flies. So Bassier with quite a strong win there, I've got to say. Tyler Harris thinking championship there and settling back to 0.8 of a second, the gap of the flag there. A further 1.5 seconds before third place Moritz Canopes comes through, and then it was Adam Malik who started on the front row, finishing 4th.
Does anybody have a pet chameleon?
Greg,
who they can bring in for us?
Yes, anyone's got a pet chameleon that eats large red ants and lots of flies, please come to the commentary box. that was the end of an ant. Mark Bassier, meanwhile, Tyler Harris, Maurice Knyoppers and Adam Malek, your top 4. Hamza Hashisho and Kyle Blockley round out your top 6. Kyle Blockley and Tony Hogg having a territorial dispute during the middle part of the race, which cost them both time. Hogg 7th. Nicolo Cacciatore, he comes out on top. Look at that, 20.1 seconds behind. Sam Walker, 21.7 behind. Greg Watt was in between the pair of them before he got the technical flag.
Bumper fell off.
For that, bumper fell off. But those 3 drivers, yeah, it is for 8th, 9th and 10th, generally. In a 10-kart race. Does
the
it
point
matter?
about this is
does not matter.
If you've got a race, you've got a race.
You've got a race.
There are different levels of different levels of talent, different levels of age, different levels of what people are trying to achieve by coming out on a weekend.
Yeah.
Not everyone is after a ticket. Some people are after a good time.
Yes, and this, hey, like I said, Greg Watt can't practice during the week. He always arrives, and I see him. He turns up in his shirt, his tie, his trousers, his shoes from work on Friday. So he can't practice Friday. So, this is my weekend, and I'm having a blinking good time on the weekend. Same for Sam Walker, who said he apologised to us because we went looking for Sam to interview him, and he wasn't in the CRG awning. He said, I will make up for it next time. But again, it's as long as you can do something competitively, as long as you're pushing your own personal limits, whatever those might be, then you feel good about yourself at the end of the weekend. You go in back to work, back to the office on Monday morning, thinking, do you know what? Yeah, that was a good weekend. I can put up with the drudgery of the 9 to 5 because Saturday and Sunday is my happy time at a go-kart track.
Seems fair enough. Live for your hobbies.
Pardon? Yes.
Work to live, don't live to work.
Live to work. Yeah, don't live to work. Work
now, at some point, I'm
live.
going to have to leave this environment so Joe can spray all the flies because I'm allergic to fly spray.
Yes.
Shall I find a shop for you? You can give me the key as well. That'd be quite useful.
I am going to endeavour to bring you through some of the storylines we've got going on in senior Rotax. There is the number 337 on the right-hand side of your screen, the black-white kart with the gold trim, Telios Racing and Jewel Demont. Amani Kanua, white crash helmet. You could just see him getting out of his kart. Now, I want to know why Amani Kanua is wearing an ex-Gabriele Barricordi race suit. There's a different race suit. He's got a Gabriele Barricordi race suit on. You can see Amani in white crash helmet there, just wandering away from his kart. He'll be starting on the outside of the front row of the grid. There's obviously a little bit of time to go because Amani has decided, a bit hot, hit bit on by. Let's take the old crash helmet off. Let's chill for a little bit more. We're not going to go just yet. We can't see the official with the 30-second board as I can't see anything because my esteemed colleague Joe Bradley is doing the decent thing. He is doing the decent thing and coating the commentary box in fly spray, which, and everyone here will tell you they're just these annoying little fruit flies that are absolutely everywhere. It's the time of the year, but also the complete and utter humidity factor has made everybody pretty miserable. I've got to say, you don't go within 10 feet of a bin, and even though the staff here at Allain Raceway, as always, they're keeping this place utterly spotless. But every bin, the minute a crisp packet goes in a bin, or God forbid, a banana skin or an apple core, then that is like ringing the dinner bell to every single godforsaken fruit fly in Abu Dhabi, and they come running. as which means that the staff here at Al Ain Raceway are having to work even harder than usual. And again, you'll see it on the camera. You'll see it during the interviews where suddenly a driver will stop, slap themselves in the forehead. It's like, no, they're not having an issue.
We discovered something about our producer Nick Damon.
Yeah, he's allergic to the fly spray.
He seems to be allergic to the fly
yes.
spray. Now, I think he's genetically connected to fly. He may have fly within.
Is he Jeff Goldblum in disguise?
He must be Jeff Goldblum because it almost killed him the other day.
Yes,
and we then couldn't use. So I got some fly paper.
Yes, which seems to have attracted 0 flies.
It's literally attracted 0 flies.
0 flies.
Nick is going to die when he walks in here.
Nick is,
maybe give it 3 hours, Nick.
Yeah, yes, that fly paper has literally the flies are looking at it.
The flies are landing on it.
They're landing on it,
and then
taking off from it.
Yes, I'm going to check that out.
The stickiness of said sticky fly paper isn't just isn't sticking. And again, we apologise. The Royal Society for the Protection of Flies. We do apologise. We are trying to reduce their number up here in the commentary box.
What? It's a shame that wasn't televised because we had 0 flies on the fly paper, and then as we're talking about it, one fly landed on it.
Did it take off again?
No, it's stuck.
Okay, well,
it's done.
Commiserations to
out
the
of
one
30,000 flies in this box.
Yeah,
it's caught one.
What was in The Godfather? What's the name of the brother who's the absolute imbecile in The Godfather?
The James Caan one.
Yeah, no. The brother in The Godfather who's just a failure in life. The one brother that is just useless. That was the fly. Oh, look, there's a bit of paper there.
Yes.
It's like
it does stink in here now.
It's the bug's life. It's like the moth in the light.
Apparently,
this
time of year, it's because we've had some relatively cooler temperatures across the winter months. It now starts to heat up, and this is perfect conditions for flies.
Yes.
And of course, there's nothing you can do about it.
No. Looking down there now, Amani Kanua has still not. We're still a little bit of a way away from the race start. Amani Kanua is just now putting his race suit on, even though it's not his race suit. It's actually an ex-Gabriel Barracordi race suit. On it goes. Nice to see Francesco Lisignoli. That's great, isn't it? The junior driver.
That's the young man in the. Now he's trying out the senior.
Now we'll have a sit in the cart
for size.
But handing his older teammate his gloves, and you don't get that. We're very lucky. We do this all over the world in karting. In the UK, Joe, you do a number of different championships. The NKC, you've the kart championship. You do it. Karting Live TV covers an awful lot of karting in the UK and the UAE, and I'm lucky enough to do this all over the world. It's not every paddock you see team members, like a junior driver helping a senior driver out in the same team, just handing over the gloves, being there supportive. It is something that I think that, it all stems from the organisers. It all stems from the Rotax ethos. Guy Sheffield, Tony Kakati, the team here at Al Ain Raceway, creating that sense of unity in the paddock. And then, of course, it goes to the teams. The team bosses, the team managers, the mechanics. And, of course, every team wants to beat the other team. But you look, when we look out on the balcony, there we are. Perfect. You've got XL Motorsport chatting with George Gibbons Motorsport. At the top, you've got Telios Racing chatting with Fort Abu Dhabi. You've got, there's Forbes Nichols from Synergy. The teams... in the UK, it's very rare that, you'll get, for example, a Dan Holland standing next to Paul Spencer, standing next to Ash Orchard, watching a race, all cheering each other along. Not because they dislike each other, because the intense level of competition means that people tend to stay in their own teams. There's not a great deal of, chatting to a rival mechanic from a rival team. Here, it's very, very different. It's very noticeable. It's very positive, and as a result, I think the drivers are a reflection of that, because you get so many drivers happy to be on camera. They want an interview. They want to come in and do commentary. They want to come in and press buttons and have a look at what's going on. And steal biscuits, Paul Schutzman. But it's all a reflection.
You're going to have to let that go, Nick.
It's all a reflection of the philosophy that starts at the very top about, yes, this is a national championship. However, it is just karting. And there are things in life, like being a good person, having friends, being able to suffer loss and come back from it, that all bodes very well for the future of the young men and women that do this sport. I'm going to go and take a very quick break because I need a key.
Right, there's Henry finding the key. We have got everybody coming out on the balcony to take in the action from the Senior Max class. That's the next race on the programme. It's an 8-lap heat. This concludes... Where have I put the key, Henry?
No, have you lost the key?
You've got the key.
I have not got the key.
It's okay. I can hold 8 laps.
All right, okay.
We're good. I say, after a 10-minute fill, my brother decides that he wants to stop working 1 minute before the start. Here we go. Your starting lineup. Jules Dumont and Amani Kanua, row number 1. Adam Elbasuni and George Nassar on row 2. Rian Damadasa and Nathan Kappen go from row number 3. We look back. Oscar Lambert and Max Dexter and Alessandro Bigi and Ryan Qureshi round out your top 10 ahead of Enzo Tesluk and Mohamed Menemne, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, Ryan Carouse, Zayn El Hamasani, Kian Crayenbull, Philippe Dignou, who had his best result of the season yesterday, and Andrew Obeid. That's your top 9 rows. Alicia Canessa and Adish Mehta round out your top 20. Watch out for Manaf Al-Balushi. He was down at the back in qualifying yesterday, came through to finish in the top 7. Leith Corenfall. This is race number 2.
I just feel that what's just happened, I'm not going to be allowed to forget.
So we
we found the key.
It's completely irrelevant.
And the key is to the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen. Before anyone starts making any sort of assumptions, it is to the bathroom that.
Moving swiftly on,
yes,
and grabbing some semblance of professionalism back.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Is this going to be where we see Jules Dumont really sort of turn that pace that we've seen in qualifying? Can we see Jules under race conditions get to the front and stay at the front?
Well, it's a really interesting top 3. Like you said, Dumont looking for his first win. Amani Kanua looking for his first win. Synchronised steering checks. That was outstanding. That was in complete and utter synchronicity with each other. Very good.
It's very lucky all their steering is working properly, isn't it?
Yes.
So they had to check it.
But they're all... Adam Elbasuni coming back to the championship, a first year as a senior driver. And those 3 drivers start just in front of championship leader and yesterday's winner. Great mix.
Here we go then. Pole position, Jules Dumont taking the field towards those red lights. They stay on at the moment. Now we accelerate. The red lights go out. We are racing towards turn 1. Dumont on the black and white Telios kart there, just on the right of the screen, is into the lead at turn 1. He will lead this race out of turn 1, heading towards the first main braking area. And already he's down to what looks like 3rd, as that's an XL kart.
It's Adam Elbasuni.
Adam Elbasuni.
So Elbasuni back in the championship. Last year he was a junior, narrowly missed out on the title. He was crestfallen. He's gone away. He's come back as a senior halfway through the season, and he's shown that he is here not to just make up the numbers for the second half of the year. Damadasa runs in 2nd, Dumont 3rd. 4th is that's George Nassar in 4th, ahead of Amani Kanua running in 5th. A remarkably clean start for nearly everybody, as 4 drivers at the back of the field come to grief, but then carry on. Change.
Damadasa into the lead at the final corner here, and it was Jules Dumont who went through with him. This is all up for grabs here, Henry, with George Nassar now settling or finding himself somehow in 3rd place. He was under a massive amount of pressure, with the majority of the field choosing the defensive line down the back straight. This is all there is for us. George
Nasser.
Nasser into second. Demont finds himself washed out on the exit curb.
Kenua.
And already Kenua making his way back through. This is very racy for 2 laps.
And it's because you've got all the predicted front runners starting just behind a group of drivers that have not won a big race. And all the big names, the Darmadassas, the Nassars, and I say that, not in any way criticising the others, they're all thinking, okay, I've got to go now because Demont and Kenua, and Albasani, they don't know how to win at this level, and I got to get through now and make my way. Kenua and the rest are thinking, well, we haven't won a race yet being the operative word. We're good enough to win as well. It's a George Gibbons Motorsport 1-2. Darmadassa, Kenua. Capon in third. Now, Capon and Nassar, they collided in the final. May not be best friends this morning, but hey, if they've got to work together to get the front, they will.
These 3 chasing off after the leader, Darmadassa. If they continue to trip each other over, this is going to play nicely into the hands of that all-plate holder, Rayan Darmadassa. He took the win in the final yesterday afternoon, and he's looking like he's going to continue in that vein. He's got his George Gibbons Motorsport teammate in the form of Amani Kenua running in a very strong second there. Looks like, is that a new helmet for Amani? I'm not really familiar with him wearing a
plain white crash
helmet.
It's a new race suit. It's a different race suit.
That's where the confusion's. Now, George Nasser is not happy with 4th. He's gone past Nathan Capon and into 3rd. And you can bet your bottom dollar he's not going to be happy with 2nd. He's got Kenua on his list next.
Yeah, and I noticed there that Nassar, he made sure he went for that move at Capon at a different point of the track that he tried the move in yesterday's final. Here's your kartshop.me replay, and it's a sudden inside move before Capon he could even think about defending. That's George Nassar just saying, okay, I'm not looking for a repeat of yesterday because that cost us both. He now sets his sight on Amani Kenua, who is 6/10 behind Darmadassa.
Settles again. Same 3, different order. You've got Amani Kenua there in the blue and white cart. That's 2nd place. The black and white M&M cart is George Nasser, and the orange livery cart is Mumbai Falcons, and that is Nathan Capon. Just a little bit behind these 3. Got Adam El Bassani, Mohammed Menemene coming through, Ryan Qureshi, Max Dexter, 8, Alexander Bishi, and rounding off our top 10 is Oscar Lambert. But it's got a feeling, Henry, that they're keeping their powder dry a little bit, and we're perhaps not seeing just what these drivers may have, as Nasser looking like a challenge there, looking at turn 2 as well.
Yeah.
Is he going to position himself? Kenua, slight defensive line going into this turn 3.
And that was triggered by the fact that Amani Kenua missed the apex for turn number 1. He missed the apex for the first corner. That meant that he had to sort of be slow to the middle portion of that complex and defend the inside. There goes Nassar. I'm going to steal your phrase. That was 2 tin openers that he used, because the first one almost cracked off. That was like opening a tin of corned beef. It was that difficult with one of the little keys. Nassar made it work.
Yeah, look at that. Just making it hit the curb on the inside. Yep. Kenua kind of forced to the right-hand side of that corner there, and that allowed Nathan Capon to join onto the back of George Nasser, and Capon now having to defend to keep Kenua back in 4th. And who's that coming?
Mohammed
Menemene. Yeah, Menemene is right there on the back end of Kenua now, as Kenua comes under even more pressure now as 2 carts form up behind him, as Adam El Bassani gets involved as well.
Yeah, Amani Kenua looks a little bit rattled at the moment. He's missed a couple of apexes, and of course, he had that move from George Nasser, which was forceful but perfectly fair. George saw about a 3/4 of a cart length's gap there. So, well, if I stick my nose in it, then it'll soon become a full cart width gap. And it did, because Kenua got sort of scared a little bit to the outside. You could see Amani looking over his shoulder a little bit too much for my liking at the moment. If you're looking over your shoulder, that means you're concentrating on what's behind you, not on the front. That tells me that he's not confident in the pace of the cart at the moment.
Well, he's kind of got his composure back, Henry, because he's put a cart's length behind him. It's the cart behind these 2 here. That's George Nasser in 2nd. Nathan Capon's on the orange cart there in 3rd. Behind them is Armani Canua just beginning to gather himself up and remain composed. However, that threat of Albasani is not that far away from behind him. Whether or not George Nasser can do anything about our leader Dharma Dasa, that's a big ask, because 1.8 seconds with 1.5 laps remaining is a big ask for Nasser. However, George Nasser's thinking championship, maybe.
Of course, yeah, he is. He's done enough in this race, I think, is what George Nassar's thinking. I pulled a really good move on Nathan Kaplan, just to say that yesterday was an anomaly. You know, the incident yesterday was an anomaly. I've then pulled not a risky move, but a move that could have gone wrong on Armani Canua. I'm now, I've done my work for this race. I'm not going to catch Rian Damadasa. All I need to focus on now is consolidation. Speaking of consolidation, Oscar Lambert's consolidating 10th place, just behind Alessandro Bigi, the notorious BIGI, in kart number 396, a teammate to George Nassar. And that is what Nassar sometimes has been missing at the front of the field. A second M&M kart, always there. Occasionally it's been Zain El Homasani, occasionally it's been Alessandro Bigi. But when you look strength in numbers, and of course, okay, Nathan Kaplan has lost Connor Clancy, for the Mumbai Falcons, but you've got 2 GGM karts up at the front. Then you've got a single XL kart, but you've had multiple karts from Mumbai Falcons. Sometimes Nassar has been a little bit, on his own, no friends.
Well, he's never going to be on his own if he's got Jamie Zyra looking after him. Jamie, a very experienced driver and mechanic as he is this weekend, looking after George Nassar. But this weekend, it seems, Henry, is all about that young man there. Rian Damadasa from Dubai is on the O-plate that he won in Dubai, and he's about to take the final turn here and head towards the checkered flag and consolidate his position this weekend. He took the win in the final at round 6 yesterday. He's on target to do just exactly that in round 7 this afternoon.
Yep, and Damadasa, again, Dubai O-plate winner, Sri Lankan flag on Rian Damadasa's crash helmet, the lapels of his race suit, and of course based over here. Interestingly, a couple of drivers that I've known over the years from Sri Lanka saying that there's no kart racing circuits in Sri Lanka to speak of. If they want to race properly, they have to travel. Here is your provisional results.
Henry takes the key as we announce Rian Damadasa is the winner of the heat. George Nassar in second. Nathan Kaplan took third, with Armani Canua having to settle for fourth at the end. Adam Albasani challenging right there all the way through. Mohamed Menemene in sixth place. In seventh, we've got Ryan Qureshi with Max Dexter eighth. Alessandro Bigi in ninth. Oscar Lambert 10th. Enzo Tesluk 11th. Zail Al-Masani for M&M in 12th. 13th was Jeremy Montgomery Swan with Jules Dumont from pole position, ending up in 14th place. Clearly a character-building heat for him. Ryan Caruso in 15th. 16th is Manavel Belushi, and then we have Kain Krienbull, Abdullah Al-Keita, Adash Mehta, Andrew Obaid, Oscar Backhouse, Alexis Alzaya, Eni Asachi. Leith Corenfall was 24th with Philip Dinu 25th, and I think we had a non-starter in the form of Alicia Canesa, who didn't take the start of that race. That concludes then our heat phase. We're next racing with back to the Micromax class for their pre-final. Slightly longer, 8 laps for these drivers, another 2 laps tagged on to the duration of their heat. So we look forward to that. Our kartshop.me partnership brings us our replay process here that we were able to look back on. But kartshop.me, the Middle East's OTK dealer for all of your kart needs. Here at the track, we've got a stand with all sorts of spares and sundries that you might need. If you forgot to bring all of your spare parts with you here to the track, if you need anything, if something breaks that's you weren't expecting, then kartshop.me positioned in the paddock for all of your karting needs there. And dealers in all of our OTK chassis, Tony Kart of course, all of the OTK family represented, Cosmic, Esprit, EOS Gillard Red Speed, the Lando Norris kart, and the CS55, the Carlos Sainz 55, all available from the kartshop.me. I'm not sure if they've got a brand new kart in the paddock. They may have, but obviously they've got an online process as well with a 24-hour delivery at kartshop.me. And we thank you once again for your support of the UAE RMC, as we do thank the Abu Dhabi Sports Council for being a big supporter of this championship as well. And with getting towards the part of the championship that kicked off back in September, getting back to the part of the championship where it's all coming down to crowning champions, people taking the accolade of being the UAE RMC champions, but also the all-important passway, the ticket, as we say, to the all-important Rotax Grand Finals that will take place at Portimao in Portugal in November. Bit of a date change as well, I believe, Nick, because of
due to a
MotoGP
clash. Well, MotoGP changed its date for Portimao, and that immediately clashed with the Grand Finals. And obviously, the MotoGP is in a track that is nowhere near the kart track. They are good 3/4 of a mile apart, basically, from one side to the other.
It's quite a walk.
But the only problem is, it would make hotels and flights very difficult because of the number of fans who would come for the big race on the bikes. So I think it's been moved forward a week, hasn't it? Or is it 2 weeks?
2 weeks, I think.
Yeah.
I think Guy was telling us 2 weeks. We moved forward 2 weeks to that date. But it's what Rotax Max Racing is all about. If you are one of the protagonists at the front of the field, then you have your eyes set on that extra race at the end of the year to finish off certainly the European season. The UAE season will have just kicked off in September 2026, where we race across the calendar year here in the UAE because of the winter months in the UAE are more conducive to great racing.
Well, round one starts at 42 degrees, and it looks like the last round's going at 37 degrees.
Exactly,
which is fine if you're used to it, but for us mere mortals,
come back in July and it could be 50 degrees. So that's not really conducive to race outside, is it?
It's not conducive to me breathing.
No, you're struggling to breathe with the fly spray. I tell you what, though, I've done a cracking job, haven't I?
You have. You've well, obviously, if you're a fly, the answer's no.
Yes,
that stuff's obviously worked quite well.
The killing fields in the fly world.
And the fly people actually captured one fly.
One fly, mate. I'm going to ask for me money back for that one. I'm going to go back to Lulu and ask Lulu for my money back on that one. This fly.
Perhaps more of a stealthy thing, like catches flies over a course of several months.
Well, I think he was giddy off the fly spray and inadvertently flew into the fly paper. Giddy off the fumes of the.
I'm having a marvellous time. Oh, damn.
Yes. I tell you what, though.
There were very few flies.
Do you know why, Nick?
They're dead.
No, do you know why, though? I literally filled the room with fly spray.
Yeah, it's come back.
Yes, I know.
It's got a more kind of pine smell than the previous stuff has.
Has it really?
You got no sense of smell, have you?
The what, sorry?
You got no sense of smell.
I have got no sense of smell, thankfully.
I have got a little bit of kind of cough on me, but it's worth it for not having those irritating little things around. So I think you said you were about to start the pre-finals, aren't we?
We are pre-finals.
I'm not sure when the timetable up really.
Well, it's the same timetable in class order: Micromax, Minimax, Juniors, DD2, and Max, Senior Max. That is. It's in the same order. We've got the Micromax running to an 8-lap pre-final. The Minimax run an extra 2 laps as well. They run to 9 laps, and then an extra 2 laps for the faster classes, the Juniors, the DD2, and the Senior Max, all run to a 10-lap pre-final. Looking forward to our lunch break after that. We've got a lot of racing to get through. I'm not saying I'm looking forward to lunch break, but looking forward to the lunch break. We've got our paddock show. Our second paddock show of the weekend.
And it's a show that's different from previous shows. As we look at the people who aren't necessarily, there's a couple of people behind the wheel, but more people who help the people to get behind the wheel in either a positive mental way or with a car that doesn't fall apart and handles well.
So we've got
mechanics, Debbie Hansen, Jamie
Zyra, who talks about.
There's a couple of the drivers in there just to fill out to 22 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
Because both went Minimax crazy yesterday.
We did. You know what? It's a great category. It's one of I haven't really got a favourite class of karting here in the UAE RMC, but it's certainly one that I look forward. To be honest, I look forward to them all. I mean, we can talk about every single grid of karters here, and in whatever class it is, the smallest class being DD2s. However, you know, some great racing throughout their classes, isn't it?
But it's a thing, when we're walking around the paddock, the micro drivers, some of them are very shy because they're very, very little.
Yes.
The junior drivers, they're a bit like,
they're too cool for school, aren't they?
Yeah, the senior drivers, they're just like junior drivers, just with, you know, sometimes deeper voices. And then you and then you get the DD2s, the Masters, and they're fine. They know the media thing. The Minimax field, they seem to be the ones, yeah, your camera, yeah, your microphone, quick, I want to speak, which is great. Which, you know,
it's Gen Alpha, you see. It's all about the video.
It's all about getting your face on telly.
Yeah, Gen L or Gen Z?
Gen Alpha, they are.
Gen Alpha. What? Sorry.
Since 2012, you're Gen Alpha.
A Gen Alpha.
Has there been anything since 2012?
No, that's people being born and still Gen Alpha.
All right.
I think we should. I think because we're on Karting Live TV, we're not on the other one. We should call them Gen Karting.
We should call it
for this purposes alone. Yeah.
So you're what are you? Gen X? Are you millennial?
I was born in 1981.
So you're a millennial.
I'm a millennial.
I'm Gen X. He's a boomer. He's a boomer by a year.
Is that right?
Yeah, you're a boomer.
Right, we are talking. If anybody on the live chat wants to have the official list of what year you were born and what that
it's all made up rubbish, by the way.
Of course, it's all made up rubbish. Whether you're you're a boomer, Gen X, Gen Z, a millennial.
I thought.
Oh, I'm a millennial.
Put the microphone in your mouth
Gen Z.
Millennial, Gen Z.
I thought you were going to say I was Tudor.
And then after Gen Z, it's Gen Karting. Gen Alpha, Gen Karting.
She's Gen Karting, you're right.
Jen Karting does the paddock walks for the Royal World Finals, doesn't she?
That's Jen Wade. Just Jen Wade, who is watching. Hello, Jen.
Is she watching?
Yes, she is watching.
Is she, Jen?
Yep, she was watching yesterday. The highlights.
She was in the bar. I think we did one of the events we were actually at LA with, and I come and said, Jen, I said, "Hi, Jen, how you doing?" I did that thing that people do to me. "Hi, Jen, how are you? I really like the stuff you do." And she goes, "Who the blooming hell are you?"
Yes,
that's a good question, Nick.
Because she's never met me. She's never seen me.
No.
And I go, "Oh, it's great." And she goes, "Another weirdo."
She gets that a lot, though.
No, Jen Wade knows everybody. Fear not, Nick. Jen Wade knows who Nick Damon is.
Well,
not through working in Formula One and making Michael Schumacher.
Do I talk about it? Hang on. Do I talk about it?
Don't say like me and Alpine Stars. We don't like to discuss that.
No, don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
But Jen, if Jen doesn't know it, it's not worth knowing when it comes to Rotax karting. That I can say with the ultimate confidence. It was great to see Tony Kakati and his wife Chandra here yesterday, working really hard behind the scenes as always.
And they are watching at home in Abu Dhabi.
Hello, and Theo is watching at home in California.
I don't know about that.
And
it's quite early in the morning.
He was watching this time yesterday. He hasn't gone to bed yet. Oh, sorry, Chandra. Of course, he's there studying, isn't he?
It's 1 in the morning. It's 1 in the morning, though.
Yeah, he hasn't gone to bed yet. He's still watching. Yeah. He might not be able to type, but he's still watching. Through one eye, like, but Theo doing a grand job out in the United States at the moment, driving the brand new factory kart in the USA.
He had a grid to buy round, didn't he?
He came back, strolled out of semi-retirement and won a couple of finals.
Yeah, he did.
And then
surely it's not retirement when you're his age. You're just taking a break, aren't you? Taking a kart break.
Well, he was doing a team.
You can't retire until you're at least 40.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
He took a time off because Theo was actually the Team UAE team manager.
That's right, he
at
was.
The grand finals last year.
Yes.
Which Guy Sheffield sort of tricked him into because Guy thought the team manager at the grand finals.
What does the team manager do, Henry?
So at the grand finals, every nation has a team manager. And that team manager has to go in on behalf of the drivers because you don't have mums and dads going in. You have the official team manager for that nation who goes in and represents the drivers at any steward hearing. Guy Sheffield traditionally has been the team manager. Between Guy Sheffield and Tony Kakati, they have been the team managers for Team UAE for as long as I have been part of Rotax, since 2014. They realised, Bahrain International Circuit have got a lovely VIP lounge where they're feeding and watering all the guests and distributors.
Guy told me he never saw daylight, though, when he was doing that job. He was always sat
exactly.
just another line of drivers.
So exactly.
So Guy
Sheffield looks at this VIP area and Tony goes, look at that. They're serving lots of nice beverages and lots of nice food, and all the other distributors are up there. Let me make a phone call. Theo, how do you fancy being promoted to team manager? Oh, that's great. What does it involve? Don't worry. Just hop on the plane. We'll tell you. Oh, no, what's going on with Liam O'Hanlon? What's going on with Liam O'Hanlon as the Microax carts come out? Liam O'Hanlon's number 22 GGM cart stops.
Right, keep an eye out over there. Let's have a look at the grid for our pre-final. Adam El-Sheikh and Liam O'Hanlon are on your front row. Alexander Freinstein and Cameron Harvey are on row 2. Row 3 is Vaya Ponna and Amar Tabatsa. And then we've got row 4, Adrian Faravignoli with Tayyab Haroon. Row 5 is Saif Al-Mina and Samar Chopra. And then we've got Leo Reutmann and Youssef Al-Kayat. Samar Chopra and Leo Reutmann, remember that coming together in the heat. Now then, we got Liam O'Hanlon joining the back of this field from the collecting area because he petered out as he left the marks?
Yes,
that is Liam O'Hanlon.
We do.
Yes.
Oh.
So he has got plenty of time with 2 formation laps to get back onto the front of this field of carts. If they'll begin to slow down around this, and he's got until, I think the line is down the back straight.
The line that you have to, there's a red line
just before turn 15.
Yes, you've got until that point to regain your position. Now the cynic within me would say that Adam El-Sheikh is going to keep his foot absolutely matted to the gas until he gets to that red line. And that's, again, a tactic. I'm sure that will not happen. But Liam O'Hanlon and Vaibhav Ponna, who was slow to get away as well, they're still marooned well behind this group of drivers. Adam El-Sheikh has still not slowed them down. He will start slowing down about now when he sees a slow down. So Liam O'Hanlon, who is coming through turn number 10, I don't think O'Hanlon is not going to get into his grid slot by the red line, which is
now. It's pretty much now. Adam El-Sheikh has reached that red line.
There.
He's going to start this race alone. The drivers behind him haven't taken up the slot on the front row, so Adam El-Sheikh's going to be given given into turn 1. Now O'Hanlon hopefully will know the rules will stay where he is. He's sorted on the back here because he's got a bit of a regain drive here. Let's enjoy the drive, Liam, as we've got Adam El-Sheikh leading the pack under the lights. We are racing indeed, and Adam El-Sheikh has got a very clear run to turn 1. Slotting in behind him is that number 77, the Motorscape cart of Alexander Freinstein, who is challenging for the lead as we go towards turn number 4 into 5 now.
All credit to both Liam O'Hanlon and Vaibhav Ponna. When you're a Microax driver and you've just seen the grid position you've worked so hard for disappear in front of you, the temptation is to get back to that grid position at all costs. They were both mindful enough of the rules, thinking, okay, I'm going to start at the back, but I'm not going to get a penalty for getting into my position after the red line. Fair play to them. Whatever happens now for those two, it will be a consequence of their quick thinking on that second rolling lap. Sorry, Joe.
Let's not forget as well, Samar Chopra and Leo Reutmann starting down the grid from where they were in qualifying because of that incident in the heat.
Yep.
So we've got 3 front-running drivers now making their way through the order. Samar Chopra, Leo Reutmann, and of course Liam O'Hanlon. Let's see where they are as Adam El-Sheikh comes through. Amar Tabatsa, 3rd behind Freinstein, Faravignoli. Liam O'Hanlon up to 5th, would you believe? Samar Chopra 6th. And Leo Reutmann languishes himself in at 11th spot, so not moving through the field quite as readily as Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra have.
O'Hanlon's already up to P4. He passed Adrian Faravignoli going into turn number 1. How long until we see Liam O'Hanlon enter this camera shot? This shot covering P1 and P2. Tabatsa 9/10 down in 3rd, and then it is O'Hanlon and Chopra.
I tell you what we're seeing, Henry. We're seeing some very intelligent driving from both Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra, especially Samar Chopra, who could have decided, well, I'm going to get past Liam, but he's not. He's sat in his wheel tracks. They're on the optimum line. They're optimizing their lap. Ahead of them is Amar Tabatsa, who is going to have them right on his bumper very soon as they cross the line now. It's the blue and white XL kart of Adam El Sheikh, the red and black kart of Alexander Freinstein from Motorscape in second there as they come through turn 2. There's the 3-kart train now. Tabatsa, O'Hanlon and Chopra.
Yes, someone put Amar Tabatsa on the endangered species list because he's about to get swamped by O'Hanlon and Chopra. You said, quite rightly so, intelligent driving from O'Hanlon and Chopra. The minute they get past Tabatsa, the pressure will now move to Al Sheikh and Freinstein. There's the move from O'Hanlon. Chopra trying to follow through. He'll do the crossover, will he? No, he won't.
No, he's been delayed slightly. He wants to stay on the bumper of that number 22, and likewise, Amar Tabatsa doesn't have to move out of the way. This is a race for position here.
Yeah.
And Chopra, the kart behind the blue and white one, down the inside now. Can he make the move? Yes, he does. He moves inside and goes up to 4th place, and now has to rejoin that run towards that rear bumper of the 22, while these two continue to lead. Adam El Sheikh, Alexander Freinstein in great style here at the front of this Micromax field.
Learning moment for Alex Freinstein. If he sits behind Adam El Sheikh and doesn't try and make a move for the lead, that will possibly be better for him in the long run, as opposed to him diving straight in on Adam El Sheikh and being the instant, gotta lead, instant, quick, get to the front. They battle, O'Hanlon gets closer. The mood that Liam O'Hanlon is in, just looking by the body language of the kart, means that he is taking no prisoners.
He wasn't expecting that, though, was he? Nobody expects him to peter out off the collecting area.
So he is fired up.
You know what's really impressive, though? He didn't overreact.
Nope.
He joined the back of the field.
Yep.
He composed himself and thought, right. And you know what? It was a switch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was like, I'm expecting to start the front row. All right, now I've got a job in hand. The job is done effectively, because this is where he would have been off the start.
Absolutely.
On that outside line into turn 1. He would have always been behind Freinstein. He's had a bit to do to get back to where he should have been, but now the race is on for the lead.
And this goes to show how drivers mature over the course of a season. If this was round 1 or 2, I think Liam O'Hanlon possibly would have tried to get back. The frustration would have got to him and he would have tried to get back into position. Round 7, Liam O'Hanlon, looking at the bigger picture, thinks, okay, look, I'm frustrated, I'm upset, it's not a disaster, points mean prizes. And O'Hanlon now finds himself closing in on Alex Freinstein, who, to his credit, didn't try and battle with Adam El Sheikh, who is edging away from Freinstein. What does Freinstein do now? This is an incredible drive from O'Hanlon.
That XL kart of Adam El Sheikh has got some pace. We saw how much pace he had yesterday. He's matching that pace. As a move for second, that's a textbook outbraking manoeuvre. Momentum out onto the back straight, following that momentum through and into the braking area. And now the race at the front, where we started, the cartshop.me replay shows a textbook overtake from Leo O'Hanlon. Look at the body language there. He sits himself up as he goes on the brakes there. And he's now back into second place, which is where he started, Henry, or where he should have started, I should say. Whatever that problem was that made that kart conk out, quite basically. He's now back up to second. Alexander Freinstein needs to just sit on that rear bumper now. And if he has got the pace, which is looking doubtful, because you're talking about the two quickest drivers in Micromax now in front of that red kart of Freinstein.
Now, let's see. We are on lap 6 out of 8. We're about halfway through lap 6 out of 8. So 2 full laps to go. If anybody wants to challenge my view that I'm about to espouse upon you on the live chat, please. I think Liam O'Hanlon will catch and will have at least a go at Adam El Sheikh. He doesn't need to, but I think just the frustration, the adrenaline that is surging through O'Hanlon now will mean that he almost won't have a choice. He'll catch Adam El Sheikh as he is driving the wheels off that George Gibbons kart. at the moment, as Adam Al-Sheikh is driving the wheels off that XL Motorsport kart. However, this could be irresistible force meets immovable object.
Yeah, he's going to be all right. You know what? In the words of the great Murray Walker, perhaps the pinnacle of motorsport commentary, it's one thing catching the car in front. It's another thing to overtake it. And that momentum that O'Hanlon has got and is showing to get onto that rear bumper of Adam Al-Sheikh, what Liam O'Hanlon has got to do is not then have the kart in front of him stifle that momentum. He's got to kind of carry that momentum by Adam Al-Sheikh. However, you're talking about the class of the field this weekend, that XL kart, and that driver. It's a big ask. I think Liam O'Hanlon's going to catch him, but I'm not quite sure if indeed he has to overtake him. Liam O'Hanlon's got a championship to consider.
He does, and he was considering that championship at the start of the race by not retaking his grid slot. Now, a bit of the traditional racing driver red mist has descended during the course of the race, and again, it's not anger, it's not frustration, it's now just the sheer adrenaline of sort of the nerves, the tension when suddenly the kart doesn't fire and everything goes through your mind, and then it does, but you're at the back of the grid and all you can think of is regaining that position. Now we're at the front. O'Hanlon, just the body language of him is key for me. This is a body language of a driver that says, I am not going to lose this kart race. I will not. I am not going to lose this kart race. And there is nothing that Adam Al-Sheikh could do about it. That is what Liam O'Hanlon looks like as Adam Al-Sheikh now has to defend.
Yes.
Here we go.
Adam Al-Sheikh has got the memo. Liam O'Hanlon is coming, mate, and he's going to try and find a way by. Times and opportunities beginning to ebb away, though, from O'Hanlon as a defensive line taken there from Al-Sheikh. Can he keep him behind him down the straight? Moves across to the left, defends. It's O'Hanlon's decision to go around the outside, maybe. Can he make this happen? They almost come together. There's a little touch. No harm, no foul. O'Hanlon with a move of the season, I would say, to take the pre-final win from pretty much the back. Has he indeed? They've got to take this final turn, though. Have they made the final turn? They have indeed. They have indeed taken the final turn. Why are we talking about the final turn? Well, in the regulations, you've got to pass that. And look at this move,
This is
Henry.
outstanding. This is spatial awareness. He comes back. He gives Adam Al-Sheikh just enough room whilst not moving off the racing line onto the dusty line. He willed that kart to victory, did Liam O'Hanlon. Outstanding
and
pass.
then those two drivers charging all the way to that checkered flag line. Absolutely amazing. Can I have that as my race of the month without saying anything else? Because that was quite impressive. Liam O'Hanlon then takes a pre-final win when all the odds were stacked against him. Adam Al-Sheikh will be indeed giving himself a bit of a shake, I think, and thinking, how did I let that slip? He's second there. Alexander Feinstein, a solid third. A great drive from Samar Chopra after all of that. The Shine took off that climb from the back of the grid up into fourth place there. Amar Tabatsa fifth. Cameron Harvey sixth. And then in seventh place, Via Ponna with Adrian Farr Vignoli. Tayab Haroun ninth. Leo Reutemann came through to 10th. Youssef El Kayet for the Synergy team in 11th. And Saif Al-Mina for CRG rounds off a 12-kart field. That was class racing.
It was indeed.
And what is really, you know what, I'm going to ask his dad this. Where does that kid get his coolness from? Is it from him or is it from his mum?
Well,
because that is a cool head from that absolute intense situation he had there, Henry. Mm-hmm. His head could have fell off.
Absolutely.
It did not at all. Incredible.
That's a drive that that type of mental fortitude you need at events, the grand finals, things like that. And unfortunately, there are now about 500 drivers that were at Dunk as well for the NKC the other week. They've just gone, I thought we had done enough to get Joe Bradley's race of the month. Sorry,
maybe.
NKC drivers. Apologies to anybody that was at Clay's the Masters, and apologies to those at Fullbeck in the next event. Yeah.
It's a good. And plus, you had the Clay Pigeon historic.
I'd like to point out that actually the people at Dunkers were completely safe because that was March.
Was it? Oh, okay. Oh, right.
March 29th,
It was within the last month.
Now we're in April.
Of course. I do apologise. I thought that it was a case of it was within the last month. We have at the last race, but no,
it's every month. In fairness, we are actually very late for our March one.
We are. I think we've missed it. a suggestion, though, Henry, that you made actually without even thinking you made it, is maybe we need 2 races of the month, 1 for each series, or 1 for all of the series. Maybe we need 3.
Maybe we should put these were the good kart races that we commentated on this month.
Honestly,
and then there's 20 of them.
Honestly,
I mean,
mate,
lots of content. Lots of content.
It's a hard choice. He rings me up and says, "What's your race of the month?" And I'm like, "Mate, I'm going to have to watch about 4 or 5 and then decide."
The hardest part is your short-term memory is not brilliant.
Well, there is that as well. There is that as well. But in fairness to me, I've got a kind of idea in my head going forward, which I'll forget by Monday. But then I sort of surge on the memory.
But of course, there are different types of races of the month. There's your knockdown, drag-out hacks, where there's 20 different drivers battling tooth and nail every corner, swapping leads almost 3. And then there's the psychological race of the month, where you could see, like with Liam O'Hanlon, the actual drivers, you could almost read their minds and watch how they react to situations in their driving.
A great example of that is that finish in Minimax for Yaz.
Yes.
When Austin Gray pulled off that move. A race can be defined
that was race of the month.
That was race of the month. A race of the month can be defined by that one move. And that drive followed by that move around the outside.
Yes.
Adam El-Sheikh defended. He had to defend. Because O'Hanlon would have been down his left-hand side if he hadn't. He didn't have a choice.
How about Joe Bradley's race of the month, but Joe Bradley's performance.
The move of the month.
Performance of the month. Hero of the month. Move of the month.
Tom, commentator of the month would always be yours, Henry.
Well, I mean, but there's
Andrew Mather's going to be close.
Andrew Mather's going to be. I mean, as Joe Bradley says, Henry Burnett, commentator of the month. And Nick Damon opens the book of legal letters that we've had.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, you will be commentator of the month, Henry, but you turned up late for the show.
Yeah.
Connor Clancy gets this month's award.
That's true.
Yeah, Connor Clancy.
Connor's won that one. Yeah.
Especially when he said the carchop.me replay when he needed to. I mean, talk about media savvy.
Yeah, how long did it take you guys to learn that?
Exactly.
Would I get timekeeping of the month?
No.
Well,
you're tardy. Tardy of the month.
Fairness, let's be really honest with Henry. So far this weekend, and he's only been 2 minutes off.
Every
single time.
Yeah, spot on.
Yes. Many apologies.
But Henry is renowned for his. Henry's
getting a gift.
Oh, hello! I'm getting a gift.
He's going to record
us. Do I eat it or do I put it on?
This chap here, Nick, is the media guy from JNKD.
No, I recognise that.
Yes. And with Benjamin Krachkovic, who is in contention here, he's going to pick up everything that Henry breathes.
The only problem with that is he's going to get half the conversation because you'll be another bit of
commentary. I'm not here for the technicals.
You're going to get.
I'm here for the racing.
As we watch Jacob Robinson doing his Pilates and his leg stretches on the stop.
Is he checking his stocks and shares? Is he on his phone?
Jacob is quite. I mean, I got Jacob and his younger brother Lachlan confused yesterday. And Jacob goes, "That's okay. I'm quite happy to look like my 22-year-old younger brother." But there is Jacob who works. Very hard.
Who's Jacob working for? Is that George?
He's working with George Gibbons Motorsport. Yes, indeed. Lachlan Robinson racing in your world, the world of sports car racing and endurance racing.
Oh, yeah.
Lockie,
that's the sun out.
It is.
Look how the sun is beating down on those spectators.
This is good news for you tomorrow by the pool, isn't it?
Absolutely fantastic news. By the pool for the next 4 days.
No. We've got lots of things the other days.
Oh, yeah, we're going to drive up that mountain for a start.
No, it's over there.
Well,
no, it's over there.
Absolutely. So next weekend, we bring the final 2 race days of the UAE. In between that, we're staying here in
it's a bind, isn't it?
In Abu Dhabi, which is
it's a bind.
Oh, when Guy Sheffield said, "Look, guys,
you're going to be asleep the whole time, Henry."
If I booked you into the same hotel for the week between the 2 race meetings, would that be okay? And I looked and said, "What country are we in again? Abu Dhabi."
Would that be? Did he actually say that? Would that be okay?
No, I digress.
All right, okay. You're making a story.
I didn't want to make Guy Sheffield out to be a skin for and say, "Well, I'm not paying for 2 flights back and forth for you guys. You lot are staying." No. He offered, and I thought, well, yes, why not? Which is why I was most upset when the cloud cover came in yesterday.
Look, we'll have a recovery day tomorrow.
Yes.
Right after we finish off with today's proceedings.
Yes.
And then we'll be back in action
planning
on Friday.
Prepping.
To
Friday. I thought
the
it was Tuesday.
Paddock Walk
of course.
recordings, and then race day Saturday, race day Sunday. And then Sunday is the championship finale.
It is.
And
can you believe that? When we started here in September.
International Weight Distribution Day.
It is International Weight Distribution Day. That's to get all of the gear back to England.
Yeah.
All of this kit.
But there is championship stuff, and there's the outside chance of some fun events.
Yes, you never know.
Yeah, we'll bring you more of that during the week. Keep an eye on our
we've worked out we can film them or not for legal reasons.
Karting Live TV social pages and the UAE RMC social pages will keep you informed as to what you may or may not see if you're sat at home wherever you are in the world. If you're here in the UAE, then you need to be down here in Al Ain for the. Absolutely. To watch the race, see it firsthand, and also join in with the championship finale proceedings.
Well, there's many reasons. Number one, to find out who are the UAE national Rotax karting champions, which 6 drivers will go for to put on the black and gold of Team UAE to represent this nation in the Rotax Grand Finals. But on top of that, we have the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Awards, and we're so grateful for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council for continuing to support this championship. So those are open to the drivers who don't finish in the top 3 in the overall championship, but who score the most points in the final 6 races of the season, all of which take place in the Sultanate of Abu Dhabi. Now, Austin Gray is the centre of attention for all his J&KD teammates. There's Henry King.
Now that young man, third from the right.
There's the biscuit
thief. That's the biscuit thief. That's Paul Schutzman.
Paul Schutzman standing up.
Yes, he's in Junior Max. It wasn't that long ago that he was in this Minimax class himself.
And he's now got to move up to Senior Max because he's too heavy for Junior Max. It's all the biscuits he's eaten.
Yes, absolutely.
But in addition to all the championship permutations, yes, we have a Mojo tyre changing contest next weekend. And usually the wonderful ladies, Lelaine, Mercy Joy, Marvi Lou and Kabita, who run the scene, who run this place with an iron fist, the championship, they always provide, it's a fun game for the kids, for the drivers to take part in on the final day of the season. And I'm going to say it.
Can I just say it? We hope to bring you those festivities and those games live.
But yes, but if not, and of course we got Grid Mums next weekend. Grid Mums. Talk about grids. How about the Minimax grid?
Yes, let's have a look at this then.
I thought you were going to explode then.
The green helmet, I think he has. The green helmet that leads this field out is that of Oliver Butchard, with Benjamin Krachkovich alongside him on the front row. Austin Gray and Francesco Lisignoli line up on row 2 with LBJ Stubbs and Kurt Ivanov on row 3. Row 4 is Max Payton and Louis Patail with Ahmad Faisal Almina. Mohammed Mubarak is on row 5 with him. Adam Fleury and Vico Pajamaki are on row 6. And then rounding off 13 cart field is Aaron Esan,
who has gone out this time, I believe. Yeah, he made it as far as halfway around the rolling lap, did Aaron Eschen, on in the heat race. Now we're into the pre-final. This could be a really good, because of course we've been used to Benjamin Karachkovich and LBJ Stubbs going head-to-head this weekend and most of the season, with Charlie Page involved, Attica Mir at the start of the season as well. Now we have the pleasure of Oliver Butchard entering the mix. Now, Butchard and Karachkovich, the last corner of the heat race. Karachkovich not happy. Butchard, no penalty, judged fair move. Karachkovich now has to refocus, not think about that, not come into this race still thinking about the last race.
He needs to have been looking at the data with his race coach engineer and looking at various places that they can make small gains and maybe, just try and improve. I mean, he raced a great race. He was just caught out at that last corner and you know what? It wasn't anything that he did. It was just Oliver Butchard had the opportunity to go down the inside at the very final turn. Whether or not Benjamin Krachkovich can repay that situation, we're about to see. So the tension is mounting as the field come off the back straight. They'll sweep through this left-hander into the final corner. and Oliver Butchard doing a great job of slowing the pace down on this rolling lap. This is the formation lap that the grid will form up on coming out the final turn. They'll head towards the red lights. And then we'll get the acceleration line. They form up nicely. They get going. The red lights have gone out. We're heading down to turn 1 to start this race. And it's Butchard, but following him through is Austin Gray. But down the inside, from the right-hand side of the grid,
Brilliant.
was Kracikovic, who was absolutely on fire there to make that move happen.
Yep, Benjamin Kracikovic goes from the outside to the inside to pass his teammate on the run towards turn number 1, and did so without losing ground to pole sitter and early race leader Oliver Butchard. Gray slots into third position. Behind them, I'm looking back, I think is the black and gold synergy number 168 of Max Payton up into fourth position. He's part of the synergy team, but he's got a special graphics kit as Max on that kart, and that is a great start from Payton. But up at the front, okay, game on, round 2, ding ding, the bell goes between Butchard and Kracikovic.
Now, Butchard has been used to coming through the field to get these wins.
Now he's got a
different game here in front of him because he's leading the pack around. And it's a 9-lap race here as Kracikovic down the inside at turn 3.
Crossover.
The switchback comes back towards Oliver Butchard, who has the lead back by the time they get to 4 and through 5 now. Kracikovic about to be pressured, is he or is he not? Because that driver there, Austin Gray, is his teammate. So Austin Gray with the white overalls there might just take a more sort of passive approach to challenging.
I think that you're absolutely right, Joe. I think that if Benjamin Kracikovic opens the door and there is room for Austin Gray to follow Kracikovic through past Butchard, you'll see that happen. Otherwise, will we see Austin Gray attack his teammate? No. I think at this point, Austin will be thinking, okay, it's a pre-final, let's sit. If an opportunity arises, I'm in perfect position to capitalise. For example, if things get a little bit too close for comfort between Butchard and Kracikovic. Otherwise, I'm going to watch or I'm going to learn, because we've had two switches of positions between Butchard. Kracikovic makes one move, Butchard fights straight back.
It's the nature of that turn 3, yep. Henry, that sweep. It's an open hairpin, isn't it? And you can just, if somebody comes down your inside, you've still got momentum in that middle to outside line.
Here we go.
There's Kracikovic and Austin Gray trying to follow him through turn number 8 now, and then onto the back straight. Butchard now under pressure from Austin Gray as Kracikovic. Just watch this move here through turn 5, and then he's on the inside line. And by the time he gets there, now Austin Gray helped him out massively here, because Butchard wasn't able to come back onto the optimum line there.
Exactly.
That's cost him time, and that time there is that gap there.
It's cost him time, and eventually it's cost him second position, because Gray has made the move on Oliver Butchard. But Butchard, did we see him look over the shoulder? No. Did we see him defend on lap number 2 out of 9? No. That shows composure, and it shows mental fortitude, because he sits there in third place. Yeah, I'm not leading anymore, I'm only third, but you know what? I am only about 4 kart lengths behind the race leader, Benjamin Kracikovic, and that is fine, because the fact that I haven't panicked means that I've got a large gap behind me to P4 driver Francesco Lisignoli.
Well, we're going to find out whether the GNKD data briefing found any small margins that can turn into large margins here, because we've got a GNKD 1-2. Now, we've seen that green helmet of the Mud by Falcons driver, Oliver Butchard, quite happy to follow people round and then pounce just when he needs to. We saw it at the final quarter in the heat. Whether or not he chooses to do the same here, we're about to see. But what I'm asking is, did the data briefing unravel and uncover a performance advantage that will allow the two GNKD drivers to pull away and not allow Oliver Butchard that opportunity to overtake them just when he needs to happen? Because at the moment, Henry, they're not pulling away with any great real sort of gain on Oliver Butchard, who was right there with them. It's a 3-car battle for the lead for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, Benjamin Kracikovic working with Rhys Wade, his mechanic, for the first time. Here comes Butchard back to the inside. Gray, smart, doesn't fight it. And again, this is where you have to give credit to the likes of Alfonso Skrichka, to Ash Deer, to Matty Hopcraft, the guys that are sort of managing that team. There goes Butchard again, absolutely outstanding from Oliver Butchard. And this time Austin Gray, he does see the opportunity. The kartshop.me replay will show Butchard to the inside, Karachkovic not defending. Butchard hangs Benjamin out a little bit to dry, and it's enough for Austin Gray to come through. But Austin Gray had to do that because now Karachkovic can use Butchard can use Gray as a target, and Austin Gray's not done yet. Austin Gray is about to lead this kart race. There goes Gray, and he runs a little bit wide.
Yeah, he just had too much speed there. I think there may be a bit of coming together there because Austin Gray's not happy about something.
I think there might have been, just as the crossover took place, I think the Gray and Butchard might have just been a little bit of a nudge that just eased Gray a little bit offline. And here comes Karachkovic, and coming into play is LBJ Stubbs. First time we've mentioned LBJ's name all race. He is about there.
Yes, and he's got Francesco Lignoli, who is not that far behind him. So the more that these two squabble, the more that the two GNK drivers squabble, there's the sign from Benjamin Krachkovic of like, right, let's settle down, let's catch him in that orange car because he's just pulled out too much of a gap, I think. And now they're going to have to focus on catching that kart in front. But LBJ Stubbs is coming as well, so maybe soon, Henry, we're going to have a three-kart train of Karachkovic, Gray and Stubbs chasing down the leader. At the moment, the two GNKD teammates doing all they can, but it's going to be 3 laps remaining still, so plenty of time for that gap to close.
Yeah, indeed. And just behind Stubbs, you've got Lissignoli, you've got Kiat Ivanov, and you have Max Payton sort of in 5th, 6th and 7th position, sort of hanging on, looking maybe to pick up a couple of crumbs off the table if anything goes awry between the top 4. Have to say, Butchard, well, last lap, Butchard and Karachkovic, identical lap times, almost to the 1000th. Emily and Ian Butchard will be very pleased with what they're watching at the moment because they have said that they're supporting Oliver on the live chat. Look at Austin Gray. Oh, he runs wide. What happened there? The two JNKD drivers outbroke themselves going into, and you could see Austin Gray. Look at the car. Look at Austin Gray's hands on the wheel. He's soaring away there because they both, they all outbroke themselves.
They missed the turning point, and look at that. That just typifies the sandy offline that we have here in Alain. They turned in, they missed their apex. There's a little bit of a nudge there just as we come back to them, but they missed their turning point. We're offline and both slid wide. Now that has stirred the pot, hasn't it?
Yeah.
7 laps completed, 2 to go. Butchard, Stubbs, Gray, Krachkovic, Lignoli. It's all to play for still.
And I'm looking at the observer out at the entrance to turn number 9, and he was looking to see if there was any moisture on the circuit or any dust on the circuit with which that would necessitate the waving of the slippery surface flag. I have to say the slippery surface flag is not out, so that was just a misjudgment from Butchard, which triggered a misjudgment from Karachkovic, which triggered a misjudgment from Gray. But a lap later, Butchard finds himself with a huge advantage again.
Yes, and it's now with 1 lap after this one. Look at the gap that Butchard has pulled. I am not quite sure how that happened, but he got away with it, didn't he?
Well, LBJ Stubbs led the race for about a metre
He did. Incredible that all that occurred now. But Butchard's got a gap of 1.8 as Austin Gray comes down. Sorry, Austin Gray around the outside as Krachkovic comes down. He's inside. That's going to massively disadvantage Austin Gray. He's about to be overtaken by LBJ Stubbs. And into turn 1 they go. Austin Gray now has to settle for 4th.
And you know what? Look at that. As they cross the line, LBJ Stubbs, he looked at Austin Gray, and Austin Gray is now coming back at LBJ Stubbs.
LBJ Stubbs has been hung out to dry there, Henry. He's lost 4 places at that turn 3.
Yeah, but and I'll be honest here. As they came across the start-finish line, LBJ Stubbs looked at Austin Gray and moved. Well, he didn't touch Austin Gray, but he moved his kart to the inside line very, very dramatically, as if to say, Austin, we might be good for this way. Friends off track, no friends on track.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Austin Gray had to fall back. A corner later, Austin Gray goes, what's good enough for you is good enough for me. And he sent one to the inside of LBJ Stubbs, which hung LBJ out to dry.
That red and white cart is Kurt Ivanov, who's gotten in behind Austin Gray in 4th place. Meanwhile, the leader comes out of the final turn. Oliver Butchard about to take the checkered flag here with quite a win, quite a sizable win from Benjamin Krachkovich. In 3rd place then we had Austin Gray, and it was Francesco Lignoli, Max Payton, LBJ Stubbs, all getting by Kurt Ivanov in that last sequence of corners there.
Yeah.
Incredible finish as ever in Minimax.
And they all made turn 1 after the checkered flag, which is really good because they crossed the line. Look at the gaps as we look at their provisional results here. Look at the gap, 4.2 seconds back from Oliver Butchard was Francesco Lignoli, with Krachkovich and Gray rounding out the top 3. So there's 4.2, P4. Max Payton, LBJ Stubbs, within 1/10 of a second, 5th and 6th. And then it was Kir Ivanov and Vico Payamaki. So between 4th and 8th, there was half a second, and they all crossed the line 2 and 3 wide, and they all made turn number 1. Adam Fleury, Ahmed Faisal Al Maina, Louis Bataille, and Mubarak Mohammed rounding out the field. Aryan Ishan didn't complete a lap again. I am beginning to wonder.
He didn't make the start.
I saw Ryan this morning. I saw him and his dad. They were doing their track walk. So why have we not seen Aryan Ishan? I don't know. I would assume
they're with the. Are they still this weekend with the Carton Advisor Academy?
They are indeed. They're with the Carton Advisor Academy.
Minimax as ever with an intriguingly dramatic race there. It's equally as dramatic in juniors, however, and they are going to be next, and it's going to be 10 laps of racing for these drivers. Faris Haroun, who took the win in the final yesterday, has not really featured so far in qualifying and the heat, and I'm not sure why all of a sudden. Just told me last night at dinner, I said, hey, can you do it all again tomorrow? You went, oh yeah.
Yeah. No,
it might be saving. I don't know. He might just come through in the final.
I mean, it's just very competitive.
It is.
It's very, very, very competitive. We've got 19 drivers in junior, and several drivers the likes of Savelli Kogai and Jaden Hidding. They're having a really good day today, whereas yesterday they didn't have a really good day. And of course, that's just 2 extra drivers for the likes of Faris Haroun to negotiate, to beat, to stay ahead of, and all those things. But I did like, if you look back at that race, with 2 laps to go, the camera angle looking, down, at the carts coming towards you across the start-finish line, you'll see Austin Gray get the inside of LBJ Stubbs. LBJ Stubbs look at his mate and go, left, turn left, didn't hit Austin Gray, but made Austin Gray break. It was LBJ Stubbs left Austin Gray in no mind whatsoever that, you are not welcome here.
Well, these
and then 2 corners later, Austin Gray goes, that's fair enough. I'll do exactly the same to you.
Check out yesterday's Paddock Show, because Henry does a brilliant interview with the pair of them. And we were basically reflecting back to the previous round at Yas Marina, where Austin Gray pulled off the move of the season still at the final turn at Yas Marina. And to have those 2 kids reflecting back on their racing at Yas and then talking about the on-track relationship and the off-track relationship.
And then see that manifest itself.
And then see that manifest there. Perfect.
We're about to see... I was getting concerned about Aryan Eshen. He is still very much in the race meeting. Sadly, he got as far as turn 4, and as the recovery vehicle brings back, you'll see Aryan Eshen get out of his car. Now, let's see, boys and girls, what's wrong with this picture. And you'll see what's wrong with the picture when the 3 officials lift the go-kart up and put it down on, count them, ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3 wheels. That's the reason why Arjen Eschen didn't get round.
Now, I'm not an expert,
I'm not.
but I do feel that an even number of wheels on these cars, and that even number should be between 2 and 6.
The even number of wheels, yes, there should be.
It's abandoned.
It's not a Reliant Robin, and it's neither one of the Messerschmitt bubble cars from the 1950s, which had
Or the
two wheels.
BMW Isetas.
Oh, the BMW Isetas with the 2 wheels at the front, the 1 wheel at the rear. Or if you're a fan of the film Cars, Professor Zundap, because he was in Cars 2. Professor Zundap, the bad guy, was a 3-wheeled car. Yes.
Was he unbalanced, was he?
Yeah, like Koyaanisqatsi, Life Out of Balance.
It was a Morgan 3-wheeler which injured Freddie Flintoff, wasn't it?
It was,
Yeah.
yes.
So they're
yes.
dangerous as well.
Incidentally, when we were leaving Asperina, we went to have some dinner after the final Asperina, and Freddie Flintoff was there.
Really?
Yes, he was. I even pointed him
didn't
out
see-
to you. No, I pointed out to Guy Sheffield.
But I wasn't there with you.
No, you were somewhere else. It was Guy Sheffield, sorry, wrong person. But Freddie Flintoff was there. Let's have a look at, now we could see at the top deck there, the Mumbai Falcons Collective, Harry Hannam standing the third in from the left. Give us a wave, Harry.
There's our core commentator, Connor.
He chooses not to give us a wave because he's adjusting his stun glasses.
Yeah.
Connor Clancy, he's the one with the blue cast on his
Well, he's
arm.
got that. He's got the hat as
Is
well.
he bucket hat as well?
Got the
Yeah,
bucket hat.
Give us a wave, Connor. Come on.
Connor is sporting a plain blue bucket hat. Of all the bucket hats here, that's the least impressive because they're a very, very good bucket hat game here this
And of course, you
weekend.
lived through the original bucket hat times
Yes.
in the mid-90s.
Yes, you know.
Do you remember them?
The Oasis, I do remember them. I even remember seeing Oasis at Nebworth in 1996.
Oh, that's
man for it. Yeah,
That's
I do
impressive.
remember that.
It's just, it was like being with, if you're dancing there, it was like being with Bez from Happy Mondays. Unfortunately, Bez now.
The arthritic bears. Or is it not the bears that passed away?
He's on Gogglebox, he's fine, don't worry.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
not
Fine.
dead.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many his brain cells are left, but he's not dead.
Happy Mondays. Yeah, we're going to send you to Ibiza to record your 3rd album. Okay, off you go. 18 months later. You recorded the album? Oh, forgot about that.
Oh, what album?
But we've had a great time.
Yeah.
We've had as we look now, the next race up. Now, it's great to see Baptiste Augustine back in Rotax and his dad there with the grey T-shirt chatting to Alex Gill. Baptiste, who could have... 2 years ago, Baptiste almost won the Micromax O plate and was passed on the last corner. And the lad he had driven so well, he was inconsolable. And I said, look, your time will come, your time will come. And then I haven't seen him since. I'm thinking, maybe we're back now for a full tilt at the Rotax Championship next year. There's Savelli Cogeyes, Dad, above on the black T-shirt, just standing at the top step of the balcony.
Is that fourth from the left in the white T-shirt? Is that Rian Damadasa?
Yes, chatting to Jakob.
That's
Robinson.
that's the lad who's pretty much the driver to beat in seniors at the moment.
Yeah, he is the driver to beat.
Certainly this
in
weekend.
Seniors. Now wearing the McLaren top is that Louis Bataille wearing the McLaren top? Just looking there, very possibly.
Is that the orange sleeves?
Yes. And looking at the phone next to Alex Gill, that's Via Chopra's mum. Via and Samar Chopra's mum. Imagine that. 2 drivers to worry about. And they're both...
I'd be all concerned about 2 drivers to pay for.
2 drivers to pay for. Well, I think that's Mr. Chopra's concern. Again, mum's job, they worry. They live and breathe every single lap in a different way to the dads. There's a terror. There's a sheer terror, paralysing fear of your little babies going out driving around in their go-karts.
You're really selling it here.
You're really selling this. Henry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Karting's fantastic, Yeah. You don't need holidays or anything like that. Come karting instead. But we wait for the next race, which is Junior. We have got nice little breaks in the timetable because there are only 5 races, 6 classes, 5 different races. You do have to give the teams, the mechanics enough time, because
and the officials, Henry.
Parc Fermé fuel. So you have to take your fuel tanks off. There is a real procedure. So you not only have to make sure, because you can't, road tax is not like other races where you can just literally 10 seconds before the race starts, you can run up to the dummy grid with a cart on the trolley, throw it down and send it out. No, you have to be in certain places at certain times, and to give the teams and the mechanics a chance to affect any repairs, make setup changes. We do have to have a very structured timetable with breaks in it. And there's a banner being taken out on the circuit. Is that it looks like a Danilo Rossi kart banner going out onto the circuit?
Interesting.
Somebody's either just turned up with a wallet full of cash sponsorship money, and Guy Shaver gone, yes, certainly, sir, we could do that.
It's been run out by
a Danilo Rossi kart barrier.
It's been run out by the employees of the kart track, so my guess is it's official.
Yeah, and there's one banner that maybe has fallen down, and we're putting it up.
Are they replacing a flag with a more recent version?
Very possibly, because there is a film
logo update news.
There is a film crew here that are filming the Danilo Rossi karts that are here, the likes of Faris Haroun, the likes of Adam Al-Qaeda.
Oh, is that what the two cameras are for?
So maybe someone's just spotted.
Are they focusing on Yas Heat? Which of the teams
they're
are running?
focusing on the Danilo Rossi drivers.
Right.
Yes.
So who are they? Do you know off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, you've got Faris Haroun, Tayab Haroun, and also Abdul Al-Qaeda.
Right.
Alicia Canessa.
They should have been here yesterday.
Alicia Canessa is also on a Danilo Rossi kart of a certain vintage.
They missed their opportunity yesterday because Faris Haroun took a mega win in the final yesterday afternoon. He's certainly had more of a character building day this morning with qualifying in the heats. We're about to see him go out for the Junior Max pre-final.
And of course, Danilo Rossi, multiple world karting champion, was here at the last round of last season, overseeing to help the Fort Abu Dhabi team. It was great to see Danilo Rossi here. You know, again, one of the drivers of the 1990s. Talk about the era of the 100cc screamers. Danilo Rossi, synonymous with that era. And yeah, I think somebody is probably, well, if we're going to film the DR karts, should we have the most up-to-date logo ready?
Well, it's all about the signage, as we know. As we release the karts then, it's Mitanj Jain on the pole position after that brilliant win in the heat earlier on today. Jaden hitting alongside. We've then got Via Chopra and pole position from qualifying, Flora Schenkenberg on row 2. Aaron Mason and Baptiste Augustin are on row 3, with row 4 looking like this. Paul Schutzman and Sebeli Kogai. Johansen and Yarki having a better day today, with Faris Haroun, yesterday's winner, in 10th place. 6th row of the grid, Pierre Abu Dewan, and podium place driver Ray Harbour alongside. Gabriele Baraccordi regaining ground here after a problem in qualifying. Giuseppe Montanari alongside on 7. Was on the podium last night. We'll see what he can do from 15th here. 16th is Romy Sabali. Raffaele Gazzagati is alongside Aaron Qureshi on row 9. Row 10 is Henry King after that DNF in the heat. He came back on the back of a trailer, didn't he?
And the fact that Sebeli Kogai is not starting P2 where he finished the heat race tells me that there was a nose cone penalty that costs Kogai 5 seconds. That is the difference between second and 8th. That would be my assumption, or some form of post-race penalty. We have been joined the kind of loitering. They have been told any biscuits that go missing, then we are gonna. We will find. I will find you. I will kill you.
Yeah, Schutzman's not here though. He's out there, which is the biscuits are fine because it's Schutzman. You've got to keep your eye on.
Yeah, keep eye.
He likes a custard Oreo.
Yes.
He's out there though. I can assure you, he's not. Those biscuits are safe.
Yes.
As we've got the pole position driver now, Mitanj Jain. We've got his Mumbai Falcon teammates here in the box with us, watching on. He's certainly showed form that has been lacking a little bit in the past few rounds, but he's back on form here today. and he's now controlling the
Oh
pace.
no, there's a problem for one of the JNKD carts.
Who's that?
There's a problem for one of the JNKD carts. Who would that be?
That's
not Paul Schutzman,
That
is
might
it?
be Montanari. As we've got Mitans Jane moving down towards the lights, we're going to get this race underway now. And it's Mitans Jane leading the field over the bump and into turn one. And it's the all-plater Via Chopra who gets into second place. And already, like we've seen, that's the nature of this first corner here at Al Ain. We've got the first two rows, or the first and third place carts, I should say, who tend to get off into the lead here. And it's Jane onto the back straight out of turn 8 and heading down to the kink at 9 already.
You're right, it was Giuseppe Montanari who is walking away from his cart that literally just stopped just before the final corner on the rolling lap. We are down to 18 runners up at the front. Mitans Jane. Jaden hitting in third. No, Jane hitting his drop back. Who is that? That is Via Chopra making a move on Mitans Jane and following Via Chopra through the 264 of Aaron Mason. I said GGM are having a fantastic day in the junior Rotax class, and it's happening again. The GGM carts, it doesn't matter whether it's Mason or Cogai or Hidding or Barracordi, they are going one way, and that is forward.
Still a long way to go. We're on lap 2 of 10 here, and it was a great move there from not just Via Chopra, but Aaron Mason as well, following him through. Mitans Jane has to get himself composed again because he's under massive pressure from another George Gibbons cart, and indeed pressure that he can alleviate by moving forward and overtaking Aaron Mason, who doesn't just fall behind Jane, but falls behind his teammate Jaden Hidding as well. Let's have a look at the cartshop.me replay as he goes down the inside. Aaron Mason finds himself on the sand, just hasn't got any grip to turn in or get the power down, and Jaden Hidding says, thank you very much, I'm coming with you.
Yeah, Hidding, smart, capitalising. Behind the top four, there is your second place battle as Mitans Jane was trying to come back at Jane Hidding. Jane to the inside the final corner. That gives Aaron Mason a chance. He picks up one place. He's got the momentum. Can he pick up 2 places? Yes, he can. Paul Schutzman is there. P5 for the JNKD team. Schutzman, he's due a good result, is Paul Schutzman. And he passes. That's a good move from Paul Schutzman. Biscuit thief or not, he can pedal a wagon when he wants to.
That hole that he went through was created by those two blue and white George Gibbons Motorsports carts. They're about to be joined by Sanin Yeager and Barracordi as well, who gets in behind Schutzman. Schutzman says thank you very much. He's just off screen there. Now he comes back on the white and gold livery of JNKD these days. He will want to get back on terms with those two carts, and already the George Gibbons team deciding to move together, to work together, and maybe gain ground on Via Chopra, who has literally disappeared, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a case of, trying to close the barn door after the horse has bolted because Chopra is up the road. I did notice as here comes Jaden Hidding, and Aaron Mason wisely perhaps lets him go. Based on today's pace between the two, I would say that Mason's best job is to just let Hidding tow him around.
Well, he didn't want to fight it because that would have just held each other up, and now we can see Jaden Hidding's got the pace. Has he got the pace? It looks like he's got the pace to pull away from his teammate Mason, and maybe if he's doing that, he's going to catch Via Chopra ahead of him. So at the moment, the gap was 1.3 seconds at the line. We'll check that out next time they go over the beam there and see if he is making ground.
And you'll see from this camera angle why Aaron Mason was smart to not fight Jaden Hidding, because behind Mason, there are 6 carts all in a line bearing down on the 2 GGM teammates, led by the number 270 JNKD cart of Paul Schutzman. Then it's Gabriel Barracordi. Mitans Jane has just been passed again. What has happened to Mitans Jane, who seems to be going one way and one way only, and that is backwards down the leaderboard. Serena Yake, Pierre Abu Diwan also in there trying to push Mitans Jane. In fact, Faris Haroun has pushed Jane down to 9th.
That's what I was wanting to mention. Faris Haroun, who'd lost that position the previous lap, has got back up to 8th place now as he goes down inside there. We've got the Via Chopra Jaden Hidding now down to 1.2 seconds. That's the gap between first and second. Aaron Mason still hanging on to Jaden Hidding. But the action is all about the behind the top three. Paul Schutzman, Gabriele Baracordi, Johansa Senanyaki, Pierre Abu Dewan, Mitansh Jain getting ahead of Faris Haroun again on that lap. And whether or not Haroun has got anything that he had yesterday that he can match what he did yesterday with today, it's looking like whatever pace he had, Henry, has gone away.
Yeah, and Baracordi has just passed Schutzman. We're looking at it there. So the white nose cone, not the traditional George Gibbons Motorsport graphics kit on the front of the number 299. Gabriel Baracordi now moves into fourth position. Schutzman back to fifth. Behind them, Johansa Senanayake has moved into sixth position. We've got 4 George Gibbons Motorsport karts in the top 6. Again, I can't stress this enough. They have come alive here, this today, and to an extent yesterday. Now, there's a couple of karts that you'll notice stranded at the side of the circuit at various points. We've lost Ray Haber. We've lost Henry King. We've lost Arhan Qureshi again from the race. So some big names are out of the race and will be starting the final from the back. Fresher tyres, yes. Track position, no.
Henry King coming back on the trailer again after that DNF in the heat as well. He's going to come back after the pre-final on that. Let's see what the gap is between the leaders. Then Chopra, it's coming down. It's coming down all the time. It was on 9/10 last time by as they go into turn 1. The lead has gone down to 8/10 now. Behind them though, this battle here, Baracordi ahead of Schutzman. Schutzman, I've got to remind everybody that Schutzman there with the blue and white helmet, the blue and white overalls, he has just moved up from Minimax.
Yep.
And you can see he's still quite small in the junior kart, and he looks like he's hanging on, but he's hanging on with great style, and he's not afraid of that kart, and he's absolutely maximising this drive here, and he's doing a cracking job here, holding down 5th spot.
But you see, that's a microcosm of the junior class in anything, because you've got Paul Schutzman, who got too tall for Minimax, and you look at him and think, Paul, you've grown again. Since the last time I saw you 6 weeks ago, you've grown again. And yet then you stick him next to Gabriel Baracordi, and Schutzman looks like a micro driver. That's the difference between, when you come into the junior class at say 12 years old, the time you leave it, maybe 15 years old, depending, the height difference, you could be a full foot difference.
He was possibly the most delighted race winner at Alphasan.
Right,
he was absolutely buzzing after winning that Minimax race in Alphasan. And then he made the transition into juniors. So it's back to the drawing board and back to the learning curve.
Yeah, exactly, and it is difficult for these drivers to think, okay, we're top of the pile, and then suddenly now we're back to the bottom of the pile within a week as you move up a class. It's a lot for these drivers, and that's why sometimes you see the teenager come out in them, and some drivers you see them doing things that I think, calm down, because one weekend you're king of the hill, next weekend you're right down at the bottom. It's hard. I mean, it's hard for adults to sort of deal with that. Imagine you're dealing with that as a kid.
Yeah, well, this kid here, Via Chopra, carrying the O plate, which he won in Dubai, is about to have company.
Yep.
Jaden Hidding has reduced the gap to just on half a second towards the rear bumper now, but there's only 2 more laps. So Via Chopra, whether or not he's thinking about just coasting, relatively speaking, coasting to the flag, that little plan has got to be torn up, and it's back to driving flat out to keep Jaden Hidding behind him. The M&M kart of Via Chopra has been absolutely the kart to have in this pre-final, and it's good news for him going forward to the final, because that's what it's all about. And we saw yesterday Faris Haroun coming through in the final from somewhere that you wouldn't have really considered him in contention, and today his pace has dropped right off for Faris, who's currently in 10th place there, having been overtaken by a driver he beat on the podium yesterday, Harrison Stevens.
10th, just in front of today's pole sitter, Floris Schenkenberg, whose name we haven't mentioned in this race. Looking at the George Gibbons Motorsport team, yes, Ricky is there, the South African Ricky, who is doing a lot of work with there. Somebody has unlocked a key. Somebody has found something in that George Gibbons team that has transformed. And I say that, I'm not saying that these drivers are going around at the back up until they weren't. However, the entire junior Rotax arm of George Gibbons Motorsport have taken a huge collective step forward. Some of that's driving, some of that is equipment, some of that is setup. There's a combination. It's gelled together massively now.
Well, he needs to find a leap to get ahead of Matthias Najem Motorsports via Chopra, because right now he hasn't quite got any tools in the toolkit to challenge going into the final two corners as Via Chopra comes into the sweeping left. Nope, it's not going to happen because he's too far away, hitting too far away. He's going to have to follow Via Chopra across the line, who takes the checkered flag and does indeed make turn one. The gap of the line was 0.182 of a second as Aaron Mason comes through in third place. The rest of the field then filing in. We had quite a few retirements there.
Yeah.
From 14th down, Savelli Kogai retired after one lap, as did Romy Sabali. We lost Ray Harbour, Giuseppe Montanari, Aaron Qureshi and Henry King before they'd even completed a lap.
The Mumbai Falcons collective that was observing from there, they trudge away somewhat despondently, because you look at the top six on the results form, you will not see a Mumbai Falcons driver.
And the biscuits are locked away.
Via Chopra, Jaden Hidding, Aaron Mason, Gabriel Baracordi, Paul Schutzman and Johansa Senanayake, followed by Harrison Stevens, Pierre Abu Diwan, Mitant Jain and Faris Haroun. Floris Schenkenberg and Baptiste Augustine round out your top 12. And Rafael Zagati, the Italian-Lithuanian driver for Italcourse Middle East, 13th position. The final finisher, Kogai, Sabali, Haber, Montanari, Qureshi and King. DNFs again. I very much doubt we will see Henry King doing the same, pretending to drive at the back of the recovery vehicle, namely because there's going to be a number of carts, so they're not going to be able to put them, they have to put them sideways. But I think Henry King's sense of humour, one DNF is two DNFs out of two races. Yeah, I'm having a sense of humour.
Are you predicting it's human failure, are you?
Yeah, well, that I would be, yes. The only saving grace is that Henry King's tyres have done
no laps.
No laps. So he will be very quick if things stay together, of course, in the final. There's several carts at the top of the circuit. You'll see.
Cart driving itself back, so there is off in the sand.
That was Romy Sabali has had an absolute shocker of a day. She has not, and that I think was Arhan Qureshi driving his cart back to the pits. Why he thought to himself, why wait to the end of the race before I drive my go-kart? I'm not quite sure. But
perhaps he spun off and was told to walk away.
Yeah, yes, of course, that's a potential. As we look at the
forlorn machine of who?
Giuseppe Montanari,
right? Who never started, of course.
No.
Oiled up.
And Giuseppe in the bar in the hotel last night was saying, when do I get my interview? I give you coffee all the time. I was like, do you, Giuseppe?
Does he?
When I walk into the J&KD awning, is it you that is literally pouring the coffee out of the very, very nice Italian coffee making machine, or is it your mum and dad?
I don't think Joe and I have had any coffee from J&KD.
We haven't had any coffee whatsoever.
All we do is try and fix their air conditioning.
There's a division of labour here amongst the live streaming team at Karting Live TV.
We do the labour.
The division of labour is Joe and Nick do the labour.
Do all the work.
I walk around and get the insight.
Drink coffee by the sounds of it.
Drink coffee. Yeah, it works.
Drink coffee and learn none. What do you do? You drink coffee but learn none of the dad's first names.
I do know.
Strange that, isn't it? Knows all the mums though.
Scandalous accusations, says Joe. I do know that, Mister.
Mister, take these broken wings.
Mister, take. Oh, now, yes, Henry King hasn't even bothered getting on the recovery vehicle this time. He's like, nope, that's enough. I am Giuseppe Montanari stands up, and I don't know all the mums' names, and I don't know all the dads' names, but it's harder to remember.
Are you now literally going through every single kartie's parents and going, I know he's Jeff, and I know he's Derek?
Well, when the time is right,
I'm pretty sure. I'll be very surprised there aren't any Dereks or Jeffs as the karting dads here. I don't know.
Well, there's a Derek. And of course you're forgetting Derek Turner, Charlie Turner's dad.
No, yeah, I see.
In the UK. Jeff. There's going to be a Jeff. There's going to be a Jeff. Here we go. Jeff Lawrence. Ava Lawrence's dad. Ava Lawrence, the driver who last year was the young lady who lost the Micromax championship on the last lap of the final to Benjamin Karachkovich. However, Ava has gone on it. Ava has just been signed by the Aston Martin Junior Formula One team.
So where's she doing her karting then?
She is doing her karting for the next couple of years with the VDK team in WSK in
So
Europe.
she's doing Spain, Italy.
Spain, Italy, that sort of thing. So well done to Ava Lawrence and to her dad Jeff.
So we've got a Derek, but not a Derek.
We've got a Derek Turner. Derek Revere is not racing this weekend. Hopefully Derek will be back next week. But a Derek. I'll find a Derek in this paddock, don't you worry. I'll find a Derek.
Because Derek's one of those names that's kind of fallen out of fashion. Because when I was at school, which is many years ago,
yes,
there were a number of Dereks.
Names that are, there's very few Dereks, Nigels, and Garys left.
There is a lack. I know so many
Gary
Garys.
Walker,
I know so many Garys.
Yeah, but
I've worked with loads of Garys.
But a certain age.
Yeah.
Of a certain era. There's a certain age range. Like, when I was growing up, there was an awful lot of Jasons and Kylies after Jason Donovan and Kylie Minogue, our neighbours. And those names have sort of... They're faded of a certain
thankfully
age.
Being replaced.
Well, thankfully.
One of the things I have found quite interesting, one of the weird social experiments you do, is if you are a commentator who commentates on Micromax and Minimax and Junior, you can see the evolution of popular names.
Yes,
like at a certain age group, it was nothing but Arthurs. About 3 years ago, there was nothing but Arthurs in Bambinos. Now there's quite a few Teddies. That's quite popular at the moment. And then you find that there's a kind of a selection of names that are popular for about 4 years.
And royal babies as well. There was, when there was a lot of Georges. Prince George was born, so there was a lot of Georges. Jack, not there's a Prince Jack, but there was...
Obviously, we're talking about people who are, English is the first language. So I wonder whether there are popular names, in other countries. Like something like France, suddenly France, perhaps no one's called Gaston in France anymore, but everyone's called Pierre or vice versa. And
is there a popular cultural figure in any country that suddenly is the basis of an explosion of certain baby names, male and female?
Is every girl in Albania called Dua?
After Dua Lipa. Yes, exactly. But there's you get very few. Again, every once in a while you'll see, a newspaper will do when it's a slow news day, they will turn around and say, well, do you know what? There was only 4 Hamishes christened in the UK last year. Or
they do like that. It's kind of like it's the name version of Last One Left where you can look up and see how many rare versions of various cars are registered in Britain.
Which I do.
How many Skoda 130 Favourite estates are there left?
I do know for a fact that there is only one Talbot Tagara left running registered.
The really weird thing is, I know what a Talbot Tagara looks like.
Yes, very unpleasant is the word.
There were a lot of French and French-styled large saloons of the, early to mid 80s. They did love their velour.
Yes, loved it.
And of all of them, they've all basically disappeared into a pile of rust and stuff.
Well, most of them are
like
now...
Citroen XMs. How many Citroen XMs are left?
Yeah.
How many of the original Peugeot 605s are there?
Well, there are several thousand Peugeot 504s currently taxiing around the middle of Africa.
Apparently, the 504 is... I was
beast.
actually reading something about this. Sadly, last night I was watching something. Apparently, they reckon that the toughest car ever built was not a Land Rover or a Toyota Land Cruiser. It was a Peugeot 404.
Peugeot 404.
Which they made from 1960 to 1975.
Yes, which Joe Bradley is thinking, and I thought I was an anorak.
Joe Bradley thinks thinks we are 2 seconds away from naming our dad's number plates.
I'm really struggling to stay awake, to be honest, boys. I hope the audience is...
LBO 435X, Gold Mini Metro.
Oh, my goodness. DD2 next, then just going back some semblance...
You've read this one back, haven't you?
Semblance of professionalism, as you guys talk about. What was it? The strongest car is ever made is the Peugeot 404.
Can I make a point? We have on many times been
commended
on our segways.
I know.
Realistically, it's that, or we look at a man adjusting his suit.
I'm only jealous because I wasn't party to it because I was making the coffee while you two kicked off, and I don't know how you went down that road.
What you've experienced is being a mum. So you're working in the kitchen.
How did I become catering core?
The lads are having a laugh and you're working in the kitchen.
I am, yeah. How did I become catering core? It was the same in January.
What I'd like to say, this is very, very important, I think, for everyone to know this, that if you are asked to go on a long, multiple-week karting trip, be it driving or be it commentary, excellent catering core cook is Joe Bradley. He can make 3 different types of breakfast.
Unfortunately,
4 different types of pasta.
Unfortunately, when there's only 2 or 3 of us, I do make pasta for 17, which is obviously the old field exercises. That.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was never in catering core. Shall we?
Yeah, that's got a grid.
Shall we talk about the DD2s? Because there is our grid. Now then, the 2 Mumbai Falcons, in fact 3. Let's involve the second row of the grid as well. Mark Bassier is on form this weekend, isn't he? And he will start this pre-final on the pole position. His teammate is Tyler Harris. As Tyler Harris keeping his powder dry for bringing out something for not just this pre-final, but the final that's coming up later. Boris Canopes is happy to be the first of the Masters, but he'd be even happier to beat those 2 teammates of his ahead of him. He starts on the second row alongside Adam Malik, who really does want to spoil the Mumbai Falcons party and have that M&M kart in the top 2, in fact in the top first, on the top step of the podium is what I'm trying to say. Third row of the grid is Hamza Rashishaw, who's having a great weekend after those problems out in practice. Tony Hogg, happy to be out of retirement on row 4 alongside. We've then got Kyle Blockley and Nicolo Cacciatore on row 4, and then this 10-car DD2 field is Sam Walker on the CRG, and the independently run Greg Watt for Honolulu Racing. Karts have been released. This is our gearbox class. Just to remind everybody, we've got a 2-ratio gearbox that we flick between first and second gears, paddle shift operation. Left-hand paddle on the left engages first gear, right-hand paddle disengages first gear and engages second gear, and vice versa if you flick between the 2. The other difference between this class of Rotax Max karting is that we have brakes on the front axle as well. Each of those 2 front wheels has a brake disc and caliper on it, and then of course the rear brake in a conventional karting style on the rear axle, which is a solid rear axle, no differential attached to the gearbox in any way. It's a direct drive with 2 ratios to choose from. So very similar to the senior Rotax Max class, however with the added complexity of choosing what gear to be in. If trying to brake and race is not enough of a challenge, let's just give them the challenge of 2 gear ratios to choose between.
Now, I'm looking forward in this race to the battle between Mark Bassier and Tyler Harris. More specifically, I'm looking to see what Tyler Harris is thinking of, because is he going to give... I'm not going to say he's not going to give Mark Bassier a win. And even if Tyler Harris is driving 100%, Mark Bassier is in a zone where he looks unbeatable.
I've just said the same thing, Henry, while you were in the pits.
Okay,
I've said, is he keeping something back? Is he holding his powder dry,
I think,
to bring out something for this pre-final or indeed the final?
Well,
so you and I were thinking along the same lines.
Yes, and of course, Harris is thinking, okay, I've got 2 second places in the pre-final and the heat, that's good points, and can I give it the beans for the final? But of course, we're saying that, that's, Mark Bassier and Adam Malik both have shown potential race-winning pace. Now, the field slows right down, and I mean right down, to a crawl.
10 laps as well, 10 laps for this pre-final, as we've got Mark Bassier sedately bringing the field onto the start-finish straight. It'll be the start straight in a moment when those lights go out. Right now, they're shining brightly. The lights go out and we are racing. It's a Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3 as they head towards turn 1. And he loves that curb, doesn't he?
Oh, Morris Knoppers.
He's a chiropractor's dream, is Morris Knoppers.
Well, if there's a photographer, the slow-mo replay of that will be something that Morris can put on his office wall. This is what I do on the weekends. He's there in 4th place.
It's cost him dearly. It's cost him dearly. It's cost him insofar as Adam Malik has gone through into 3rd.
Yeah, it might have cost him a couple of fillings as well. You never know. But it is Bassier leading Harris, leading Malik, Knoppers. Then it's Hashisho, followed by Tony Hogg in 6th position out of turn number 14, down the back straight. Mark Bassier, talking about Tyler, whether Tyler Harris could dial that car up wind it up as tight as it can go, and I'm not sure he's got an answer for Mark Bassier at the moment, the way that Bassier is driving. And what I like is that when I said about, Morris Knoppers, looking over Mark Bassier's car, Mark Bassier smiled, he goes, Morris can look at my car for as long as he wants.
Yeah, he did.
Which means that, number one, I don't care because you can copy my setup, but I'm happy with it and no one's beating me on my setup. Or number two is that I'm not telling you what we've done to hook this cart up. And looking at it visually, you're never going to find it.
No, he's never going to find it because it's all about the driver, I think. Those Mumbai Falcons cards will be very, very similar indeed. Adam Malik spoiling the Mumbai Falcons party, though. The black and white livery of Matthias Najem Motorsport is the cart you see in 3rd place. But interestingly, Morris Knoppers, Hamza Ashisho has not let this field go away. In fact, Henry, we're about to be joined. That's what I see there is 5, 6, 7 carts almost forming a train as Tony Hogg wants to join in with the party as well. And is that Kyle Brockley?
That was Morris Knoppers making it a Mumbai Falcons 1, 2, 3, passing Adam Malik. And there is the aftermath of the move with the Knoppers having to defend into turn number 1. That's going to cost him and everybody else a little bit of ground, and it's going to give Harris and Bassier a little bit more breathing space. Knoppers defending through that turn number 3. Here comes Adam Malik. Malik trying to go around the outside. Yeah, good luck with trying to pass double E20 Rotax Grand Final champion Morris Knoppers.
For a moment, Hamza Ashisho is about to join in. But if Ashisho's not careful, the lime green, the luminous overall sleeves of Tony Hogg, and there's Kyle Blockley, just like a buzzard in the sky, waiting to swoop down and pick on that carcass of a place move on Anthony Hogg into 6th place. However, back to the front, who's going to beat Mark Bassier? He's on fire. He's really, really quick this weekend.
Absolutely. I think, again, it's a case of learning, and he's a very analytical character, so he's analysing himself, analysing his equipment, the engineering side of it, and piecing it all together in how to extract the maximum out of the equipment. Tyler Harris has been doing that for a little bit longer because he started the season. Harris sits, waits, watches.
Is this Tyler Harris's first season in DD2?
It is his first season in DD2,
so both of these drivers new to DD2 this season.
Yeah, but Harris did the first couple of rounds, Bassier didn't, so there's just a little bit more experience for Harris. And I do recall last year, or was it the year before, at the Muscat Speedway, that Harris and Bassier had a meeting of the minds, so to speak, going into turn number 1. No love lost, but I think they've kissed and made up now.
Yeah, I mean, they're teammates. We saw them eating lunch together yesterday in a social setting here in the cafe, in the restaurant cafe here at Alain, which is very well worth a visit, as we've got Bassier now responding to the noise that he can hear in his peripheral hearing of Tyler Harris. It hasn't really changed much, has it? He closes up, he falls away, he closes up. I get the feeling that Tyler Harris is waiting because we're only on lap 5 at the end of this lap. It's only going to be half distance, so he's still got a chunk of time, and things behind these two, which is certainly looking like it's promising a little bit of an unsettling finish. However, didn't we see Mark Bassier do this in the heat, where towards the end of the race, the last 2 laps, he just pulled out a little bit more performance and pulled that cushion again?
Yes, because of course, what Mark Bassier doesn't want to do, he doesn't want to win this race with Tyler Harris sitting on his rear bumper, because Tyler will go, yeah, I let you have that one. Whether he did or not, it doesn't matter. But that's what Tyler could say. And that will put Bassier in a situation thinking, right, what else have I got to find? I'm doing this. Because it's very easy when you're looking at the set of the karts, to start driving and setting your kart up to take care of a rival, not just for yourself. I've seen it so many times before where people are chasing somebody else and they're modifying their setup, their driving style to match a rival rather than just focusing on themselves. And by sitting behind there, and I'm not saying this would happen, but this is the kart driver's psychology. Tyler Harris would sidle over to Marc Bassier in the awning and say, just sat there behind you and notice what you're doing there. And, and with that air of confidence and arrogance that every racing driver can put on when they want to, and Marc Bassier suddenly starts thinking, oh, right, okay, well, we were doing this, and Tyler was still quicker, so we got to try and do something different. We got to do something else to the final, which, of course, plays into Tyler's hands perfectly.
It kind of does, and I know Tyler Harris has got the championship to think about. He came into this round, or this weekend, for round 6 and 7, thinking about the championship lead. However, he's doing his championship the world of good just by sitting in second. He can settle for second. However, pre-final win over a final win is completely different things, and I can think that there's going to be bragging rights, the accolade of winning overall the round. He won yesterday. He was at the top step of the podium for round 6. If he gets an opportunity in a sniff, whereas Marc Bassier had a bit more of a character-building final last night, he wants to take the win as much as Tyler Harris. Now that, for us, is magnificent stuff, because we want this fierce competition. We want this to be a great race all the way to the flag. At the moment, I think they're kind of being a little bit conservative in their approach. Even though they're driving flat out, they are driving, I think, probably maybe 8.5 tenths, Henry. I think we might see 10 tenths towards the checkered flag in the final, not necessarily this one.
Bassier, 9th to 2nd in the final yesterday. After a DNF in the heat race where he got involved with another driver and just got... I said, did he just come in and save the tyres? And Mark's dad said, no. It was a case of, because he went across the grass, there's grit and dirt and gravel and little stones in the kart, and of course you're looking, all the gearing, all the engine. We don't want to go driving around and with bits of sharp stone filtering their way in and out of the innards of this kart.
And remember, three brake calipers that those little stones can get into as well, and cause a lot of catastrophe there. Now then, obviously Marc Bassier is listening to our commentary, because that little bit of performance that he had in his pocket, he's been able to get out of his pocket and apply, because that pressure of hearing Tyler Harris's Rotax Max engine behind him is kind of a little bit more distant now, because that's a gap of 7 tenths that we see there. Now that race there is for 3rd.
Yes.
Overall Masters leader, the orange helmet in Moritz Canopes. Hamza Shisho has consolidated that 4th place behind him, and they have pulled away from both Adam Malek and Tony Hogg, who comes in behind. Kyle Blockley dropping off the tail of Tony Hogg as well. So it's kind of strung out, as we expected so. But what we thought might happen in the last 2 laps, or indeed the last 2 laps of the final, is happening before our very eyes for the lead of this race. Not so much for this 3rd place, though, as Hamza Shisho trying to get on terms with Canopes ahead of him.
I think it's safe to say that this is a race for the purists. It is not, a knockdown, drag-out hack, as is the karting parlance for, a race where positions change lap after lap after lap after corner after corner. This is getting strung out. It's drivers. Nobody wants to be starting towards the back. Nobody wants to use up their equipment too much. We've got a good battle, I've got to say. It's happening at the back of the room. Once again, Nicolo Cacciatore has caught, passed and pulled away from Greg Watt and Sam Walker, who are having a nice scrap for 9th position. So there are there's people to race with up and down the order. Bassier suddenly has gone from being under pressure to being in his own air and over 1 second in front. This is the last lap.
It is.
And now this is Bassier's turn to turn around a bit of psychology. Oh yeah, Tyler, I hung back for a little bit and you were able to stay with me, but then I thought, I got to go. I went.
Or have we got Tyler Harris sort of sending it, not wanting to give too much away, and he's dropped back. Is it Mark Bassier's performance that's improved? I'd like to think it is, because he's done a fastest lap of the race with a 61.5. So that's more to do with Mark Bassier absolutely pulling out an optimum lap than it is with Tyler Harris backing off a little bit as we come out of the final turn. Henry, checkered flag flies.
Yes, indeed. 2 out of 2 so far, so perfect for Mark Bassier. And are we going to see everyone make turn number 1? Because, of course, this is the class where, like Tony Hogg said yesterday, if you're battling coming across the line to the finish, the tyres are very hot and they're worn, the brakes get hot, and sometimes it is a bit of a struggle to try and get into turn number 1 after the check.
He didn't get it past Potter, though, did he?
And Ken Potter sort of looked at him and went, yes.
There's
5 seconds.
There's your penalty, yeah.
Same with Mark Bassier. Yep. I see.
Brilliant.
Those tyres were really warm as you were hammering towards.
Did he actually say that to
Absolutely.
Ken? Did they really?
Absolutely.
Both him and Mark?
Yes,
Brilliant.
100%.
Brilliant.
They both, and they had the sort of the, and Tony said to Ken after, said, a bit harsh, wasn't it? And Ken was like, well, no, it's fine. Fair enough. Yeah,
you know what?
And that's a great attitude.
As I said when they went across the line and speed off into the dust, I said, you know what? No matter what happens, whether they get a penalty and they drop down the order or whatever, that was a great race that you will take to your grave.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
memory of that race. I have races that I can distinctly remember. That I remember to the absolute, every single corner, every turn in, every outbreak. It's absolutely there in the memory. That's our senior Rotax grid there.
Yes.
The result of the DD2s is Mark Bassier in first place. Tyler Harris was second. First in the Masters, Moritz Kinopes, third overall. Hamza Shisho, fourth place. Fifth place was Adam Malik, with Anthony Hogg, Tony Hogg finishing in sixth. In seventh was Kyle Blockley, with Nicola Cacciatore winning out over Greg Watt, and Sam Walker finishing off the 10-cart field.
We were looking there. There's Jamie Zyra sitting on the left of the screen now. He's looking at his phone, and he said to me earlier, he's looking how to grow the perfect mustache, a YouTube guide by N. Mansell. Is what Jamie Dyer is looking at.
Perfect moustache, surely. Tom Selleck in Magnum.
Oh, got to be.
I mean,
maybe. I've got a better one. Got to be a boomer, though.
Go on.
Jason King.
Oh, Jason King in Department S. Oh, hang on.
Jason King, Department S.
There's Paul Trustball telling us off.
Great. I mean, Tom Selleck, Magnum PI, fantastic moustache. Nigel Mansell, great moustache. Basil Brush. Who else has a great moustache? We won't go down that road.
How did Basil Brush have a great moustache? He was furry.
Basil Fawlty?
Basil Fawlty,
that was
Charlie Chaplin.
Connor Clancy?
Connor Clancy's got a moustache.
Connor
He's got 5-6 hairs there, I think, possibly.
The word bum fluff springs to mind when you look at that, I have to say. But yeah, mustachioed heroes of the 1980s and early 1990s. In the comments, what was your favourite mustache? What? Oh,
there must have been, I'm sure at some point it was like this International Moustache Wearer of the Year award or something.
Yeah, there's a day for the International Ginger Day, International Redhead Day. That's one. There is, this is the International Day of people called Carol.
Important news here.
Okay.
We get a look at Jamie Zyra's moustache in the paddock show, which is coming up after this race, which is about to go off early. They've gone off speeding. Let's get you the grid out there.
Probably because I think, please send us away. We cannot talk about moustaches any longer. Rian Damadasa and George Nassar on row number 1. Nathan Kappan and Amani Kenua go from row number 2. Adam Elbasani and Mohamed Manemne on row number 3. No moustaches there. Row number 4, Rayan Qureshi and Max Dexter, the notorious BIGI, Alessandro Bigi and Enzo Tesluk, Zain El Hamasani and Jeremy Montgomery Swan. That's your top 6 rows of the grid. Jules Demont, pole sitter, down to 13th. Ryan Cairus, Manaf Al-Balushi, first moustache on the grid, followed by Abdullah Al-Qaita, Oscar Lambert and Adish Mehta. Then Andrew Obeid, Oscar Backhouse, Alexis Elzia, Enia Sarchi, Kian Crayenbull, and Philip Dinu. Alicia Canessa and Leith Corenfall. That if ever there was a race director saying, send them, the commentators talking about mustaches, that was it, I have to say. In the live chat, favourite moustache of the year. We are getting word that...
we're talking rubbish. That's the boss coming in. Who's that then? Is that Guy?
It's Guy Sheffield sending a photo of some of the most fantastic set of handlebars I've seen since I once had a BMX when I was a kid. That's the best pair of handlebars I have seen. There was an Australian truck driver in the Aussie V8 Utes called Charlie Kovacs who had a handlebar mustache, and his nickname was Handlebars Kovacs. Fantastic.
Right, back to this senior Max then.
Yosemite Sam.
Yes. That's more like that. Right, Ray Damadasa is bringing the field around underneath us into our view then. And we've got a nice pace there. George Nasser alongside him. Behind them too, Nathan Kaplan, Gamani Kanua, Adam Elbasani, Mohamed Minamane, Ryan Qureshi, Max Dexter. Lovely pace being held by the O-plate holder, Damadasa, eking towards the red lights that stay on at the moment. When they go out, we will accelerate, tweaking the fuel pipe there. The lights go out, we accelerate towards turn one, and on the blue and white cart there is Damadasa. George Nasser hung out to dry, as we've seen every time here at turn one from that second row grid position in the line of carts there, struggling to get around the outside of the inner line. And we've got a change as Nasser is down to what looks like fifth place already.
And he's down to fifth because the driver in fourth, Amani Kanua, the second. And I hope he didn't go too early, but the second the lights went out, Amani Kanua swapped lanes to the inside and pulled up behind the car in front of him. And that was George Nasser's opportunity to get to the inside line gone. And Nasser now finds himself under pressure from behind. Problem for the leader.
Yes.
Did he run wide? Is that a mechanical issue?
I think, you know what, he slowed down so much. I think that was just because he was on the outside line. Or has he got an issue here? He's back up to speed, but he's down to third. Nasser through the inside there.
Nasser.
And into fourth. That was very aggressive driving there. Across the line, though, it's all changed as Adam Elbasani leads the field across the line. Nathan Kaplan, Damadasa hangs on to third, but I'm not quite sure. Or does he? No, he's down to fourth. We've got who is that in third on the orange cart there? That's Nasser in behind him.
Look at this now. Have a look at the flags.
He goes wide.
Have a look at the flags, Joe. They're blowing a lot. I wonder if a little bit of sand hasn't just been thrown onto the top corner.
George Nasser's just gone wide there.
Because the wind has picked up. And, of course, it will bring sand. And the carts are going wide at turn number 8 as well. So this is tricky. And now Adam Elbasani is the guinea pig. You've got to be so careful into here. Is he going to run wide? No, he doesn't. And, of course, everyone behind him, Damadasa and Amani Kanua, running in second and third, they can judge the track conditions based on Elbasani. So it's actually not a bad thing that they're sitting behind there. 386, Rayan Qureshi is up into P4. Kappan, Demont, Nasser down to 7th.
No, Nasser's got a problem. Down to 13.
Oh, dear.
He was the driver that went wide at turn 8 there and ended up on the sandy outturns. And he's gone down to 13 after almost leading this race for a short time. Top 3 coming together, though. Elbasani, Damadasa, Kanua. And a strange phenomenon that. Now, maybe it's because of the damp of the off-track sand. The top layer has dried quickly, and the wind has come along and blew it off the hard crust underneath.
And the wind is noticeably picked up. And drivers that race here, I'm looking around, there's a couple of drivers just here watching. Sand circuits, could that possibly be what we've seen? And there are thumbs, there are nodding of the head. Yeah, this is the type of thing that it's a shock to us. But, of course, if you're driving here, you get used to it regularly. And we've got a new leader, 2 for the price of 1. Kartshop.me replay. Look at this.
So Damadasa went down the inside and then took the lead. And there's his George Gibbons Motorsport teammate, Armani Kinua, says, hang on, lads, I'm coming through. And he was shot out of a cannon there, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
Into the lead of this race.
Kenya and South Africa have literally, there's a power shortage because somebody's got on the phone and said, you've got to watch Karting Live TV right now. And they all are, because the live chat comments are coming in droves as per usual.
And this is a different dynamic. Armani Kinua has his teammate from George Gibbons Motorsport in the farm of Rayan Damadasa. Now, Damadasa, we know how quick he is. He's carrying the all plate. He was the winner yesterday afternoon in the all-important Round 6 final. Will he have any respect for a teammate that's in the lead? We're about to see.
Respect in terms of course, I respect my teammates. Respect in terms of, I'm going to let you win this one.
No.
Oh, hell no.
No, unfortunately for Armani. We know how quick his teammate can be. Now, Armani's job now is to stay with Damadasa, as coming is Ryan Qureshi. Qureshi is the Mumbai Falcon that I could see just off screen. Adam Albasani hanging on there. Nathan Kaplan, Jules Demont, Mohamed Menemene, Oscar Lambert in 8th, Zain El Amassani 9th, Jeremy Montgomery Swan hanging on to 10th there, but George Nasser regaining only one place since that off, and he's up to 12th.
I'm looking there. Max Dexter has retired out of sight. So what started as a great day for the Telios racing team has faded a little bit, although Jules Demont is gaining ground. He's back up to P6 after, I think, starting down in 12th position. Further back, Alicia Canessa up 10 places from the back of the grid to 16th on the oldest kart racing here this weekend. The kart that is quite literally only a year or two younger than some of the Micromax drivers. It's that old.
Incredible. That's the way of looking at it.
Yeah.
That's quite incredible.
Yeah, that kart was doing laps when the Micromax drivers were still in nappies.
Trying to find the way to walk.
Yeah,
Yes.
Exactly.
Damadas has consolidated the lead out at just on 3/10, but great drive from Armani Kinua, who's still in a solid 10th place. They've passed the half distance. We're on to lap 6 now. It'll be 6 laps completed, but still a chunk of this race to go, just to conclude our pre-final phase of this round 7 of the UAE RMC. And it's all about this man at the front of the field here, and it's all about this team, isn't it, in this senior road tax class. George Gibbons Motorsport at the moment took the final win with Damadasa yesterday, and now with 2 karts at the front of this field and leading in commanding style. These 3 karts here, that's Ryan Qureshi at the front, Nathan Kaplan, and Adam Albasani, who has now gotten back ahead, has he? Is that Albasani getting
Albasani
back
is ahead of Jules Demont.
Jules Demont there.
That's 5th and 6th. And Armani Kinua in 2nd place. Ooh, they all look like they missed the apex for turn number 1 there. Now, not only does Armani Kinua have the most supporters online, I have now discovered the best supported name online. So hello to Nyam Baramakundi. Nyam Baramakundi is a big Armani Kinua fan, and I like saying the name Nyam Baramakundi.
Yeah, you say it well as well. Oh, yeah, we've got the biggest fan base.
Never said I said it was correct, but I'd say it well. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what we're waiting to see. The white helmet there is Armani Kinua, who has pretty much the whole of Kenya and South Africa waving him on the Karting Live TV and the UAE RMC live streams. And at the moment, he's 2nd place now and dropping back off his teammate. Gap out to about 7/10 here. And Ryan Qureshi is the orange kart there from the Mumbai Falcons team, who is closing that gap ever so slightly. 7 laps now completed, 3 laps to go. And the question is, can Kinua hang on to 2nd place? That Henry is going to put him in fine stead for the all-important final, on the grid for that all-important final.
Yes. Now, of course, we've got off-screen, there has been an incident, but that is okay. There's a kart on its roof and a driver walking away. So that is, we are about to see the leaders come through the scene of the incident. We've gone yellow. So, safety car, period, so to speak. The Battenberg flags are out. Is that one? Alessandro Bigi is out of the race, and I'm just trying to see, I think that's Andrew Obeid's kart that was on its roof.
Now, what this means for the lead is that Rayan Damadasa, that lead that he built up, is now going to go. That's gone. because what happens here is Ryan Damadasa takes, you've heard of the virtual safety car in Formula One, where the drivers have to slow down, the lead driver has to slow down and control the pace like the safety car would. That closes the field up.
We're going green, though. We are going green already. So half a lap under the Battenberg flags, and we are green again.
This is great because there's only 2 laps to go, and we've got the field absolutely concertinaed up, and we've got place changes happening all the time there. The 2 Mumbai Falcons teammates have changed position there, with Kaplan going into 3rd ahead of Qureshi.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, you were saying about Amani Kanua being in a great position to start on the outside of the front row of the grid. Now, of course, if you're in the final, would you rather start 2nd or 3rd? And it's a straw poll of the drivers that are sort of behind us, and without mentioning the names of the drivers who are behind us, both drivers said 3rd. They would rather start 3rd than 2nd. And there's Amani Kanua, but he's not going to start 3rd. He's going to start down in 4th because he runs wide.
That was all about running wide, Henry, onto the sand. It's very, very unforgiving. Literally a wheel's width off. And your right-hand wheels are on the sand. And Amani Kanua goes from 2nd down to, that is 6th place. As they cross the line, confirmed that, Kanua, from 2nd to 6th. Oh, my goodness, that was such an unfortunate thing. Kanua turns in, gets a little bit of a wiggle on, doesn't he, on the entry?
Yeah.
That puts him wide, and then he's just a passenger having to wait for that grip to come back to him.
And you just saw there is another kart in the barrier. It's been there for on that corner up at turn number 13 and turn number 14. And we're literally, as we have got half a lap to go, this is it. So Rian Damadasa.
Those karts, Henry, are significant. Adam El-Bassani and George Nasser are those karts on the outside of turn 15.
Points leader.
Turn 13, 14, I should say.
Points leader out of the race. Here comes your pre-final winner. It's going to be Rian Damadasa ahead of Nathan Kappen coming through to 2nd. This was a real survival of the fittest as we watch Dumont come on with it now. We'll see. I mean,
what are you trying to say, Harry?
Amani Kanua was not the only driver to run wide there. We also had Oscar Lambert, who ran very, very wide up at that Calamity corner. I'm now looking at the driver that inverted their kart was Oscar Backhouse. Oscar Backhouse walking across the circuit now with one of the incredibly hard-working observers.
That's a good sign. Good sign that lad is all right after doing that. We never want to see that, do we?
The observer has got Oscar Backhouse's crash helmet in his hands.
Right, that'll have to be scrutineered, won't it?
Well, it'll have to be either A, scrutineered, or B, thrown in the bin.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the result then, Nick. If you can throw it at us, we'll have a rundown and just gather our thoughts of this pre-final result here. No question there, Rian Damadasa comes through all of that adversity to take a pretty emphatic win there. Nathan Kappen takes advantage of the situation there and finishes 2nd. Jules Dumont in a very strong 3rd place. Ryan Qureshi settles for 4th. Mohamed Menemene 5th. Amani Kanua caught out by the dusty outside of turns 13 and 14, finishes in 6th. In 7th is Zain El-Amassani with Enzo Tesluk in 8th. Oscar Lambert 9th. 10th was Manaf Al-Balushi. Jerry Montgomery Swan finishes in 11th. And then we had Ryan Carews, Adesh Mehta, Alisa Kanisa, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Enia Sachi, Alexis Alzea, Ken Craneball was 18th. 19th was Leith Curranfal. Philip Dinu finished in 20th. And then going out, we think connected Adam El-Bassani and George Nasser, Oscar Backhouse, who we talked about, Andrew Albright, Max Dexter and Alessandro Bigi, who didn't take the start, did Max Dexter and Alessandro Bigi. Well, guys, that concludes everything. We need to go and have a lie down in the dark room.
Just another calm morning's worth of racing here at the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Before you do settle down, ladies and gentlemen, to watch the paddock show, I do want to ask you a favour. If you are watching on the Karting Live TV channel, like the stream and subscribe to the channel. Likewise, if you're watching on the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channel, like the stream and subscribe to the channel. In fact, do both, because it is, and I'm not going to be one of these YouTubers, hey guys, like and subscribe, no. But it does help. That was my YouTuber voice.
It's a brilliant YouTube voice.
But
I just felt I've been dragged back to 10,000 YouTube videos I've seen.
Yeah. But it does help the algorithm. It helps push you, the drivers, out to a larger audience. The more subscribers that the channel has, the more likes each particular live stream has. It does push these videos. When you're doom scrolling, it means that you see more of it. So more people get to see you, the drivers, race, and you never know. And everyone says, oh, that's not going to happen. But you never know when somebody who's watching this thinks, do you know what? I quite like the sound of that driver. I wonder if they need a sponsor. You never know.
And more importantly, it justifies the investment
Mr.
of
Sheffield.
putting a live stream, of putting a live stream for the UAE RMC together and enabling us to bring you live coverage of all of this championship.
Joe, do you want to talk about some karting mums instead while we go to the lunch break?
We are going to go to lunch break.
Okay.
It's a different sort of paddock show. We have a couple of drivers, but it's really all about the people who support the drivers, mentally and physically and spannerily. So this is about 24 minutes, and there'll be about 20 minutes for graphic. I'll be back in 40 minutes, I think. So the racing is back at, I think, 25 past, where are we now? 25 past 2, I think, or 25 past 2 local time. But we'll give a thing on the graphic. But enjoy the video. Well, hello and welcome to round 7 of the UAE RMC here at Al Ain Raceway. We've had a fantastic day's racing yesterday and we are halfway through another pretty cracking day's racing today. But you know, it's not all about the drivers. There's a huge team behind these pilots, including sports psychologists and mechanics. So Joe, how important is the rest of the team to the driver's performance?
Oh, it's massive. You know, as a team manager, driver, coach, mechanic, any of those roles, you're also a social worker, a psychologist, and a mother or father. It's a complex sport, karting. There's a lot of moving parts, quite literally. It's not just about the driver, as you say, it's about the mechanic. And the mechanic, you know, it's really important that the attention to detail that we see from our mechanics, when the race engineer or the mechanic decides on, you know, a setup, a tyre pressure, let's say, of, I don't know, 12 pounds, if you are 11.2 or 12.5 pounds pressure, you're not running at 12 pounds. You've got to be meticulous so you can benchmark things so you know where you are with regards to moving forward and gaining performance. And then when you start working on the driver, and again, we're talking about very young drivers, children in fact, and the psychology of dealing with children as a parent and grandparent, I still don't know.
Who knows? So I want you to take Henry, and I want you to go and to talk to perhaps a mechanic, and can you find me a sports psychologist as well?
We'll have a look. I think we're awash with all of those things here.
Well, wash away.
Karting. It's a team sport, as we all know, even though the driver gets most of the credit. After the driver, you've got the mechanic, you've got the team, but one of the most important facets of being a young professional athlete is mind and fitness. And this is where Debbie Hansen comes in. Debbie, explain a little bit about your role here. You're working with JNKD at the moment. However, your career has spanned far and wide with drivers all over the world. What do you bring to the drivers?
Mostly I first try to get to know them. So how they're thinking, how they react on situations, and especially, of course, on the track when it's really difficult. Then the pressure comes when they need to perform. They get a lot of information, and I try to minimize all the information so they know what to do on track. So I'm like the circle, the middle point of that, to try to get them to the right things, what they need to do, their tasks on track. Off track, that's where it starts. I do the personal training with them, or they have a personal training, and I just need to give them a little bit of advice where they need to work on. And then after the mental part is that we try to get in their mind how they need to think, how you need to have the confidence, how to react in situations. and mostly to stay calm. So a lot of exercising and staying calm. We do warm up before. And during the race, I sometimes give signals just to get them calm, not in advising what they need to do on track, but more that we have a signal like, okay, this means you need to stay calm, and they know then what to do. Every driver has something different, so they know what kind of thing they need to do.
So we should really go back. So Debbie Hansen is a driver performance and mind coach. That's your official title, isn't it? And you've been doing this job for a long time with some of the very, very best in the sport, haven't you?
Yes, actually I started in 2017 with Robert de Haan when we went for the first grand finals in Micromax. And after Micromax I went with him to the Minimax, and in junior we won the grand finals. After that we went to the WSK, and also there we had really good performance. And then I had to transition with him to cars, so we did 1 year Formula 4. And I've actually started in the Ginetta. Yes. And so also the transition to cars, and where I see him now going in Porsche and winning their titles, yeah, it's really nice to see that you are there, yeah, just one piece of that.
Because it's you're dealing with a lot of young children, and of course the highs can be great, the lows can be crushing. What's the main difference between dealing with a young driver, say, a Minimax or a Micromax driver, and someone who's a little bit older? Where do you begin in terms of making sure that they are still a kid, but they understand a little bit about the job that they're doing?
Yeah, when you're working with like Micro and Minimax drivers, I do a lot of games with them. So I try also a lot of explaining with little cars, so the playing cars on the track, how to overtake, what it does. And example with a steering wheel, so let them hold the steering wheel, the position with the hands, what it affecting things is. And when we do practice, I also let them try to be slippery on the track. So when they do a 360 or a braking test, yeah, and that kind of things, to help them to give the reaction in the car and to get the feeling in the car. When you start working with a junior, senior, then mostly in the juniors it's like you have to transition like teenager to more adult. And that's a difficult age because they think they all know everything better. So you try to give them the feeling that they make the decision what they learned, but actually you give them the tools to make them better on track.
Exactly. So for the younger kids, it's simply a case of learning how to drive, and then as you get older, you delve more into the driving psychology side of things. How difficult is it for a young, testosterone-fueled teenager to sit down and listen and be self-reflective, almost, to understand what they're doing? How hard is it to get a driver into that mindset where they have to be self-analytical?
That's a really hard job, because especially when you only work with drivers on track, then it's difficult to get them in that mindset. That's why I always prefer to work also off track with drivers, because then you are in a complete different setup. And then you also can see like what they like in playing games and what kind of things they are really interested. And then you know where you need to touch them to get them on the point. And during the race weekend, it's actually only putting the last things together. It's all starting actually before.
Yeah, because of course a lot of the work goes on beforehand. So we're working with JNKD here. So describe, say, before a Micromax or a Minimax race, what are you doing? Last couple of tips and hints for the JNKD driver, not giving away some of the trade secrets. What are the types of exercises that you're doing to get drivers into the right headspace before they go, and I hate using the headspace, but the right frame of mind before they go out for a big race where there is lots of pressure on them?
Yeah, what I try to do is what they like, and mostly we go to our own space, so we are just alone, and then we do like a warm-up it's for every driver different what they like the most. And mostly when they do their warm-up, I'm asking them what they need to change on track for practice, or what they need to, what the tips are, the feedback is, and then they need to tell me how they're going to do it. And for a race, it's more like that we also do like some games where they get also more calm, but also go in their own bubble. And yeah, I don't have for everyone the same exercise because it's for everybody different.
Yeah, now of course you have shown me about driver fitness, and we have been on a stage together where you have shown me about the driver warm-ups, and it's for some of the kids, they feel a little bit self-conscious about doing the stretches, doing the muscle warm-ups, but how important is that to a driver? And once the kids have overcome those little bits of self-consciousness, do they really appreciate the difference in them physically after they've done a full muscle warm-up program with yourself?
Yeah, what the most different is like you also activate the brain. So a lot of people think like, oh, I don't want to do it, or it looks stupid, or that kind of thing, especially with the kids when other people are watching. But you activate also the brain. So it's all like two things in one. So you activate your body and you stretch it up. So also for when you, for example, you get a little hit or something, your body is already trained to be aware that the body is not affecting it. So it's the same with like eating and drinking and a good sleep during a racing weekend, but actually the days before already. Drinking, it's not only for, okay, then I'm hydrated, but also all the cells in our body and the cells, they making the blood better working, you all need it on track. So a lot of people think, oh, you just need to be hydrated, but it goes further. The cells, the hydration, to the blood cells and that kind of things, it's all affecting also our brain. So also our focus is better with good hydration because and with the good nutrition.
And you talk about the hydration. Even I know enough about karting to know that hydrating yourself ready for racing is not a case of drinking a bottle of Lucozade on the dummy grid before you go out. It's a gradual build-up process, isn't it?
Yeah, and it starts actually already in the week before. So even if kids do a lot of things and not drinking and eating well before the racing weekend, it's already infecting in the weekend. And so the body will be quickly more sore, more tired and that kind of thing. So it's all affecting in one way. And I try to get the drivers learn to build up a complete week.
But of course, after all the technology, all the new science behind driver fitness, mental strength, what's a driver coach's main toy? Simple. It's these. You can't beat a little bit of reactions. Is that correct?
Yes, and yeah, I walk a lot around with the sand balls in my hand because it's easy when you throw them and they fall, they don't roll away like the tennis ball. So, and it's just a reaction, but also in a kind of a stress situation, you can play with it and it goes, you make your mind free. So it makes it really easy in that way for the kids as well. So sometimes I just throw it and they're, what do I do with it? So also get like really that tension, like, okay, wake up.
Exactly. Well, there we go. So every racing driver needs their full arsenal of tools around them, from the best mechanic, the best equipment, but also the best mind and body coach. And that's where Debbie comes in. There you go. Catch.
The man everybody loves to hate, but we do need him. Gary Walker here is our chief scrutineer. Gary, your job is to make sure that everybody's compliant, staying within inside the regulations, and no one, dare I say it, cheating.
Cheating or exploiting the rules.
I call it innovative engineering, but then I come from this side of the fence as well.
That sounds quite an interesting way of putting it, innovative engineering, yeah. I like the idea, but obviously we've got rules and regulations to work to, and most of them are quite good, keeping within the regulations. One of the new rule changes is oil level in the gear case. If I turn this engine around, you'll see on the bottom here you have a drain bung. So the new rule says that if you drain the oil, you must have a minimum of 50 millilitres in. If you have anything less than that, it's non-compliant. So we drain the oil into a purpose calibrated glass to make sure it's the right level. DD2 has to have 100 millimetres minimum.
And there's something in the regulation as well about it has to 50 mil has to come out within 1 minute.
1 minute, yes.
Why is the viscosity so important?
Obviously, it's the correct oil for a Rotax engine. So we have to use XPS oil for the Rotax engine, and that makes it right.
And the 50 mil is a minimum requirement.
Yes.
So you're not going to breach the regulations by having over 50 mil in there.
No, you can have 100 millilitres in, but obviously that's too much. They want as little as possible for the less resistance on the gears.
I was going to ask you that, Gary. Is there a performance gain at all by running less oil? Because that's risky, isn't it?
It's been spoken about that less oil is better, but throughout the race in the hot weather, it's probably better to have more than less, which has been proven.
So if you put, because it's a total loss system, isn't it? You are going to lose some oil, gets burnt off, etc. Minuscule though.
Not burnt off. Right. It probably draws some in through the seals, bit of movement on the gears, probably out the breather, but other than that, it's not too bad. I think generally the amount they put in is 60 mil now.
So this regulation new for the 2026 season, here we are in the UAE across the years, calendar years. However, what's the rationale behind it? Why is this regulation just appeared?
I think the rationale is that the reliability of the engine and the warranty side, the gears are meant to run in the oil, less oil, it's not as good on the way.
Were we seeing engine tuners pushing that envelope? Not so much here in the UAE because there's one Rotax dealer, but in the UK where there's many?
Yes, they do push the limit, but also in the UAE, this is outside the seal. So they can get the engine back after having 100 mil put in and drain whatever amount they want and put what they want back in.
Right.
So there's still the same.
Right.
So we need a minimum oil now, and that's what we check.
Right. Just part of the scrutineering process to make everybody a relative playing field, isn't it? It's all a relative fair playing field.
Fair level playing field.
Yeah, that's the term I was searching for.
Yes, yeah, we hope so.
Yeah. Gary Walker.
Now, sticking with the Minimax class, Kia Ivanov. Kia with the NI Racing team. Your first season in Minimax, and we are getting to a stage where we're a regular contender fighting for the top 5, aren't we?
Yeah, it's been really exciting, like the last weekends and the races. Yeah, I've been fighting for like the top 5 and having a lot of fun out in the heats and finals. Yeah.
Now, okay, so are you living here or are you flying back and forth from Europe?
No, I've been living in UAE since 4 years old actually, and yeah, I've been going through a lot of sports like motocross and yeah.
Oh, so we've tried a number of different sports. Why did we settle on karting?
It's much more competitive than the other sports I've tried. Like there's a lot more people, a lot more like technical competitiveness, and yeah, it's just like more training, more stuff that you have to do.
Now, NI Racing, normally there's a few of you. This weekend, there's only you in the team. First of all, remind us, NI stands for?
Nikolai Ivanic.
Nikolai Ivanic, who is back home somewhere, but this is his team. Yeah. Is it just you and your dad here?
Yeah, for now, yeah, because the Russian pilots are in Russia right now, and they have a season there, and hopefully they do good. And when their season ends, they're going to come back here, and we're going to have like 7 drivers.
Excellent, because we've had a lot going on at the start of the season. The rest of the season, you've got 4 rounds to go. 2 rounds this weekend, 2 rounds next weekend. What are your hopes for the championship?
I hope getting top 5 in the championship and to finish my rookie season good and move on to junior in the next season.
Excellent. Now, of course, so as someone from Russia, you've got drivers coming over from Europe. You've lived here since you were 4, so I imagine you've only ever raced over here, haven't you?
Yeah.
What do people find, like when the other Russian drivers coming over from Europe, what do they say is the main differences between this racing in the UAE and racing in Europe?
I think the main difference is grip, because the grip in Russia is straight away. Like you go onto the track and it's literally grippy. It's like metal rails, and yeah. But here, you have to really just like do lots and lots of sessions until the track actually gets good and you get good lap times.
Is that because of the sand?
Yeah, probably because of the sand and wind that's been going on.
The sand, the wind. Now, it's a bit difficult here for Nick, our cameraman, to show this, but in terms of driver merchandise, this man has got some driver merch that I've never, ever seen before. What's your dad wearing?
He's wearing socks with my name, for example.
Official Kia Ivanov socks, ladies and gentlemen. Dad is just round there. We'll try and get a picture of it there, but I have seen lots of different types of merchandise. Hats, T-shirts, shorts, you name it. But you, Kia, are the first driver to have their own sock range.
Yeah.
Can you buy them in the shops?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you can buy them in the shops. Well, there we go. Complete with our own brand of socks, Kia Ivanov, flying the flag for NI Racing this weekend. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Senior Rotax Championship leader George Nasser from the M&M team. He's leading the championship with 4 point scoring rounds to go. Now, behind every driver, we talk about karting. It's not about the individual necessarily. Yes, we talk about the driver. The driver is the one that gets all the glory and talked about. However, there was a whole network of personalities and structure and teamwork that goes behind putting this kart for George at the front of this championship. And this man here, who, if any of our Karting Live TV audience follow us on the NKC, he'll be a name that they recognise from a couple of years ago. Jamie Zyra. Jamie, you are the person responsible for putting this kart together for George.
Not solely, but...
Well, yeah, but you do it, yes. I mean, you're working with George all the time. And so I want to ask you, you are the championship leading mechanic at the moment. How does that make you feel?
It's really good. It's nice to come out here and do a good job. So.
Yeah, there's only one way to do the job, isn't it, for the likes of yourself with all the experience you have, and that is attention to detail.
Yeah, it is. I've been doing it for long enough now.
Yeah.
Racing and mechanicking.
Jimmy, stop what you're doing, because I'm finding it very hard to looking at what you're doing. Without giving too much away, karts just come off the track. Before I've even come in, within 2 minutes, the rear axle's out. Yeah. Is this the sort of process that we see?
Yeah, we just wanted to try some stuff for the last session. He didn't really like it that much, so just going back to where we were before. So,
when you say some stuff, and what I'm not going to ask you to give away what you're going to try, but what did he not like about that last session?
He just wanted a little bit more grip in the middle of the corner, so we tried something and he didn't like it, so just go back the other way now.
Is this something that we'll see during the race day tomorrow, maybe between heats, or?
Not too much with the axle. Right. Normally, more just the pressure during the race and maybe a little bit more in the caster sort of thing. But
right.
We sometimes cut them down a little bit, but I never really change them that much once you've done the quali.
Right. So today is all about getting that base set up for refinements only.
Yeah, just trying to see what we can get out of the quali.
Different track configuration as well. Has that changed things massively regarding setup, gearing, etc.?
Just the gearing a little bit, really. Right. We haven't really changed too much from where we were last time when we come here. So.
Of course, we've got rid of that really, really long sweeping straight, and now we've gone a bit sort of nudgy around a infield hairpin, haven't we?
Yeah, they've not done this. I think last time I came here was maybe 7 years ago when we did this layout, so we haven't done it for a long time.
Right. Did you drive on it or mechanic?
No, mechanic. Right. They used to do the back chicane as well, but they've cut that out for some reason.
Yeah, well, that's a passing place off that. We love that on TV. So tell me, your day on a race day, are you solely focused on not just setup, but working with the driver as well?
Yeah, a lot of the setup. George is quite hard to talk to because he's usually in and then gone.
Right. Does he like a tip? He's got the racing driver script?
Yeah, he likes to keep himself to himself.
Right. So is that a problem?
No, he just comes in, has a chat, tells you what he wants, and then he's gone.
Right.
That's no problem. Easier to deal with.
You've raced at a pretty high level in the UK yourself, Jamie. Do you find that because of that experience from that seat, that helps with that communication process?
I suppose it does a little bit. A bit easier to understand what he wants. Maybe that's the only reason. But most good mechanics are good mechanics. Doesn't matter if they drove or not.
You know what? I think you're doing yourself a disservice. So Is it also a thing that you sometimes find yourself doing when, for instance, using the previous session, he needs a bit more grip in the corner? Is that something that you can maybe put your driver coach hat on and maybe work on it in a different way?
Maybe I just a little bit more understand what he's trying to get out of it. Maybe it's a bit easier if you did drive, but yeah, if you have a rough understanding, you can give him what he wants. So.
Right. How much work goes into the psychology of what you want your driver to do?
That I leave to the driver coach.
All right, okay.
Yeah, Matt normally does the video with him and helps him in that area.
Do you ever feel like stepping out of your lane because of your driving background, of course?
Not really. Matt's done a lot more out here, so I just leave Matt to it. Right. So.
What's the differences out here? I've heard lots of talk about the way the tracks.
Yeah, I'd say the heat and how the track is obviously it's not very grippy out here. I don't know. Some tracks seem grippier. Like Yas seems to be really grippy because I think it's a surface, but here where it's really sandy all the time, I don't know.
What's Jamie Zyra, the championship-winning mechanic, championship-leading? Sorry, yeah. I hope I haven't hexed it. Yeah, what? No. What are you hoping for this weekend?
I'm hoping if we can just come away in I think the top 5 the whole weekend. I think we could probably finish before next week.
Discretion being the better part of valor, do you think? In certain circumstances?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Let's not hex it. Yeah. Thanks, Jamie. Great to talk to you.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had enjoyed your lunch. We are back with round 7 of the UAE RMC. And this is the all-important bit. My name is still Joe Bradley, and still sat beside me after all this time is Henry Baudet.
Hello.
Henry, this is what we've been gunning for all day long. It's all about the final, isn't it? You can do well in the heats and the pre-finals, or you can do poorly. As long as you do well in the final, that's what everybody remembers.
Yes, indeed. Liam O'Hanlon will lead the Micromax field to the start of the first final of the afternoon. Adam Al-Sheikh, Alex Fryenstein, Amar Tabatsa, Cameron Harvey, and the O-Plate winner, Samar Chopra, round out the front 3 rows of the grid. The second half of the field, pole position holder Vaibhav Ponna, Tayab Haroon, Adrian Foreo-Vignole, Leo Reutmann, Yusuf Al-Kayat, and Saif Al-Maina. Had a very interesting conversation, Joe, with Forbes Nichols from the Synergy team, talking about his youngest driver, the number 18, the novice, Yusuf Al-Kayat. When he was in Bambino, he had a flip at the top corner, turn number 14, and hurt himself. I think broke his arm. Yesterday, coming up the same corner, had another flip. And he's fine, but Forbes was saying confidence shot
Sapped, yeah.
At the moment. Even though young Yusuf is bounding around the paddock, full of energy, really, really, enjoying his race. He said that it's not frustrating. It's frustrating. It's a shame because, he just said at the moment, this part of the circuit is a nemesis from Yusuf, and he's just tiptoeing round, which is costing him lap times, which otherwise he would be much further up, closer to the pace, as it were.
Well, hopefully young Yusuf will gather his confidence as he continues on his karting journey to the remaining rounds of the season here in the UAE RMC. Right now, it's all about those 2 karts at the front, isn't it? Liam O'Hanlon and Adam El-Sheikh. Can't forget Alexander Fryenstein and Amar Tabatsa, and you can't discount Cameron Harvey and Samar Chopra as well. The field of Micromax karts about to embark on what will be their longest race of the day, 11 laps, longest race of the weekend with the truncated finals yesterday. But here we go. Liam O'Hanlon leads them away, Adam El-Sheikh alongside. And it'll be the race down to turn 1. El-Sheikh darts across to the left and secures that second place, or does he? Yes, he does. As O'Hanlon gets into the lead, El-Sheikh is second, learning from everything he's seen.
Yeah, indeed. And he darted across to take the inside line just before Alexander Fryenstein plonked the number 77 Motorscape kart right in the P2 position. So opportunistic and very, very quick thinking from Adam Al-Sheikh. It's game on already at the front. Samar Chopra, we're waiting to see. He's not had a great start and is currently back in 246, 7th position still as we follow Al-Sheikh out of turn number 12. First move of the afternoon. New leader Adam Al-Sheikh for 1 corner. New leader Liam O'Hanlon.
Yeah, and it's proved to be the case in all of our classes as we battle it out down the back straight for the first time. We're 6. It looked like 6 wide at one point there.
Could have been.
It wasn't. It could have been. Liam O'Hanlon is loving this because this is allowing him to break free and build a cushion. However, let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay of Adam El-Sheikh going through and into the lead. But a very calm head on Liam O'Hanlon, just lets him do that, lets the kart breathe and slips down the inside. That leaves Adam El-Sheikh with all sorts of things to contend with. He's broke free of that contention and now off he goes chasing after Liam O'Hanlon. What I was about to say, Henry, was, before all hell broke loose there,
yes.
It seems to be the right-hand side of this grid is not where you want to be from the front row down. And if you are, you're going to have to do what Adam El-Sheikh did there and get across to the left as soon as you can.
Very quickly and in a very, very crowded bit of real estate where disaster lurks around every corner. You may notice something slightly different, and that is the karts look a little bit brighter. Why do they look a little bit brighter? Because they are reflecting off the sun, which has appeared. The wind has died down. Blue skies have appeared overhead. The temperatures have gone up. And, again, we talked about Barry. Now, in the immortal words of Blind Melon, there will be no rain.
Well, will that have an effect with the sun now beating down without the cloud cover? That track temperature is going to soar.
Yep.
Now, that's going to that's going to be a tricky thing to call with regards to tyre pressures. I know we've got previous knowledge of this place, previous knowledge of this tarmac, so all of the teams are experienced enough to maybe gauge. But gauging it for a race on the grid for this one, the next one, yeah, they can see the blue skies are out, is tyre and tyre pressure and tyre wear getting towards the end of the day, getting towards the edge of that life, of the lack of energy from the tyres, wearing the rubber out. Are we going to see that come to the fore when we get towards the latter end of these finals?
Well, one of the things that you would have learnt if you would have for those of you that stayed and watched our paddock show is that obviously, Joe, you were interviewing Jamie Dyer, who older mustachio brother of Danny Dyer. No, Jamie Dyer, who is George Nassar's mechanic. You will know what the mechanics are doing. They're looking at the temperature, the small adjustments they make to tyre pressures to account for track conditions, track temperature, ambient temperature, etc., etc.
And also with the excess in heat, or the increase in heat, I should say, how is that going to expand the tyre? Because as the tyre gets hotter, the pressure in the tyre goes up, the face of the tyre, the tread of the tyre, interacts and engages with the surface of the track in a different way. The higher the pressure, the more bulbous it becomes, and the less grip you may have. As we've got somebody behind these two at the front of the field, going off onto the grassy infield. However, getting to grips with a bit of rallycross, it looks like.
Missed our camera as well.
And I
yes,
know
thankfully.
why. Because that driver who's gone off, their nose cone has hooked the left-hand side of their nose cone has hooked itself on the tyre.
So he wasn't inputting any steering, it was a broken steering track.
And now the driver steps aside out of the race, and that is a real shame, because that is our pole sitter from this morning, Vaibhav Ponna, who becomes the first retirement of the afternoon.
That's a shame, Henry, because right now at the front of this field where Vaibhav Ponna maybe felt he should be, we've got Liam O'Hanlon under pressure now from Adam El-Sheikh, getting towards the middle part of this race. It's 11 laps, so 5.5 laps before we see half distance, and Liam O'Hanlon cannot settle at all. He's got to consider who is on his tail. These two have broken away because, Henry, they're just not squabbling yet. That's to come.
Yeah, exactly. They have dropped Alex Fryenstein, who's third. They've dropped Samar Chopra and Cameron Harvey, who are locked in a battle for fourth position. They've dropped everybody else. Amar Tabatsa, Adrian Fore-Wignoli, Leo Reutmann, Saif Al-Maina, Yusuf Al-Kayat and Tayab Haroon were the only other drivers still running. And that is because Adam El-Sheikh, the XL Motorsport number 55 driver, the Energy Course kart, chasing that Kart Republic machine. I believe it's a Kart Republic 4. Liam O'Hanlon into turn number 1.
Behind these two, might want to mention Alexander Freinstein, who has a bit of a lonely, just coming into play there, coming into view, I should say, on the orangey red kart there. He's got a lonely third place. And behind Alexander, Cameron Harvey has Samar Chopra, very much in this fashion here. Fourth and fifth look like that, look like first and second. They're so close together, so we'll keep a wary eye on whether or not there's a place change for that fourth and fifth. And likewise behind them, Amar Tabatsa and Adrian Fore-Wignoli, they're having a great race. Leo Reutmann hasn't really come through. We saw some great pace from him in qualifying and stuff, but just hasn't had a good racing in the heats and the pre-finals. Meanwhile, you cannot say that about these two, because these two have been the class of this Micromax field, it seems.
Yeah, down the back straight. Now, this is as close as El-Sheikh has been, but we still don't see any deviation from following the rear bumper of O'Hanlon's kart from the number 55. He gives him a little bit of a love tap, crossing the line. Now, that's helping O'Hanlon, and it's helping El-Sheikh extend their advantage to over 2 seconds over Alex Fryenstein in third position.
And rather than pulling, he just nudged the rear bumper. That's expected. He's got momentum. He's slightly quicker than O'Hanlon on that straight by maybe 0.2 of a mile an hour. However, he just lets the kart nestle up behind O'Hanlon, doesn't really delay either of them, and that's the way to do this. You've got to be comfortable running literally conjoined with the rear bumper of the kart in front of you, because you're waiting for your opportunity. Now we're on lap 7, so we're well inside the second half of this final, and we are playing, sat here, Henry, we are playing a waiting game on these two, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
All right, boys, when are you going to pull the trigger, Adam?
Well, I mean, and people, if you're new to karting, you're thinking, well, that number 55 karting second, he keeps bumping the kart in front. That's not fair. No. In karting, at this level, that is, number 1, accepted, and number 2, expected from Liam O'Hanlon, because he knows that actually this is a good thing that Adam Al-Sheikh is just sort of nudging my rear bumper along, because it's pushing us both further away from the rival.
And he knows he's behind him and not trying to come alongside him. That kind of gives you a bit of a reassuring feeling. So places like this, like on the edge, towards the end of the straight, if your competitor is nudging you from behind, it's like, right, okay, that's kind of sending the message that I'm going to follow you. And Adam Al-Sheikh has absolutely matched the wheel tracks of Liam O'Hanlon. But I'm going to say it again, it's a matter of time before we see these two pull the trigger and start squabbling for that overall top step of the podium.
Yep, it's acceptable, it is expectable, and the words of Mel and Kim, it is respectable. But I
never thought I'd hear you utter a lyric from Mel and Kim.
Well, you know, sometimes racing giveth and racing taketh away. And in the context of what we were speaking of, it just seemed, well, it just popped. Many things pop into my adult brain.
Yes,
that happened to be the one that was most printable.
As long as they stay there, Henry, that's the thing. Then it's safe for everyone. Right then, we're on lap 9. After this one, there will be 2 more laps. It's kind of like the 2-minute warning in a basketball game, isn't it? The bell goes, and now we start to play.
And looking at Adam Al-Sheikh's car, as he came out of turn number 3, he was able to keep the car quite low on the track, get the power down without the back end of the car bogging down. When I say bogging down, that means it grips up too much. He's not using as much track and getting the drive off the corner. Of the 2 karts at the moment, I would say that Al-Sheikh's kart, the setup, is more suited at this particular point of the race. Now, of course, we are on lap 9 out of 11, so we haven't got much of the race left to go. But right now, Adam Al-Sheikh's car looks to be in a little bit better shape in terms of, maybe the pressures, maybe the setup. However, O'Hanlon has got that one key element in his favour, track position.
He has, but that can easily, like in the words of Steph Musdef, who was talking about Amani Kanua's race, crazy how things can change in a split second.
Yes,
indeed. And here it begins. Turn 3.
And look at the drive. Look at the drive off the corner from the 55.
Momentum. He's got to keep that momentum, and it's whether or not that momentum can carry him alongside and then subsequently carry him forward. Liam O'Hanlon is ready. It's incredible to talk about these youngsters as if they've got 30 years experience under them. But it's like they have. They drive like they have. They race like they have. The incredible racecraft that we see in Micromax just always blows my mind. And now we see Adam Al-Sheikh just exploring a little bit offline. And remember, Henry, just how much there is less grip and how little grip there is off the line. A little bit easier for these Micromax karts because they're a little bit narrower than the senior classes, but it's still slippery out there if you get it wrong.
How much patience and maturity has Adam Al-Sheikh shown, and likewise, how much nerve, the holding of the nerve from Liam O'Hanlon. Now we start to defend. That is the first, as we start the final lap of this 11-lap race. Liam O'Hanlon finally makes his first defensive manoeuvre, and it's game on from here to the checkered flag.
And that's the first time we've seen Adam Al-Sheikh allow that momentum to pull him alongside, maybe show him a couple of cards in his hand. Still all to play for through turn 5 now into the double apex, turn 6 and 7, hairpin at 8. Off down the straight here, and this next sequence of corners, the kink at 9 into the braking area for 10. And look at that defensive line there from O'Hanlon. It's going to cost him lap time. However, he's only got a few corners to go. He's only got a few corners to hang on to that lead as they go through 12 now. This is the important bit. O'Hanlon is offline slightly. They both get back online. El Sheikh almost pokes his nose down the inside, but it's all now down to the race, down to the 2 final corners, Henry.
It is now. Al Sheikh swings the outside. He's going to try and dive underneath O'Hanlon coming into this corner, but he can't. And what a drive from Liam O'Hanlon and Adam Al Sheikh, who tries a drag race to the line. O'Hanlon by 0.02 of a second, and they both make turn number 1.
Absolutely. That my heart was in my mouth to think how much they kept that in. Liam O'Hanlon takes the win from probably even narrower than that, 24 thousandths of a second, as Henry pops down to get a chat. You know what? That was phenomenal racing from both of those young lads, because Adam El Sheikh followed him round the whole lap and then mounted the challenge when the time was right, in my opinion. However, he just didn't have enough. Liam O'Hanlon leading the championship coming into this weekend for round 6 and 7. He will consolidate that championship lead certainly with that round 7 victory in the final. Behind the 2 karts that we were focusing on for the lead of that race, we had in 3rd place Alexander Freienstein with a very lonely 3rd place. Finally getting ahead of Cameron Harvey, he did Samar Chopra, and he will come in 4th. Cameron Harvey therefore 5th, Amata Batsa 6th, and then in 7th place Adrian Farah-Vignoli, South Almina in 8th, Leo Reutemann 9th, Yusuf El-Kayet, you'd be happy with that, will Yusuf, finishing in 10th, and Tayyab Haroun finishing in 11th. Via Ponna went out after 2 laps, I think. He did complete 3 laps, did Vayab, and then we lost him with a bit of steering problem, didn't we? So starting off as we mean to go on, that was Micromax for their 11-lap final. We've got Minimax coming next with 1 extra lap of racing for the slightly older kids, slightly less restricted Rotax Max 125cc water-cooled engines. Same chassis, same 950mm chassis with the same Mojo tyres, width and dimensions, and indeed compound of rubber. So they are coming next, but we're keeping an eye on the Parc Fermé for Henry to get a word with our 2 winners, and indeed a word with our 3rd place, Alexander Freienstein.
I think it may be some time, because go gather them all up, make sure it's all okay, but we'll get him, don't worry.
Yeah,
we've got all 3 of them.
Yeah, if you're just joining us on Karting Live TV, or indeed the UAE RMC stream, the process of the karts coming off track is they've got to be checked and inspected from the technical side of scrutineering. And the first thing that happens there is the karts all come onto the weighbridge, and the karts and drivers weighed to meet the minimum weight limit. If you're underneath the weight limit, then you are disqualified for coming in underweight. So hopefully everyone will make it through, and then it'll be down to Henry to gather the herding the cats, as we call it.
Absolutely.
To get a word with Liam O'Hanlon, Adam El Sheikh and Alexander Freienstein.
So that was a race of virtually no overtakes, you see. But still, see, you can have no overtaking, and it's still exciting.
Well, it's live sport. You don't know what's going to happen next. And like that YouTuber who said, Steph Mosdef, who was
on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Might be a YouTuber.
On the chat. Yeah, crazy things can change at a split second. And that's what you're kind of waiting for. You're hoping that it doesn't go horribly wrong. And that was down to, really, the 2 drivers who were in control of that, Liam O'Hanlon and Adam El Sheikh.
Dawn Sanford says, "Come on, Liam, and well done, Liam." So she was watching.
Dawn Sanford's his grandmother.
Well, he has a win. You'll be hearing from your grandson in a couple of minutes.
Yes, I'm sure he'll give you a call, Dawn, who's not at an airport this weekend.
No, we hear him on the screen?
Yeah, his mum's on the screen. His grandmother, I mean, who's not at an airport. Last time she messaged him once from an airport. Yeah. I think she was on her way home.
Really?
Yes, a few months. That was a few rounds ago. So coming next is Minimax, like I say, 12 laps for their final, and we'll talk about those drivers when we come out of our Micromax post-race interviews.
Bear with, just doing some social media stuff.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Ken Potter just taking 5 there, sitting on the infield. He's had a bit of an intense weekend, as Ken. He's staying over for next week's round 8, and I think Ken will probably be lying down by the pool for the whole week to recover from this one. He's had all the judging of fact to do out there on the track, and then the issuing of the judiciary processes that go on, that are all part of this sport. We have to keep it all fair. And message from Henry.
Now this is a problem.
Okay.
Henry said he's ready, but we haven't got a picture.
Really?
That was working. Okay. Hold on.
I'll talk amongst myself, I take it. I want to tell everybody about our cardshop.me replays.
Okay, Henry, go. Go.
Live sport.
Well, if the temperature is warmed up on the track, these three guys look as
So we seem to have lost Henry for a moment. We'll try and get him back as soon as possible.
Henry, can you hear me? Henry, start again. Start again, Henry. We're fine now. Start again. Yes, go. Start again.
Look into my eyes, You didn't see that. And here we go. 1, 2, 3. Well, it's a nice, warm, sunny afternoon down here in the but these three guys, they look like they are as cool as a cucumber. Liam O'Hanlon, that was a very, very tactical race, wasn't it?
Really good, like from start to finish, led it, done everything that I needed to do, basically.
Yeah, you did. Now, of course, at the start of the season, would you have been content to just not defend and let Adam push you? Or would you be more case of, I need to defend, I need to protect? Is this a case of how much you've matured over the course of the year?
I've also learned a lot over this season from like defending, overtaking, how to like learn how to drive by yourself at the front.
And it all came together. Last lap, was there a moment where you thought, Adam's got me here?
No, I thought I had it.
You thought you had it. Who would you like to thank?
My mum, my dad, Connor, my two sisters, my whole family, because they're here in Dubai, my cousins and my uncle, and my nanny Pam passed away on Friday.
I'm so sorry to hear that. So to the entire O'Hanlon family, you know, we're very sorry for your lot, but tough race, and he's got one more thank. Dawn Stanford as well. So, but from the entire family, they're all here. I know it's been a tough time, but you have just put a smile on a lot of people's faces and replaced a few tears, I think.
Yeah, and I also want to thank my mechanic, George, Jacob, and everyone in the team that helps me.
Well done, very well spoke, and our condolences to the whole O'Hanlon family for the loss of Nanny Pam. There we go. Okay, moving swiftly on. Thank you, Liam. What a mature, way to speak. Adam Al-Sheikh, we know we're going to be going out very, very shortly. What have you got to say about sitting in second place all the way through that race?
Not that disappointed. I did a really good weekend, and it was quite hard because I had a gap also, so then I had to catch up, and then my team gave me the sign to push, and I had to push, and then the final lap, it was really hard because he was defending.
Well, okay, we're going to be very, very quick here because I can hear the carts on circuit. Alex Fryenstein, well, sorry, Adam, I'll thank everyone at XL Motorsport on behalf of Adam Al-Sheikh. Alex Fryenstein, a lonely run to third, but it's another podium.
Yeah, the kart wasn't running that clean because I didn't know what to do, and I just wanted to keep it.
You did the best that you could with the equipment that you had on the day, and that's the key thing. So thank you to all Alex's supporters and Motorscape. We've got to head back up very quickly because the next race is already on its rolling lap. Back to you, Joe.
Minimax finalists out on the track for their second formation lap. Oliver Butchard leading the field round on the pole position from Benjamin Karachkovic alongside Austin Gray and Francesco Lisgnoli share row 2 with Max Payton and Albie Stubbs on row 3. Row 4, well, that's Kurt Evanoff and Vico Pajamaki with Ahmad Faisal Al Maya, Adam Fleury alongside on 5, Louis Patel and Mohamed Mubarak on row 6, and then rounding off 13 cart field is Aaron Essan, who hopefully will have a better final than Aaron did in the pre-final. They are just about to enter onto the back straight here, so that's perfect timing from young Oliver to time that well. As I finish off the grid rundown, we've got them now beginning to form up on the back straight. And it's Oliver Butchard from Benjamin Krachkovic. Now, Krachkovic is fully aware that he's on the disadvantaged right-hand side of the grid here. Behind Benjamin, or alongside and just over his shoulder, is his teammate Austin Gray. Both of these drivers from the JNKD squad. And Francesco Lisgnoli, who's got some great pace from the George Gibbons Motorsport kart. Max Payton with Synergy not that far. And you can't discount Sam Pollard Racing's Albie J. Stubbs. As this gets underway, then the bright green helmet of Oliver Butchard is the kart that will lead into turn 1. And it's Austin Gray who slots into second place. His teammate, Benjamin Krachkovic. Is that Benjamin Krachkovic in second? In third place, I should say. I think it is. No, he's in fourth. So Krachkovic really was disadvantaged on that right-hand side, and I think that could well be Max Payton in third place. But at the moment, undoubtedly, that bright green helmet belongs to Oliver Butchard. Can Austin Gray stay in touch? At the moment, Butchard is pulling away as Krachkovic gets through and into third place there. He's off after his teammate Austin Gray as they head out of turns through 13. Head out of 14. We've seen how dusty the offline can be at that top end. And they are into the sweeping left-hander, that is turn 15. Through the final corner then. We'll confirm who is where, but it's definitely Oliver Butchard from Mumbai Falcons in the lead of this race as they cross the line. Benjamin Krachkovic follows Austin Gray through second and third. Max Payton it was who got up to third for a little while. Albie J. Stubbs fifth, Kurt Evanoff sixth, and then we've got Francesco Lisgnoli losing out there and ending up in seventh.
Yeah, and I know that obviously this is Minimax. I have to quickly just refer back to the Microax race. What an incredible interview, Liam O'Hanlon, thanking everyone. Oh, and can I just say hi to my family because my nan died on Friday.
I know, incredible.
Incredible.
Blew us away, that.
What a mature, grown-up attitude. And I said, yeah, Liam has replaced a lot of tears with smiles because the O'Hanlon family is here en masse to take their mind off things, you know, and we are very sorry to all the supporters online who have lost a family member, the O'Hanlon family. But yeah, Liam keeps winning and Benjamin Krachkovic keeps moving forward.
He does, getting ahead of his teammate Austin Gray. These two have been following each other around. Let's have a look at the carshop.me replay. Textbook move as we've seen all weekend long as he moves out of the slipstream of Austin Gray down the inside. Now the question on everybody's mind is, can Austin Gray come back at him? As Butchard now has got a gap of almost 0.4 of a second now. So if these three drivers now, and I'm talking about Krachkovic, Austin Gray, and now Albie J. Stubbs, these have been battling it out in Minimax here in the UAE RMC for pretty much the whole season, haven't they?
Absolutely. Oliver Butchard, who's Ian Butchard on obviously being from Liverpool, and of course Liverpool, home of Aintree, home of the Grand National. Oliver Butchard apparently he is invoking the spirit of I Am Maximus, who of course won the Grand National yesterday. So I am Oliverus.
Well,
at the front of the field.
His dad Gavin and his mother Joanna is here watching. I think his mother's pacing up and down here as well.
Yes, yes.
Gavin's got that 500 dirhams in his hand, and he's going to have to give it all to Oliver, because he's still yet to look over his shoulder. He needs to look over his shoulder, maybe because, or maybe he doesn't, because he can hear them all. He can hear Krackovic, Austin Gray, and LBJ Stubbs right there on his rear bumper now. So we've got a 4-car train for the lead. It's a 12-lap race, and we're already just quarter distance. So a massive amount of lapping to be done.
And I have to say, and Arhan Eschen has retired again. That's 3 out of 3 in the DNF column for Arhan Eschen. But here we go. Move for second place. Austin Gray, side by side with his teammate. Krackovic fights back, and Krackovic, they're saying, no, come on, Austin. Let's work forward. Let's go forward. And I've got to say, Austin would do well to listen to Benjamin at this point in proceedings.
However, in fairness to Austin, he's got LBJ Stubbs, who's not part of the JNKD squad, and and LBJ Stubbs is just waiting for an opportunity to break up that JNKD party.
Yes,
so
he is.
Benjamin is possibly unaware of that. He wants Austin to work with him to catch Oliver, and as we say that, Austin Gray moves into second. Benjamin Krackovic comes back at him at turn 2. They're side by side. They're going to let Oliver Butchard go through, and that is what LBJ Stubbs there on the pink and black cart of Sam Pollard Racing. That's what he was waiting for.
And again, learning moment for Austin Gray. He's in the middle of a race, so he's not going to be completely aware of everything that goes on. This is where the JNKD team, they take him back and they look at the footage afterwards, and you're looking at the race, and you say hindsight's a wonderful thing, but it's data and it's looking, and you can see, okay, this is why Benjamin was saying point forward, and this is why it would have been maybe better to sit in there, not because of helping Benjamin, helping his own, Austin Gray's own chance of winning the race, because look how much further Oliver Butchard is up the road as the Sam Pollard Racing 196 LBJ Stubbs P2.
And that's why Austin Gray had to pull the trigger on his teammate. A little bit of a coming together, just concertinaing up there as the momentum was lost by LBJ Stubbs. No harm, no foul as Austin Gray goes down the inside of his teammate. Again, this time he's got the inside line for turn 2. So Krackovic has gone from second to fourth. Now Austin Gray waves. Krackovic comes down the inside at 3, and he makes it move. He makes the move down the inside, and he stays with it, and he's gotten straight back up into third. And now the two JNKD teammates need to catch not Oliver Butchard, but LBJ Stubbs. As Oliver Butchard is gone.
Because suddenly it's not just first place that is out of reach, it's second place that is not out of reach, but is in danger of becoming out of reach. As Francesco Lisignoli and Kier Ivanov, I saw Kier's, mum and dad trying to take down the now defunct NI Racing Easy Up awning, which apparently is now destined for a nearby skip. Well, there's bits of plastic. Stubbs gets his line wrong.
Yes, massively washed out there through the... Let's have another look on the cartshop.me replay. If for some reason LBJ Stubbs just ended up washing wide and messing up that final corner, there's a bit of a coming together, a bit of argy-bargy. He's managed to gather himself up, but he's lost 4 places. He came through in 6th place now.
And it was a simple case of Albie just running he was carrying too much speed coming out of turn number 15 and couldn't get his line right for turn number 16.
Again, it's that sandy outside edge. You only have to put a wheel off line by a few centimetres, and you're just going to wash out because your front end just doesn't grip, your rear end's coming round, and LBJ was gathering it all up, and that's let the two JNKD teammates through again. And guess what? Kurt Ivanov and Francesco Lisignoli has gone as well. So whether or not LBJ Stubbs can come back at them, we're about to see.
Well, I have to say, we're looking at the 2nd and 3rd place carts on track. That is because our leader, Oliver Butchard, if kart is 2.2 seconds at the road. Now, if karting was already an expensive hobby for Mr. and Mrs. Butchard, Gavin Butchard's sort of bet with his son, look, don't look over your shoulder. I'll give you 500 dirham. Every time you look over your shoulder, I'll take 50 dirham off you. Butchart hasn't looked over his shoulder since. It could become an even more expensive hobby because Butchart is going to keep on winning and winning at this rate without looking over his shoulder.
And especially if these two drivers, Karachkovic goes over the back of his teammate and out of contention completely. Kurt Ivanov says, get on with it, boys, because I'm going to have this second place from you. And he does. Albie Stubbs trying to get past Austin Gray. Where is Benjamin Krachkovic coming back onto the track? I don't know where he's appeared from, but he's right in amongst that after leaving the track.
Yep.
He's not, well, that's
and
not going to...
Well, he's done exactly...
Yep, he's tried to repair what's happened there. Let's have another look at that, Henry.
So he's third at the moment. He makes the move to the inside. Austin Gray's already turning in. By the time Benjamin Karachkovic realises, this isn't on, it's too late, he does return to the track. He lets Lisignoli, Stubbs, Ivanov and Austin Gray go before resuming the race. So he did what he did yesterday. Now, we're not going to preempt race director Ken Potter. However, he left the track, initially gained an advantage, and then did everything in his power without being a danger and stopping in the middle of the circuit to undo the advantage that he gained. And that we'll just leave it at that, and we'll call it as we see it on track.
And as we're seeing it right now, Austin Gray has taken up the lead of this pack from Kurt Ivanov. Francesco Lignoli sliding wide there. Krachkovic is coming back through as well. He's already overtaken Albie Stubbs. Lignoli now has to settle into the rear, onto the rear bumper of the recovering Benjamin Krachkovic, who was up and ahead of those two. He's got Kurt Ivanov, and Ivanov, if anybody is looking racy, it's Ivanov on that red and white NI Racing kart, now challenging Austin Gray for what will be second place down the inside into turn 15. They both get on the slippery stuff. Austin Gray gathers it up, but it's a new second place as they come out the final turn across the line. Butchart leads. It's now Ivanov in second, and the gap has gone out to 3 seconds.
Oh, how much would the Kia Ivanov team, the NI Racing team and Kia's family appreciate a podium as Karachkovic comes back to P3. Kartshop.me replay. Beautiful manoeuvre from Kia Ivanov. Austin Gray leaves him room because he was understeering a little bit during the middle of the corner, and Gray slots back into P3, which has now become P4 because Karachkovic on a mission is closing in on Kia Ivanov. And I will say this, out of the corner of my eye, as Karachkovic goes through into P2, can Kia Ivanov hang on to a podium finish, because here comes Albie Stubbs.
Yes, and there, when you saw Karachkovic coming through, and once he got into second, then it was to Kurt Ivanov, right, let's work together and catch Butchart. However, Ivanov, last of the late breakers there to hold back Albie Stubbs. It's 10 laps completed here for Oliver Butchart. 10 laps completed for this lot here. And we've got 2 more laps, would you believe, Henry? So Butchart has gone. He's up the road by 3.4 seconds. Ivanov has got his eyes set on that second place, but when can he make the move? Because if he's not careful, Albie Stubbs is not that far back, and even Austin Gray can come back into this.
Yeah, if I was Kurt Ivanov, I would be thinking, if I want my best chance of a podium is actually trying to pass Benjamin Karachkovic now, because Stubbs looks menacing behind him. I do have to say this, however, to Gavin Butchart, to Oliver's dad, your son owes you 100 dirham. Why? Because he looked over his shoulder twice coming out of turn 14 on the previous lap. Once, just to check, and then second, it was going, where'd everybody go?
You absolute snitch.
Well, hey, if I could grass on Paul Schutzman for stealing cookies, then I could do the same.
Yeah, here comes Albie Stubbs now down the inside of Ivanov into turn 15.
No, he doesn't.
I'll tell you why, because Ivanov is really quick into there. He did it before and kept Albie back, and he's done that before. I don't know what Benjamin is signalling there, because he's got, 3.6 seconds to gain. He's going to need more of a slipstream to catch that gap here. And Ivanov, with the final lap now and the checkered flag being unfurled in readiness for this field of karts next time by, there's our leader, 3.6 seconds up the road. But we can't take our eyes off second, third, fourth and fifth place here, because, Henry, this still could go anywhere.
It could go any one of 4 ways. There are 4 drivers and 2 places on the podium. Karachkovic, Ivanov, Stubbs and Gray. At the moment, Karachkovic is actually consolidating a points advantage because he's in front of his nearest rivals in the championship, Stubbs and Gray. And Austin Gray now passes RBJ Stubbs for P4. Kia Ivanov has got 2 corners to go now to hang on to his first podium finish.
Here we go then, 2 more corners, and down the inside has gone Ivanov. Can he hang it together? Benjamin Krachkovic comes through.
He's going to lose it.
He's
going to lose
Austin Gray has got it. It's Oliver Butchard across the line, but who's that driver there?
Gray.
Austin Gray takes advantage of that kerfuffle that went on at the final corner, and he says, thank you, boys. That was fantastic racing. Austin Gray then, 2nd place for him. Kurt Ivanov across the line in 3rd. What a well-earned podium for everybody, and commiserations to Benjamin Krachkovic, who will not be on the podium, and commiserations also to LBJ Stubbs, who's also not going to be on the podium, because we deserve to have a 5-step podium for that one, because that was cracking racing.
Yeah, sorry, Oliver, we couldn't take you off the line, really.
I'm sorry, Oliver. We saw a glimpse of you
actually
punching
got your hat
the air.
going over.
Yes. Oliver Butchard won by 4.4 seconds, would you believe?
That is a fantastic performance by Oliver. It's so good. He was in a different postcode and a different live stream coverage.
Yes, unfortunately, we could not leave that 2nd place battle there. We would have been completely confused if we had, when the way they came across the line. We saw it there, though. That is the result that we are calling right now. The winner, again, Oliver Butchard, does the double here in round 6 and round 7 at Alain. Austin Gray through, and an opportunist 2nd place for him. Kurt Ivanov, a well-deserved podium for Kurt. Kurt deserved that. Benjamin Krachkovic, all these kids deserve to be up there and call themselves winners. Benjamin Krachkovic there, just losing out there at the very, very last moments. LBJ Stubbs likewise in 5th. Francesco Lisgnoli just lost trace of the leading pack, didn't he, for 6th. In 7th then we've got Vico Pajamaki with Max Payton in 8th. Ahmed Faisal Elmina in 9th. Adam Fleury was 10th. Louis Bataille is in 11th. Mohamed Mubarak was 12th. And then rounding off the 13-card field, but a non-finisher was, again, Aaron Essan not finishing that one. A shame, really. Just gathering our thoughts there after the Minimax race. Oliver Butchard, Austin Gray, Kurt Ivanov, Benjamin Krachkovic, LBJ Stubbs, and I'm going to include Francesco Lisgnoli because he was part of that front pack there for the whole of the 12 laps. What a way to finish that one.
See the comment?
No.
From Oliver's mum, Joanna Butchard. Thank you, Henry. You saved me 100 dirhams.
Yes, I thought that, the snitch.
What a horrible man he is.
Snitch.
Snitch on a small child.
And you know what? He wasn't looking over his shoulder in panic of somebody being there. We're going to find out the inside.
No, we know. I thought it was a bit of Henry. But the good news is the camera's working.
All right, excellent. We didn't fight. You know, he wasn't looking over Joanna, he wasn't looking over his shoulder in panic.
He was just surprised.
Who was there. It was about how far he was ahead. Let's head down to Henry, though. He's got the winners.
Well, I have to say, Oliver Butchard has just disappeared. There's a lot going on, and we do have to speed the interviews up because there's another threat of rain. Firstly, Oliver is back. That is 2 out of 2. And that one, dare I say, was a little bit easier than yesterday.
Yeah, obviously it was pretty easy. I mean, not as easy as an easy race, but I was just at the front most of the time, just chilling. I felt some wind and sand coming in most of the time, so I tried to take it pretty easy, and then I felt the grip came back together later on in the race.
Because that's something that we missed up in the commentary box. A little bit of wind, a little bit of sand. I got some bad news for you.
Well, the sand and the wind?
No. You owe your mum 100 dirham because you looked over your shoulder twice.
That's fine.
That's fine. We've got 2 wins. Well done. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank everybody who's watching in England, my nan, my granddads, my mum, my dads, my brother, my mechanic, my team.
Well, there we go. So we've invoked the spirit of I Am Maximus, who won the Grand National today. I Am Olivus wins in Minimax. Well done. We'll bring in our 2nd and 3rd place drivers, and we're going to bring both of them in. Well, first of all, Austin Gray. That was a battle. You know, with your teammate and RBJ Stubbs, talk us through a couple of those moves.
It was hard on Albie and Ben. You know, Albie was a little bit, I would say, easier to pass. Obviously, he's a friend off track and basically on track. He was not, I'll say, easy to pass. He was not easy to pass, but I got past him quite better than Ben. Ben, you know, it was unfortunate last corner. He just didn't get the run, and then I thought the last corner I could just go wide and then cut back in, and it worked perfectly.
It did work perfectly. Well done. Now, we've got family in Aberdeen. We've got family in Portugal as well watching. We've got plenty of family up here. What have you got to say to them?
Portugal.
Your granda. Granda's in Portugal.
Granda's in Portugal?
Apparently he is.
Oh, okay. So,
Granda George.
Yeah. Okay. I thank my team, my whole team. I thank my dad. I thank my mum. I thank my whole family. I thank my mechanic Fahad. And yeah.
Okay, well done, Austin. Now, our next driver, thank you very much. First podium of the season. There are very few occasions where we see the release of emotion like we saw. Mum's in tears. Dad, who raced at Moto 2 level, one step below Moto GP, is jumping up and down like he forgot he's only got half a leg left after falling off his bike too many times. You are high-fiving everybody. Keir Ivanov, welcome to the UAE Rotax Max Challenge Podium. Well done, young man.
Yeah, thank you. It was a really exciting race. It was really fun. Yeah.
This is the perfect example of this. This hasn't sunk in yet by a long way. Let's talk about last corner, because you go into the last lap, P3. You've got last year's champion just in front of you. You've got this year's potential champion right behind you. So what do? You just send it at the inside, going in 2 corners to go. Was there any point you think, oh no, I've lost it?
Yeah. At the start of the race, it wasn't really such a great start, but yeah, I made it through the field quite well.
Well, there we go. You saw Keir in our paddock show. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my mom, my dad, the owner of the team, Me Racing. Yeah, my engine's been really good this weekend. My tire pressure, everything. Yeah, it's been amazing. Happy days.
Happy Keir Ivanov. I think you need to go and give your mum a cuddle, because she was a little bit emotional, as was you, Dan, as were you. Well done, young man.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go. Back to you. Next race, the clouds. Oh, no.
Thank you, Henry. And Keir Ivanov there, third on the third step of the podium there.
Did you spot he's obviously had a growth spurt?
He has got somebody else's
overalls on, yeah. I don't think the Keir Ivanov overalls from the start of the season fit anymore.
Well, he's
obviously not only is he a spurt of growth, but a spurt of speed as well.
His family will be proud of him. His dad, Vladimir Ivanov, a motorcycle racer.
A Moto 2.
Moto 2, that's a pretty high level.
That's like being, running F2 in F1.
Yeah, absolutely. And his grandfather, who was the karting champion of the USSR in 1974.
The thing that surprised me most about that is that they were karting in the USSR in 1974.
Well, they were actually in Latvia.
Well, that was the USSR then.
Yeah, which was part of the USSR in those days. So yeah, brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff for Oliver Butchart as well. He's been certainly he has found his family at Mumbai Falcons, hasn't he? He's got all of that team around him, all of that support around him, and he's really, really taking advantage of the situation. Great work from Henry as ever to get a really bubbly.
Yeah, and he missed his fan club coming in.
And he's missed the Henry Baudet fan club has just visited.
The senior, about 4 or 5 of the seniors came in, I think, in an attempt to drop another one of the seniors in it, but.
And I've got to mention how much we all, or everybody seems, loves Nathan Pope, who currently runs in a different series, but he's about to come and race with us for next season.
Good lad.
That's hot off the press.
Didn't we meet Nathan
at the All Place?
No, wasn't it Nathan who was with me and Dalmadassa? We met outside for the GT3 parade.
It might, yeah, it might have been. Yeah, I think he just said we met at the Upland. It was we were there for the Dubai, doing the emceeing for the parade for the Dubai 24 hours.
I think we bumped into him there.
We bumped into Rayan, who disappeared when I said, "Well, would you do an interview?" No, he said, "I'm off." Yeah, we bumped into Nathan then. Of course, I thought I knew his face.
No, we are.
Well, he needs to be racing in the RMC, doesn't he?
He's got himself in the wrong.
Not wasting his time with other series.
The wrong championship.
He absolutely
the wrong people.
But everybody loves Nathan Pope.
If he races with us next year, I love him too.
Yes.
Otherwise, he's dead to me.
Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. What we got next, Nick?
Junior Rotax.
Junior Max. And yesterday was all about that youngster, Faris Haroon, who I've got to say...
What a difference 24 hours makes.
What a difference a day makes, isn't it? Absolutely. Not sure what's gone on there. But we're about to be released here, and I'm hoping Henry comes.
He's just behind us.
I hope he does the grid rundown because I need to use the key. We're about
to use the key.
We're about to go racing
I could
again.
Do it.
No, could you? No, you're the producer.
Here we go.
Henry's back.
Henry needs to
Here is
breathe
the
in,
grid.
breathe out. You got to do the grid.
On to the track come 19 junior Rotax cars led by the Oplink winner Via Chopra, with Jaden Hidding alongside him on row number 1. An absolute battalion of GGM karts chasing the leader, Aaron Mason and Gabriel Barracordi on row number 2. Paul Schutzman and Harrison Stevens on row number 3. Rumours that if Paul Schutzman gets a podium that he will get a biscuit off us are unfounded. Pierre Aboudiwan and Mitanch Jain go from row number 4. Faris Haroon, yesterday's winner, P9, alongside today's pole position holder, Floris Schenkenberg, whose dad told me during the lunch break, the road to success is often bumpy. And not a true word has been said. Johanza Senaniake and Baptiste Augustine round out row number 6. Rafael Zagati and the list of drivers who didn't finish the pre-final. Saveli Kogai, Romy Sabali, Ray Haber, podium finisher yesterday, Arhan Qureshi, Henry King and Giuseppe Montanari. They will all be looking for a top gear from the rear, and that is significant because that is the wind picking up, and the sand.
Do you want to show you how I know the wind's picked up?
How's the wind picked up? Because the camera's going.
No, for my moving round camera, it's knocked over my wireless transmitter.
Oh, look at that! Yes, there's now Oliver Butchard said something very, very insightful. During his interview, he said he could see the wind coming in, he could see the sand moving across the track, so he actually eased back. And his
so how old is he again?
Yes, I know. It's frightening. Frighteningly astute as we wait for the now. Hello. Is that Jack Doe on the live chat? Hello, Jack Doe for JD Says Sports. It's been, unfortunately, Jack isn't karting at the moment, but he is interested in a role in the media.
Well, he's going to have to wait a second because we're about to go racing here. The red lights are on. Via Chopra, Jaden hitting the front row of the grid, heading down towards those red lights. The red lights go out and we're heading towards turn 1. The grid just goes into chaos mode as Via Chopra on the inside there, joined by the rest of that left-hand side of the grid. We've got cars going, spearing off a little bit wide there and leaving Via Chopra to it through turns 4 and 5 now. And that's Faris Haroon up into third.
I was going to say
Faris Haroon has come from way down the mid-pack, and he's up to third there.
Well, what we were waiting for the list of drivers that were involved in the accident. The accident never actually happened. It was just a case of Via Chopra gets turn 1 hooked up, and several other drivers understeered through the corner, causing a backlog. And you could see Via Chopra now 10 kart lengths in front. That looks like his teammate up to P2. Is that Pierre Aboudiwan from 7th on the grid up to 2nd? Faris Haroun, who started 9th, is up to 4th.
I think it's Harrison Stevens. No, it's Pierre Aboudiwan.
And the 281 cart of the 281 Johansa Senanayake George Gibbons Motorsport cart is up into P3. So we'll try and unpick some of the drivers that started at the front. Well, Henry King has come from 18th to 8th.
Wow, and now he has had a torrid time. A DNF in the heat,
a DNF
in the pre-final,
but has got really good tyres.
And now he's up. Now he's got unused tyres almost. He's got a brand new set of tyres on that kart now, and he's up to 7th place. Paul Schutzman up to 5th as well, as this is allowing the two in front, the two M&M karts, to pretty much disappear. And where has that young man been? Johansa Senanayake has had a torrid time this weekend, and here he is running in 3rd.
Speaking to Jacob Robinson from the GGM team, and he said, look, we had a very, very late night last night. The entire team were here till goodness knows what o'clock in the morning working on the kart. They said yesterday's Junior Rotax final was a bit of a hack. He said another word, but, a hack. He said, but if you looked at the actual times, the GGM karts were as quick yesterday as they are today. It was just because of the nature of the racing, they weren't able to show their true potential. Today they have been, and Senanayake is just the latest GGM driver to burst forward from the middle of the pack into the lead group and chasing down at the moment. Well, Matthias Najem told me this morning, he said, we are the kings of the heat winners. He said, we are heat and pre-final winning kings. Finals, Well, you're 1-2 in this final, Matthias, with Via Chopra and Pierre Aboudiwan comfortably in front of this car, the 281 of Senanayake, with Haroun, Barakordi, Schutzman, Stevens, Haber, Mason and King rounding out the top 10.
Just saw Haroun going through the infield. That rear end on that cart is really loose. Faris is very, very comfortable with it, though. Just look how loose that rear end is in the rotation. Now, it's not putting the wheel off. That's just the way he's got the cart going there. And we've completed 3 laps. He seems to be much at ease with that. He likes the cart to rotate clearly. I'm talking about the blue cart there of the Yas Heat team there, the blue stripe down his helmet. He was yesterday's winner, currently running in 4th now. And if anything, he's losing a little bit of ground to that cart in front, and the cart behind, putting him in purple sectors in 1, and the fastest lap of the race from Gabriele Barakordi, with that white liveried cart behind and looking like he's about to have a go at Faris Haroun, if anything, Henry.
Yeah, now we're talking about Faris Haroun turns the tables, and, it's either pass or be passed, and Faris was saying, no, it's time to go, says Faris.
He'd lost contact with that Senanayake rear bumper, and then all of a sudden Senanayake struggling. And I think what we're seeing here, Henry, is the cart just being half a cart's width offline and onto this dusty sand. Here we go there. Faris Haroun couldn't get the power down, or he couldn't get the grip. And look at that.
Lost
4
3
carts,
places.
3 places lost there. Look, he's on the sandy infield bit on the inside line. The grip there for Barakordi was there, and that's Ray Harbour who's gone through and said, I'll come with you.
Well, you could actually visually see the different colour of the racing surface on the very inside line next to the red and white curbs coming through the hairpin at turn number 15. The actual racing line is about 30, I would say, looking at that, it was probably about 15 to 20 centimetres off the curb. So that first 15 to 20 centimetres of tarmac between the inside curb and the dark part of the track, the racing line, is sandy, it's gritty, it's slippery, it's generally unpleasant to put your wheels on, as Faris Haroun found out. Now it's coming into this next corner. Look at the inside of the track as Ray Haber has a little look at the inside of Barakordi. But you can see there the drivers are now moving away from the curbing in the middle of the corner because the sand is sort of coming on and just encroaching upon the racing surface. You know,
it's incredible. There's obviously sand in the air that's just being blown around here. Harbour, who was on the podium yesterday, let's not forget, he was second to Faris Haroun. He moves ahead of Barakordi, and that's Ray Harbour into 3rd place ahead of Barakordi now. That cart just ahead of them is Pierre Aboudiwan. He's with the M&M team, and they've caught them up, haven't they?
Yeah, indeed. We're looking at Johannes Senliyake there, who is chasing Rehaba. This is 4th and 5th place. Jack Doe, former driver of this class, now watching on, cheering and supporting Johannes Senliyake, who has had a rough weekend, but it's all going to come good now, potentially, as we move up towards this part of the track. And this is where the sand appears. It's the most exposed part of the circuit. Turn 13 and 14. It's the furthest part of the track away from any buildings, any other sort of areas that might protect the track surface from the conditions. As Chopra leads by 3 seconds.
Yeah, I misread that. Barakori still in 3rd place. Chopra leads. Abu Dewan is in 2nd. Barakori is 3rd. Then we've got that slight gap to Rehaba. Senanyaki trying to follow him. Faris Haroun still in touch with these two ahead of him there. So the first 3 kind of breaking away and sort of equidistant. I say that Via Chopra's gone, hasn't he? 2.9 seconds is the gap between.
Oh dear! And we just caught this. Sorry, that was the kart shop ME replay. Watch for the motorscape kart coming into the inside and ping, exit stage left. Harrison Stevens.
Oh, that's a shame.
A real
and
shame.
he was the innocent party in that one.
Oh yes, I mean
Absolutely
that was a case of look, there's a gap. Oh no, there's no gap. Oh dear.
And Harrison Stevens down to 18th now. That's put him right down the field here as the bright blue Yaz kart of Faris Haroun chases down Johannes Senanyaki, who's switched on here in the final now. He's been missing in action all weekend, and they've finally sorted whatever it was that was disadvantaging Senanyaki from being where we normally see him. Now he's back where he should be. And you know what, Henry, you look away from these karts, you look back, the gaps are just ebbing and flowing massively.
Yes.
And that's because of the nature of the track right now. We've got a very windy track. Look at the flags.
No, exactly.
Very windy track, blowing sand everywhere, and it must be a voyage of discovery for these drivers every time they break and turn.
Well, absolutely. I mean, case in point, Savelli Kogai, who started 14th, is now 8th, has just set the fastest lap of the race. Jaden Hidding, who started 2nd, is now running 11th, has just beaten the first sector time set by his teammate, and they are both travelling half a second quicker than the race leader. It is, and this is something that we are going to have to watch out for the rest of this race, which we're halfway through now, and the next 2 races, is the appearance of sand. Nothing is quite as it seems, ladies and gentlemen. The drivers aren't making mistakes. It is the desert it's the desert playing its part.
Every lap is different.
Yep.
Every lap, the grip level that you're finding in the corners is different every time you drive around this track.
No, exactly.
And right now we're seeing Pierre Abu Diwan being caught by Gabriele Barakori. Barakori is catching Pierre Abu Diwan. Behind the battle for second is that train of karts there, but that's the battle for second now. Via Chopper is ahead of these lot by about 3.5 seconds, but before long, that kart with the white nose, the blue and white livery of George Gibbons Motorsport on the side pod, the white helmet there of that second kart in the frame, he is catching. Looks over his shoulder, does Pierre Abu Diwan. He's got a good right to be because he can hear Barakori's engine getting ever closer.
Oh, Paul Schutzmann, who has just retired after starting 5th. I was about to say that several drivers out of our view have come a cropper of this sand and have we saw the incident between Harrison Stevens and I believe it was possibly the motorscape kart of Baptiste Augustine. Faris Haroun has dropped to 12th. It is changing lap after lap after lap. Romy Sabali, Rafael Zagati, Floris Schenkenberg have also been off and are now running. They're still running, but a long way back at various intervals. The main body of karts goes from 1st back to 14th place, which is Giuseppe Montanari, who's the last kart running that hasn't explored the scenery, shall we say.
It's a polite way of saying it.
And we've got a battle for the second step of the
podium.
podium.
It's absolutely coming here. Via Chopra will cross the line. 10 laps completed, 4 laps remaining. These are 14-lap finals from now on. And with the rest of the field coming through, Pierre Abu Diwan and Gabriele Baraccordi circulating together for the second and third step of the podium. Ray Harbour's coming though. We're going to about to have a 3-card battle for second, third, and indeed fourth. Johansen and Yarki still there in fifth. Savelli Kogai has moved up and brought Henry King with him. Aaron Mason 8th, Karen Qureshi 9th, Mitanj Jain is now in 10th. Jaden Hidding has slipped to 11th place, and Faris Haroon is down to 12th, Henry, and I'm not sure what we saw there, but those drivers were in contention and now being caught out, no doubt, by the sand on this track.
Yeah, and also, I mean, maybe there was I may have got the identity of Harrison Stevens' assailant wrong. I thought it was a motorscape kart. It may have been a Mumbai Falcons kart, judging by some of the chat online. Hello to Leo Einer as well, podium finisher of this parish. Hopefully we'll see Leo back for the next couple of rounds. Jack Doe as well. Potentially, I got that wrong from the angle where I thought it was a motorscape kart. It may have been, it may not have been. It may have been a Mumbai Falcons kart. Either way, Harrison Stevens is still running, rather perturbed. 16th, I would say. That is the best way I can describe Harrison Stevens' mood at the moment.
Still no change then for second. Pierre Aboudiwan dealing with the pressure here. It'll be 12 laps completed. The leaders already coming through turn 11 into the acceleration zone of 12. This is the second place kart there now. This is turn 12. Flat out it should be. Easy flat out up towards turns 13 and 14. All important here. Don't slide too wide. You need your speed all the way down. And here's Ray Harbour. The blue and white livery of XL is getting ever closer to that George Gibbons kart of Gabriele Baraccordi. Now, we thought Baraccordi was going to be challenging Pierre Aboudiwan. It's now he's having to defend from Ray Harbour. Harbour on the podium yesterday with second place. He liked the feel of that. He's wanting to be there this afternoon as well.
Absolutely. It's a case of, considering before this weekend, the last time Ray Harbour was here, he left in an ambulance to go to a hospital with a fractured shoulder. Comes back, shrugs off that, and again, for a teenager, that's got to be on your mind. The last time I went through this corner, in his case, turn 15, I ended up not coming out of the corner on my own wheels. I ended up leaving the circuit in an ambulance and going to hospital. And that's something that every driver has to get over and move past, because a corner is a corner, and you've got to tackle them. Now, the only snag, if Pierre Aboudiwan does get on the podium, I don't think he's going to have enough time to get his incredibly bright bucket hat to show the people that he has won the bucket hat game this weekend. There's a long way to go.
Where is his bucket hat? Because he's got plenty of time before the podium.
Yeah.
The post-race interview, perhaps. However, the podium, different matter. Last lap then for Via Chopra, who's leading by just over 4 seconds now, for almost 4.4 seconds. But this battle for second is where we're going to focus here for the chunk of this lap. I'm not sure anyone in this 3-kart train is going to be in a position to challenge either anybody. Come on, Ray. Show me I don't know what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the kart there, the blue and white kart of Ray Harbour from XL, who is perhaps the one closest to Gabriele Baraccordi. But Baraccordi's going to be hard to pass into the infield section now.
And we're looking at 3 drivers, Joe, that are not title contenders.
No, they're not.
They are not.
But look at the pace that they've picked up as they've learned through the year. They're picking up experience. Here is the leader who has, I've got to say, dominated this one. The Dubai O-Plate holder has led from pretty much pole position, start to finish, from green flag to checkered flag. He acknowledges the win in fine style, and that is Via Chopra. In second place, Pierre Aboudiwan from Gabriele Baraccordi and Ray Harbour. The rest of the field comes streaking through now, and all of those little private battles that are going on down the field.
This isn't going to be good reading. You can see that board there. It says finish, and then in a yellow background, black letters, it says number 2, 3, 4. Above that, there is a black symbol. Faris Haroun ignored the technical flag for 3 laps and has been black flagged.
Oh, well, Faris Haroun was down the order somewhat. Faris finishes in 13th, so he's not going to.
And it's his rear bumper.
His rear bumper's loose, is it?
No, the rear bumper has obviously folded up and exposed his left rear tyre. Now Faris Haroun looks over his shoulder. However, that is a trip to see the race director, because as frustrating as it might be, you have to come in when you see the technical meatball flag.
Well, that's not really going to affect the top 3. So Faris Haroun, who was yesterday's winner and actually stood on the top step of the podium, he's down in 13th there. So that bumper is probably an indication why and how Faris ended up down there, because he was in the top 3 at one point, certainly in the top 5 for quite a while. And Faris now, with the black flag infringement there, will not affect the top 3 who are about to meet Henry. Here is the result then of our round 7 Junior Max final. Veer Chopra takes the win. Pia Abu Diwan a very strong second, with Gabriel Barricordi hanging on to third. Ray Harbour almost made it back onto the podium again. He came 4th. Johannes Senin-Yaki had a better day today than he has all weekend. Saveli Kogai is in 6th. Within 7th place, we've got Mitanj Jain. Henry King, what a drive. Henry had a great final. He had a very, very dire heat and pre-final, and then from the back of the grid up into 8th. He's got to be happy with that. Jaden hitting 9th. Aaron Qureshi 10th. Aaron Mason 11th. Baptiste Augustin in 12th. 13th was Faris Haroun. Giuseppe Montanari 14th. Floris Schenkenberg, who was on the pole position after time qualifying, remember. Harrison Stevens on the podium yesterday, didn't go his way today, 16th. 17th was Raffaele Zagati, with Romy Sabali in 18th. And then the biscuit thief, Paul Schutzman. He didn't pitch our Oreos today, did he? But we didn't wish that upon him. 7 laps and a retirement there for young Paul, who is only in his second weekend of Junior Max, having moved up from Minimax.
Was Yas Marina his first weekend then?
Say again?
Was Yas Marina his first weekend?
Yeah, I believe so in juniors. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, we interviewed him. No, you're right. We interviewed him, yeah. In Yars.
Yes, I remember now in that tight, long paddock area, didn't we? We interviewed him about that. Some great racing there and some track conditions there, Nick. That
I showed you
really
that
came into play.
We've lost one of our shots because the receiver's blown in the way in front of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, doesn't matter too much.
I did pin that down on the tyres.
You're not stronger than the wind. The elements are stronger than you, Joe.
Yes. So that has fallen over, has it?
Yeah, it's not fallen right. It's just collapsed to the side slightly.
It's only probably 6 inches difference in height.
Mm.
Anyways,
I can see a lot. I tell you, I can see a lot more of the mountain ranges over there now.
Yeah, sky clearing. The clouds broken up here. I know there was a little bit of a.
Well, there's still this kind of threat of potential rain.
There's a forecast of potential rain, however. And before we talk about the weather, have we got Henry down there?
Let's go to Henry.
Well, we're having a bit of a discussion down here. Thank you very much. But first of all, what was that coming over the hill? It was
Veer Chopra!
A 1-2. Gabriel Barricordi's not quite sure about the in-joke there, but he's smiling nonetheless because it's his first podium. A 1-2 finish for Mateus de Gem Motorsport. Veer, that was all about turn 1, lap 1. You got the car hooked up, and by the time you were on the back straight, everybody else was a long way back.
Yeah. I knew it would be very oversteery, knowing it's a final and the track conditions are much poorer, knowing that the clouds are are covering the sun, and I just focused on holding the brakes and surviving in the start.
Holding the brakes, surviving. Now, this time yesterday, you were in the back of an ambulance getting your arm checked over. What a difference 24 hours makes. How did you prepare yourself getting over that disappointment to turning up this morning and putting in the performance that you have done?
Just stay motivated, stay connected with the team, understand what I could have done better in that incident, and I worked on everything and finally made it happen.
So there was a bit of self-analysis there. What you could, even though you felt that you weren't to blame for the incident, you looked at it as though you could have avoided it or you could have done something differently.
Yes.
And of course, proofs of the pudding, we did a lot differently today. We won the race. And we are marching forward in the point standings as well.
Yeah, that feels great.
Okay, no problem at all. Right, well, bring your teammate in because this was a Matthias Leger motorsport. And I tell you what, Pierre, you could do your thanks to everybody on behalf of VIA as well. First of all, well done. This has been a long time coming, hasn't it?
I mean, no, I did one at the AMC, but I mean, it's good to be P2. It's a nice one too for the team, and yeah, I'm happy.
You're happy, but this, I mean, okay, you had a podium at the DMC round, which is sort of the club series, a win at the club event, but the national series, this is the big one.
Yeah, it is. We had one previous in O-Plate and the last RMC. But yeah, we pushed forward, and throughout the race I was afraid of Gabri, but every single time he caught up, I just pulled away the gap.
Well, if I was your size, I'd be afraid of Gabriel as well, because he's about 8 foot taller than you. How did you hold him off?
I just stood my ground. In the beginning, I felt something wrong with the kart. I was sliding way more than Veer. We'll figure that out later, but yeah, it was really good. I held up Gabri nicely, and yeah, that's the race.
That's the race. Who do we want to thank on behalf of yourself and Via?
I'd like to thank my team M&M. I'd like to thank my parents, my mechanic Rinko, and everyone that's supporting me.
Everyone that supports him. Well done, Pierre Aboudiwan, P2. First podium in this championship, and the same goes, not this championship, but this season. No, not in this season. What can you do? What can you do? Yeah. Another podium in this championship. Is that better?
Yes, yeah, that's much
okay, better. We're going to see the bucket hat on the podium. Thank you very much, Pierre Aboudiwan. Gabriel Barracordi. What? I mean, George Gibbons Motorsport, they put some work in on these karts in juniors, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Put a lot of work in, especially for it being my first ever season in Rotax. They put some good work, and we've been practicing to get on leader's pace.
Now, the pace is there. How much of it, we talked about how much of a disadvantage taller drivers are, because you've got nowhere to move the seats, have you? You can't move the seat around, which means you can't move the weight adjustment. But the whole team are about 8 foot tall, aren't they?
I mean, some of them are, especially, but Sava has an advantage, obviously, for being short. But yeah, it's a disadvantage, but I make the most out of it.
You make the most of it. Describe that race from your point of view.
I mean, starting from fourth, it was hard to keep around the outside. But then some mistakes in the front helped me to overtake and try catch Pierre. But obviously, Pierre was very quick.
So you had Pierre in front of you, you had Ray Hammer behind you. What was more of your concern on the last lap? Making a move or holding on to a podium?
Holding Ray, because I could see him catching up very quickly. And yeah, there was some attempts in the last two corners, which obviously made me a bit scared. But overall, we got third, so it's fine.
And who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my dad, my George, Ricky, my girlfriend's mom, and that's it, basically. And my girlfriend.
First junior driver to thank the mother-in-law. Well done.
Yeah.
Back to you. 2 races to go. It's not raining yet.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to Via Chopra, Pierre Aboudiwan and Gabriele Barracordi, who we will see at the trophy presentation, which we will, of course, be bringing you live when the racing is
live
finished.
And uninterrupted, apart from by children running in front of it.
Well, yeah, we will have children running in front of it, but we've got 2 more races. We've got DD2 and Senior Max coming next. They're the DD2 field of drivers and karts getting ready. After we finish the racing, Nick, we'll be having a rerun of our paddock show.
Yes, and possibly even yesterday's paddock show as well.
Possibly yesterday's paddock show, depending on how long the
quite
protest.
a lot of time for things to go on.
The judiciary to get sorted. Once we get sorted, then we'll be going live down to the podium where Henry will take us through our trophy presentations with some very cool camera work, I've got to say.
Yeah, I've heard the cameraman there. It's like amazing, yeah.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He's panning and zooming.
He was brilliant, apart from when
phenomenal.
He was just filming
He's
Henry
fine with
and
a
I.
tripod.
Right.
He's fine with a tripod.
Right.
But he's knackered shoulder.
Not quite so fine without a tripod.
He's got a shoulder that's a bit iffy.
Right.
After an old injury.
He's not short of excuses, though, is he?
No, he's good with excuses, that cameraman. He's really, really good with excuses. He's got a book of them. In fact, he wrote a couple.
He wrote the whole book of excuses. Yeah, I can imagine that.
Yeah, he did. This is round 7 of the UAE RMC. And we've got 2 more races left. We had round 6 yesterday. That was phenomenal. If you haven't seen it, it's all there. It's all there on YouTube. Pick it up this week, catch up with it, and watch it all again. Likewise, round 7 will be up there as well. Our 2 paddock shows will be available on all of our socials, etc., and on YouTube, of course. We're going to take a break. Nick and I and Henry will go and have a lie down in a dark room, and then we'll be back with you for all of the coverage from round 8. Back to Al Ain. Different circuit configuration for next week's final conclusion to the championship with round 8. 2-point scoring days. A full race day on the Saturday, a full race day on the Sunday. Race day 1, race day 2. To conclude our championship, we've got all of the festivities coming next week. Next week is not one to miss. It's
going to be 2 cracking days racing and a cracking presentation as well on Sunday. We find out after all these months who's won, who's going to go to Portimao.
Yes.
Who's going to win the Abu Dhabi Trophy?
Yes, the Abu Dhabi Trophy.
Which we will explain more about with Elaine next week.
The Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy is something that is a nice add-on, a nice little bit of icing on an already very rich cake.
It is the richest of cakes.
I'd like to see.
My favourite type of cake, a rich fruit cake.
If I had to choose my favourite piece of cake or type of cake, would be fruit, deep sort of Christmas cake.
With cheese?
Cake. Of course, with cheese.
I don't need the marzipan and the icing. Just the cake.
Me too.
With the cheese.
With
strong
cheese?
cheddar.
What cheese?
Strong cheddar.
Have you ever had it with something like really strong, like a blue, like a Danish blue?
No, blues. No, I'm not a big fan of blues.
I know.
I like most cheeses.
Have you ever had a Cornish yarg?
Yes.
Isn't it just the best?
The one wrapped in stinging nettles.
There's a cheesemonger in Leeds called Metz, which when I visit my daughter there who lives there, I have to visit Metz.
Now, obviously, if you're listening, you have a favourite cheese.
I spend a
please tell us.
I spend a fortune.
Well, it's about you get a sliver in at £7.
I don't even bother with the price. Just like, how much is that? Oh, that's 60 quid for 3 pieces of cheese.
I've always been said that if I ever had, the only reason I could never go vegan is I could not give up cheese.
No.
I could sort of live without meat,
really?
begrudgingly.
No.
But I could never give up cheese.
No. There comes a time, if you haven't had one in a while, you need a sausage sarnie. Doesn't matter what it's made of as well. I even like turkey sausage. That's why I love coming out the UAE, because you get all different types of sausage.
You do. You get
I like Germany as well, because they're into their sausages.
Germans they're the worst, aren't they?
Everything's a sausage. Yeah. What?
Oh. Did you get it?
No.
They're the worst.
Oh, God, really? He's here all week. He literally is here all week.
I am here all week.
He literally is
Tip
here
the waitress, try the veal.
If you can be bothered, tell us what your favourite cheese is.
We've got Solaroy Man 8195. Let's go 367 Enzo. I am Leo Reutmann. That tells you who it is. He loves racing, apparently. We've got Leo Reutmann. Henry's back from his internal air pollution lung gunking up moments.
Yes, but I heard someone say, please let us know your favourite cheese.
Now, before you mention anything, Henry,
yes,
I've just brought into the equation a Cornish yarg. Have you ever tried it?
I have tried a Cornish yarg. Have you ever tried a trockle of Caerphilly cheddar?
No, I've tried it. I like it's like they hide in caves.
It comes in a sort of a wax encased, not Edam, a wax encased sort of cylinder of many different strengths. I mean, the black label one, I mean, that is so strong, that gets up and punches you in the face before you eat it.
You cannot have a strong enough cheddar. It needs to be slightly crumbly and have those little crystals in it.
Yes,
that is the best sort of cheddar.
Which is what Caerphilly cheddar has.
That's extra mature
What's
cheddar.
What's really annoying is when people say, when you go to Tesco and you get mature cheddar, which basically is mild cheddar that's been lightly thrown at some time.
You get extra mature cheddar.
Extra mature is just about the edge of my enjoyment. Yeah,
you like it even more mature.
Oh, I like it so mature, it's actually already dead.
I had I'll mention this. I did have a family member who, how should we say, maybe wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, and they said,
"Do you want to name them?"
I found a new type of cheese.
That's a long list, Henry.
She said to me, "I found a new type of cheese." I was like, "Really?" He goes, "What's mature cheddar?"
Mature cheddar.
Seriously.
Every family's got those people.
Sem Knyopers, hello, Sem Buttons. How is the life with Birrell ART as a factory driver going, Sem? Is it going to rain then, Henry? I say no. I am staying
Well, if
positive.
Henry says no, it must be no then.
I have had a word, and apparently it's not going to rain.
Would you like to read the grid out? Can you read the grid out in the style of your favourite cheese?
In the style of your favourite cheese. Well, Marc Bassier, he's a Swiss cheese. Then we have Tyler Harris. Now, Tyler Harris, there is, oh dear. Harris, I mean, he's a Leicester connection.
Harris Tweed. Is it a Scottish cheddar?
But I think he's a red Leicester cheddar.
Okay, right.
Morris Knyopers.
Edam.
That's a Dutch Edam. Hamza Shisho. What kind of cheese? A goat's milk cheddar
goat
in
cheese.
Qatar?
Yeah. I love
we
goat
go.
cheese.
Adam Malik. Malik is the sort of the sound that your mouth makes after you just eat a lot of cheese. And Tony Hogg is what I do. Tony Hogg is what I do when I see the cheese board. I hog it. There we go. That's your top 6. Enough of that. What about the rest
Kyle
of the grid?
Block of cheese.
Kyle Block of cheese. Niccolo Cacciatore.
Obviously, a Pomodoro.
A Pomodoro. Greg what?
Greg, what's happened to the cheese? Why's Henry been here?
And Sam Walker.
He's walked off with it.
Walking off with the cheese. We did it. The entire DD2 Masters.
Hang on, we've all just been fired.
Yes, we have. These are all being very silly. Can I get us back to some semblance of professionalism here as the field come through? That's a lovely shot there, by the way, them coming through to continue on their second formation lap, being led around by Marc Bassier and Tyler Harris. Now, there's been speculation, hasn't there, been through the pre-final, through the heats this morning in the pre-final, as to just whether or not Tyler Harris has got anything performance-wise that he's kept to himself that he can compete with that driver there, Marc Bassier. Only 16 years old, Mark, as well.
Yep.
Let's remember, he's still a youngster.
Hello, right. Mr. Reutman, this is fantastic. Leo Reutman's favourite cheese is pizza cheese. Pizza cheese.
That's called mozzarella.
Mozzarella. Well, it's called pizza cheese.
It is pizza cheese.
It's cheese that goes on a pizza.
Depends on where you get your pizza, I suppose.
Oh, look, carts on the circuit. Oh, please help.
Yeah, I tried. I did
I'm
try,
sorry.
but you dragged us back to...
Then Leo Reutman put pizza cheese in the live chat, and it all went pear-shaped.
Yes, I
Not
did try,
grape-shaped.
and Henry then dragged us back to the level of amateurism that we've become accustomed to here on Car Live TV.
Yes.
Here is Marc Bassier, just checking his steering again, as is Tyler Harris, just last-minute checks going on there. They're our front row, Morris Canopes and Hamza Ashisho. They will be on the second row. Now, on the disadvantaged right-hand side of the track, that's down to Tyler Harris, Hamza Ashisho and Tony Hogg. We may see Morris Canopes coming through into second place if he doesn't break his back on that inside curb, which he's become accustomed to hacking across. Here we go, though, Henry. Red lights are on. Red lights go out, and it's all about Marc Bassier and Tyler Harris as they head down to turn 1 here. And Canopes did exactly as I thought he would do on the tin and slots through into second. And who's that who's gone with him? Is
Hamza.
that Malik
No,
or is
Malik.
it Hamza Ashisho?
It's Malik and Hamza Ashisho following Malik through into P4. So, bad start. Tyler Harris.
He's way down.
Marc Bassier, this is another golden opportunity. And it's your opportunity to show the rest of the DD2 world, because, again, the world is watching today. I've been told that you are a force to be reckoned with next season if you get a full season. Bassier, Morris Canopes, whose son Sem is watching. Sem is the reigning Rotax Grand Finals DD2 champion. Morris, the reigning Rotax Grand Finals E20 senior double champion. And
if anything, Moritz looks like he's not allowing Marc Bassier to get away. Fitness becomes a thing, doesn't it, with 14 laps around here? So we'll see how that pans out. I know fitness is not a thing for Moritz. He's as fit as the 16-year-old in front of him, who's probably more than twice his age.
Yes.
More than twice younger than him, I should say. Adam Malik, who has promised to get a result here this weekend. He's been promising all weekend, hasn't he? And yesterday we saw him on the third step of the podium. He's wanting to match that. At the moment he is matching that, but we've still a long way to go, Henry. And those drivers behind him, Hamza Ashisho and especially Tyler Harris, he'll want to move up the order and spoil that.
And yesterday we saw Adam Malik on the podium, like you said, Joe, but he was a hobbled Adam Malik on the podium, quite literally, because his floor tray had broken. And his left heel of his race boot was dragging along the circuit for all 12 laps of yesterday's final. That was a distraction. That's cost him a lot of pace. New floor tray, new race boot, new day. Adam Malik looking towards the front. Maurice Knoppers, well, obviously he knows that Sam has tuned in, and Sam has probably told him, right, come on, Dad, hurry yourself up.
Well, we know Moritz has been talking about this overall win all season long, hasn't he?
All he wants.
It's
all
what he wants. He doesn't just want to be the first in Masters. He wants to be the first in Masters, but he wants to be the overall winner. And right now, Mark Bassier, the leading Mumbai Falcons kart, he's the driver that's stopping that happening right now.
Yes, indeed. Will Mark Bassier regret being somewhat, not flippant, but certainly very jovial this morning when he said, Maurice can have a look at all my setups he wants to. Carry on with that sort of look of confidence, saying that it doesn't matter who puts my setup on, nobody can drive my setup as quickly as I can.
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we, Henry? Because Bassier starts lap number 4 here. There's no change behind these three as Hamza Ashisho stays ahead of Tyler Harris. Tyler Harris is glued to his rear bumper. I've kept a wary eye on that fourth and fifth place kart, and Tyler Harris seems to be happy in the wheel tracks. He's not got any kind of performance that he can manage to even get alongside Ashisho, and that just shows how well Ashisho is driving this one.
I mean, yeah, we're on lap 4 out of 14 now. Harris is P5, but he's only 1.3 seconds behind the race leader. There's the first little mistake from Maurice Knoppers, running ever so slightly wide, coming out of turn number 11. The gap opens up between himself and Bassier. Malik, this could be his best chance. Will he dive to the inside now? No. But I think if Adam Malik is going to pass Maurice Knoppers, he's going to have to do it in the next lap or two before Maurice gets back into a rhythm and maybe begins to pull back up to Mark Bassier. Behind them, now Harris is starting to turn the screw on Hamza Ashisho for fourth.
Yeah, 10 laps to go. Tyler Harris thinks, no, I need to get on my way, because if Adam Malik disappears past, he can see what's happening in front of him. He can see that black and white kart of the M&M team showing very racy and looking like he's wanting to challenge the orange helmeted kart of Moritz Knoppers. Well, Tyler Harris sits behind Hamza Ashisho, who's driving a great race so far. He's not making it at all easy for Tyler Harris, just coming into the shot now. We're about to have, I think, Henry, 5 karts maybe, nose to tail, from first to fifth.
And I want to be very, very careful what I say, because I do not want to incorrectly call a potential champion. Everything remains strictly provisional. However, I do wonder if Tyler has Tyler Harris been told unofficially, look, Tyler, sit, finish, score, it doesn't matter what anybody else does, this is the day. Are we going to see potential? I mean, I'm sure that, the Majib and Guy Sheffield, who obviously organise and run the championship and the point scoring, will try and give us an update provisionally, potentially. But of course, everything is strictly provisional. However, it does look to me as though that Tyler Harris might have been told, look, no heroics, finish this race, and we are as good as home. I'm not saying we're booking the flight to Portugal, but we're certainly making sure our passports are in date.
On the previous lap, we saw a change for second place in the Masters subclass. Tony Hogg moved ahead of Kyle Blockley. He's moved ahead of him, and he's pulled out a huge gap now from Blockley. So I'm wondering if Blockley's made a mistake on the sandy offline part of the track here, because that is not just a passing move from Tony Hogg. He's moved ahead of him by, 3.5 seconds here, and Blockley is lapping quicker. No, not that time. No, Tony Hogg was lapping quicker that time through. So we'll see. But Tony Hogg now in second in Masters. First in Masters is that orange helmet there, Moritz Knoppers, losing touch with Mark Bassier as we head towards half distance at the end of this lap. And still, we wait to see whether Tyler Harris can make that move past that white and black kart there, just going off shot there, of Hamza Ashisho. And the answer so far, Henry, is no. He's not in any position to challenge even.
No, Maurice Knoppers did drop back. He's just posted the fastest lap of the race overall, not the fastest Masters lap of the race, the fastest lap of the race. And this is nothing, again, I'm not saying that this is. Please don't think that I'm saying anything against Hamza Hashisho, that if Tyler Harris wanted to, he could just pull up and pass Hamza. That is not the case at all. However, Tyler Harris, he's not even looking aggressive behind Hamza Hashisho. He's looking like, do you know what, if an opportunity arises, I shall take it. If it doesn't arrive, I am going to sit, because, yeah, there are bigger things at play than just a single race here at the moment. It is still Bassier from Knoppers, coming out of turn number 8, down the short straight, about 15 kart lengths, as you can see, the gap visual, through under leaden skies. This is a good new camera angle of what is, on this circuit variation, turns 10 and 11. I have to say, I do like that. It does show how oppressively grey and leaden the skies are overhead.
And when we reconvene, Henry, for round 8, the corner numbers will be changed again to confuse us, of course.
They will be different because we'll be using the more traditional Al Ain Raceway circuit layout.
The one that we saw earlier in the season being used. Mark Bassier, though, seems to be mastering this one today. It was all about Tyler Harris yesterday, and then that run to the flag between Mark Bassier and Tony Hogg at the front of the field as well overall. And it was Mark Bassier and Tony Hogg who ended up finishing on the road second and third. However, they didn't quite make turn 1 at the flag, so they were demoted down the order. But so Bassier has shown speed all weekend, and he really is the class of this field. That is the Tyler Harris Hamza Hashisho scrap that has been pretty much from the start. Tyler Harris starting on the front row of the grid and being disadvantaged on the right-hand side of the grid, ended up in that 5th spot where he has stayed.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen Tyler's dad, Simon, who is the human calculator of the Tyler Harris DD2 Championship machinations. I'm sure I will, and I'm sure he will give me a sort of tentative thumbs up or thumbs down whether they think they have done enough. And I want to stress once again that everything that we say in terms of points, champions, tickets to the grand finals is strictly provisional. However, Harris, he has been magnificent this season. Yes, sometimes the competition has been a little bit on the light side in terms of numbers. However, in terms of talent, Tyler Harris has had to deal with Adam Malek. He's had to deal with Mark Bassier. He's had to deal with Boris Knoppers. He's had to deal with Theo Kakati coming back and forth into the championship now and again. So he has had whatever Tyler Harris has had thrown at him, he's handled. And that's the key. That is the key to being a champion. It doesn't matter who you're up against. It doesn't matter how many you're up against, as long as you deal with whatever is thrown at you. And he has.
There's our leader, Mark Bassier, Boris Knoppers. But behind these two leading Mumbai Falcons karts, we've now got a 3-kart train developing for third, 4th and 5th. And with only 4 laps remaining, we've got Tyler Harris, who's right on the rear bumper of Hamza Hashisho. Let's see now. And these two have caught by playing nicely together. Hashisho and Harris have caught Adam Malek.
Yes.
Adam Malek has fallen back to to their attention here. So this is exciting stuff going towards the checkered flag, Henry. We might have a change. This is all about that 3rd and final step of the podium, remember?
It is indeed. Malek has now got to grit his teeth. He's got to look forward. There's your look over your shoulder. There's the head down. And that's good news for Adam Malek. And I say, what is good news? The fact that Hamza Hashisho is defending. Oh, Harris has his first look. Backs out of it. And, well, I mean, Tyler, no racing driver wants to cruise home in 5th position and claim a title, and I'm not saying that is what Tyler is doing, and I'm not saying that the title is up for grabs right now. We don't know. We haven't got the points in front of us. However, it's a pretty much mathematical certainty at this point that the winner of the DD2 class come the end of the season is going to be Mr. T. Harris Esquire.
Yeah, he's got his name kind of penciled in on that trophy, hasn't he? But
the engraver hasn't got their little pen out yet, but we are making the markings.
Yeah, he's got to have strong finishes still, though. And what we're seeing there is he's dropped back already off the rear bumper of Hamza Ashisho. Ashisho has driven really well indeed. Adam Malik looking on site for another third step. However, it will be 2 laps remaining when the leaders come through this time. Here they come out of the final turn just ahead of these two here. And it will be 12 laps completed, 2 to go. Mark Bassier, Moritz Canopes, Adam Malik, Hamza Ashisho, Tyler Harris has dropped back to, did you say 7/10?
7/10 is the gap between Bassier and Canopes.
Wow, right, really?
Yeah.
But the 7/10 between Malik and Tyler Harris.
I think, Hamza Ashisho is now the man on the move. I wonder what Hamza's dad is whispering into the towel at the moment. There's probably a prayer. Please, 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 please. Come on. Something along those lines.
Well, they want to be on the podium as much as Adam Malik does. So Adam Malik, fully aware and fully conscious that he's got Hamza Ashisho right there over his shoulder. Into turn 13 and 14. There's the leader. Mark Bassier leads for Mumbai Falcons. Moritz Canopes is the second orange and white cart of Mumbai Falcons in second place. What a drive from him. And there's a move for third place as Ashisho has gone through. We took a look at the leaders and we missed the move. Don't know where that happened, Henry, but Ashisho was looking like he was going to threaten. And Malik getting it all wrong on the brakes into 3. He's going to be under pressure now from Tyler Harris, who comes towards him into turn number 4 through 5.
Here comes Tyler.
Tyler Harris, who just didn't have the momentum to get down the inside, did he?
No.
Is it going to happen on the back straight?
Half a lap to go, now or never. Adam Malik has held that third place for 13 laps. Hamza Ashisho now has it. A podium beckons for Matthias de Gem Motorsports, for Hamza Ashisho, for Qatar. We're just 3 corners away. Meanwhile, a couple of seconds up the road, Mark Bassier is about to complete a perfect day. By perfect day, I mean pole, heat win, pre-final win, final win, has led every single metre of racing here today as Knopers falls 6/10 short, and Hamza Ashisho unofficially on the podium. I'm going to go down and I'm going to try and find Tyler Harris' dad to get the thumbs up, or they're not quite sure of whether we have a potential first highly provisional champion.
I want to see what state that towel's in after that one, because that's going to have a lot of spittle in it, because he's been screaming into it, wouldn't he? Absolute outstanding driving from all of our DD2 drivers. With Mark Bassier, the driver to beat in this class, it seems, at the moment. It promises very well if he continues into the 26-27 season. Moritz Canopes takes second place overall and first in the Masters class. Hamza Ashisho will be delighted as he beat his Matthias de Gem Motorsport teammate Adam Malik. That's a bit of inter-team rivalry coming in there. Tyler Harris will be thinking championship as he finished 5th. And then Tony Hogg, second step of the podium for Tony, not like yesterday. Second step of the podium for Tony and a 6th place overall. 7th and 3rd in the Masters is Kyle Blockley. Not quite sure what happened there to Kyle, but he did seem to lose a lot of time. Nicola Cacciatore finishes and got ahead of Greg Watt. So a great race from Nicolo, who's picking up pace and picking up speed every single weekend in the UAE RMC. Every time we see him, he goes better and better every time out. Greg Watt will finish 9th and no doubt be smiling after that great race with Nicolo. And Sam Walker with the CRG kart finishes in 10th place, just on the tail of Greg Watt. So those 3 having a cracking ding-dong there. Well, everybody, we have our senior Rotax class there in the collecting area, and this is the final and last race of the weekend, concluding round 7 here today. We had round 6 yesterday. After this, we've got our paddock show and then on into our trophy presentation. But
possibly another paddock show.
possibly 2 paddock shows.
It just depends. How long was it? It was about 40 minutes, or so, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. There was a bit of time, bit of deliberation that needed to be sorted before the what delays the trophy presentation is making the results official.
And there's protest time, isn't there?
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter if you can sometimes get away with it if it's not impeding or involving the podium, the steps of the podium, but the results don't become official until at least half an hour, and then if there's deliberation or controversy, then that takes a bit longer. So with the seniors getting ready, we have got Henry down in the Parc Fermé area collecting up the DD2 Podium winners. Is he there now?
He is there. So let's go down to Henry.
Thank you very much. Well, as days go, Mark, they don't get much better than that. Pole by nearly half a second. Heat win, pre-final win, final win. I believe you led every single metre of racing today. Well done.
Yeah, it's something I would have not imagined today, especially with yesterday's performance. For my first ever win, I'm extremely proud of myself. And especially today was magnificent pole everywhere.
Now, at one point, Maurice Knoppers was closing right in. This morning, when I said that Maurice was having a look around the setup of your car, you went, Maurice can look at my setup all he wants. Was there a moment where you thought, oh, I might regret saying that as Maurice closed in on you, or did you always know that you had enough in hand to rebuff any attack?
I had enough. I had enough distance. I made sure at the start to be able at the end to be calm and not make any mistakes, because the final last laps are the most pressured laps.
Exactly. Now, we were talking about Tyler Harris, the potential championship. I have spoken to Simon, and Simon, his dad, says there's 220 points available next weekend, and they think they're about 150 points ahead. So the championship isn't done yet. I repeat, the championship isn't done yet.
Well, it's always a mystery, whoever wins, but I can't always predict, can I?
No, but I mean, I'm saying if Tyler hasn't won it yet, that means that somebody else can still win it. Would that be possibly you?
Perhaps. Depends on next weekend's performance.
It depends indeed. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my parents, my grandparents for watching. Hello. My team manager Anjum, my great mechanic Zayed, and coach Luca.
Coach Luca, well done indeed. Thank you very much. Perfect 10 for Mark Bassier today. Hamza Hashisha and Maurice Knoppers are very politely waiting outside the holding area. We'll bring them in if they want a chat. I mean, this is very gentlemanly of them to give Mark the entire space. Well, close, but no cigar, Maurice. I think the fact that you didn't decide to vault over that inside curb and get about 6 feet of airtime at the start of that race could have cost you.
Maybe third time lucky. Yeah. No, the first 2 starts, they pushed me into that direction, and I thought this time is not going to happen. I don't want to do it the third time, you know. Otherwise, I need to go get a back massage tonight.
Yeah, we said chiropractor, speak to Maurice. First of all, that was close, Mark, just a little bit too quick, but you were quite pleased. Everybody else wasn't a factor behind you.
Yeah, thanks to, I think Tyler held them up a lot, and Hamza, you know, they were fighting, so I was happy to see that. And obviously then at one point I thought, okay, let's just focus on the front. And Mark was just a little bit too quick, and yeah, that's it. He deserved the win today, so congrats to him. Let him enjoy it. He's been quick all day. He blistered it in qualifying. So now, but next weekend, another 2 rounds.
Next weekend we'll see, and I'll give yourself a bit more credit. Tyler, he wasn't holding anybody up. It was a straight fight. Adam and Hamza were pushing all the way. You were just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, well, good. Thank you for that.
Okay, well, we'll move on. Hamza Hashisho, and I know that we have race the potential impending weather. Well, here is the Qatari flag back on the podium here in the UAE. You had to work very hard for that, didn't you, young man?
Yeah, that was definitely a tough race. Very, nerve-wracking, to be honest.
So, talk us through it. You have the championship leader sitting on your exhaust pipe, and in front of you, you have a potential podium. How did you do it?
Honestly, just checked where he was and just fucking white lined it, you know. Oh, by my mistake.
That's quite right. He checked where he was, and then we just white-lined it. Now, because we did a swear, you get to name your dad's white towel that he walks into, and you've got to name it now. And we're going to call it that.
Got to name it.
You've got to name the towel because you did a naughty word.
Oh, okay. How about you give me 3 options?
No, how about you come up with a name? What about? Okay, 3 options: Basil, Jeffrey, and Malcolm.
I like Jeffrey.
Like Jeffrey. Jeffrey the towel it is. There we go. So well done. Hamza Shisho, Mateus the German Motorsport, P3. Well done. And he white-lined it. He didn't white-line it.
No, I didn't want the whole race, just when I had to, you know.
Just when he had to. Just when he had to. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Henry. They call it white lining in karting. I prefer the term defensive driving. Why not? I know there's this
White lining, just being on the side, isn't it? White lining.
Yeah, it's a thing about karting. It's different in other forms of motorsport where you're allowed to defend pretty much from. I presented the court the 1981 Spanish Grand Prix at Jarama. Gilles Villeneuve, the textbook
horsepower against handling.
The textbook of defensive driving for the whole Grand Prix. In a recalcitrant Ferrari, he held 4 cars behind him. I'm trying to think of the order now, but I'm not going to. Anyways.
What, you're boring yourself, are you?
I'm boring myself now.
Here we go.
We've got the last race to go. It's the Senior Rotax Max class. Our grid is nicely formed there with Ryan Darmadasa on the pole position. Nathan Kaplan on the disadvantaged right-hand side. That's going to... what's he going to do about that? Mohamed Menemene is third with Amani Kanua alongside him on the second row. Zain El Homassani and Enzo Tesluk share row 3. Row 4 is Oscar Lambert and Manaf Al-Balushi. Jerry Montgomery Swan is inside the top 10 alongside Ryan Caruso. Adish Mehta and a great start for Alicia Kanisa in 12th. Row 7 is Jules Dumont and Abdullah Al-Khater. Eni Asachi and Ryan Qureshi are next up. Row 9, Alexis Elzire and Leith Corenfall, who's the brand new to karting. Philip Deneur and Kyan Kryenbull are on row 10. Row 11 is Adam El Bassioni and Oscar Backhouse, with championship leader George Nasser starting alongside Andrew Obaid on the 12th row of the grid, and starting on the 13th and final row of the grid, Max Dexter and Alessandro Bigi.
Well, that is a mixed up grid. You've got the championship leader in 23rd.
Yeah, now George Nasser ended up with a DNF, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a breakdown or accident or something. Also, Jules Dumont, who is down in 13th from pole at the start of the day.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times as well. Henry is back from his travels, naming the towel, Henry.
It's all a day's work for Henry, naming inanimate objects.
Yes.
Naming the towel.
Well, Hamza did drop a swear. And
Did he?
that was his punishment.
Oh,
okay.
It's 3 options.
Can I apologise to everyone listening who heard the swear?
Well, we already did, and Hamza did as well.
And when he was that, we talk about the emotion of that, but
yes.
he was surprised to be on the podium, I take it.
But it is Jeffrey the towel.
Jeffrey
the towel. Jeffrey, the 3 options were Basil, Malcolm and Jeffrey. But he went for Jeffrey.
Yes, I know. I really, you know what, one day I hope I can maybe get inside your head and have a walkabout and just see what's there. Because I'm sure
that is the last place you want to
be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a frightening experience. Maybe a movie should be made of it. Kind of one of those surreal art
house movie. Yeah. Art Nouveau.
Have you ever seen a movie called Eraser?
Yes.
Yes, that sort of thing,
Wouldn't it just be being Henry Baudet?
Being it would be called that.
Rather than being John Malkovich.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Right.
Maybe John Malkovich could star as me.
Right, professionalism,
Anyway,
here we come. Ryan Darmadasa. Going to be a hard one to beat this, Henry. Ryan Darmadasa, I think the only person out there who can beat Ryan Darmadasa on that George Gibbons Motorsport card is Ryan Darmadasa, especially on this changing track.
Yeah, indeed. The only caveat I would put in is that if Ryan is leading by maybe 4 or 5 kart lengths, then the people behind him will be watching the back of Ryan Darmadasa's kart, waiting for him to understeer on a corner where there's suddenly some sand. That's what he is going to have to be careful, be mindful of.
Absolutely, and it's about to begin as Darmadasa heads towards the red lights, which go out And they are indeed out, and we are racing, and Damadasa looks over his shoulder, slots into that I-Day line through turn 1, and already onto the back straight into turn 4, and then through 5. The train of karts have gotten through, and we've got a couple of karts just sliding very wide there at the back. We'll find out who they were when they come back and confirm who they were. But I would like to say, at the front of this field, everyone seeming to behave themselves, and they're already on the latter part of the infield of this track, going out through 12 now, heading towards 13.
Oh dear, Adish Mehta, whose grandfather, Uncle Carter, is watching and cheering in. Well, Uncle Carter, unfortunately, Adish Mehta has not had a good start. Max Dexter did not take the start, and neither did Oscar Backhouse, who flipped his kart in the pre-final. I checked on him, he's okay, new visor, and a little bit, maybe his hand was a bit swollen, he was getting checked out, he was fundamentally fine. And now, at the front, what's going on at the front?
I'll tell you, Nathan Kappan has just had a little conversation with Rayan Damadasa, and because of the Mohamed Menemene challenging the rear bumper of Nathan Kappan, this has allowed Damadasa to escape. Nathan Kappan was literally alongside having a conversation between turn 2 and turn 3, and now he's struggling to keep Mohamed Menemene behind him.
I mean, nobody is owed anything in racing. You absolutely, what you get out of racing equates to what you put in. Nobody is owed anything. However, Mohamed Menemene, if anyone sort of deserves a podium, it's him for the way he's driven this weekend. He's third at the moment. Nathan Kappan looks horrendously slow at the moment. He's backing everybody up, and as a result, there's karts going off. You can see dust being kicked up. Here comes Amani Kanua. Amani says, I've had enough of this. He goes round the outside of Menemene there. Now Kappan seems to think, right, job done. I've backed everybody up. Now we'll get going.
Whatever happened on the outside of the final turn there, Jerry Montgomery Swan was absolutely swamped. I think he ended up... This is a different...
This is Kanua going around the outside.
Brilliant. And that's a turn 2.
Yep.
Very tight there. Jerry Montgomery Swan was in 5th place going into the final turn. He came out of the final turn in 10th. And now he has to rebuild. And he knew it as everybody just came through. He knew what was happening around him. Rayan Damadasa says goodbye and checks out. Nathan Kappan chasing him down. And now Amani Kanua is going to spoil the Nathan Kappan party because he wants to meet Henry Baudet. He said he loved you, by the way, when he popped his head in.
Oh, well, I mean...
You're his favourite commentator.
I am wearing the African wristbands that Amani was wearing at Yas Marina when he got on the podium. Amani very kindly said he wanted me to have it because talked about how proud his late mother would be of what he is doing. Now, we've had a third. Now it's time for P2.
He popped his head in. He said, could you say that Henry is my favourite commentator?
Well,
and I said, no.
And I said, well, thank you very much, Amani. Your £20 will be in a small brown envelope for saying that. Very, very kind indeed. And I'm just some guy.
I tell you what, Henry, Amani Kanua's fan club is well and truly with us.
Why does he have such a big fan club, Joe? Because that's the type of person he is. Because he pops his head in and says, oh, tell Henry this. And he pops in and shakes everyone's hand regardless. It's not... Yeah, that's why he's got a fan club.
Well,
he's
going to have a fan club in a moment because he's about to take second place from Nathan Kappan. Down the inside, hangs onto it through that very slippery apex. And Amani Kanua, as his fan club goes wild, I can hear the noise from here, and they are a continent away, into second place. The gap to Rayan Damadasa ahead of that blue and white cart is 2.5 seconds. Let's see if Amani Kanua, now he's broken free from Kappan. Here it is, Henry, textbook again.
Inside, Kappan doesn't bother defending, looks and thinks, okay, my main task now is to make sure that I get back onto the line so that it's only Amani Kanua. Now, Kappan looked so slow earlier on. That's a tyre pressure issue. That's not a Kappan issue. That is just a simple case of the tyres not coming up. If Kappen was slow at the start, that means he's going to get quicker and quicker as the race progresses, in my opinion. So Amani Kanua, he needs to make hay while the sun shines, because Kappen is going, in my opinion, is going to get stronger and stronger. Behind them as well, Mohamed Benamna, P4, Oscar Lambert up to P5, Zain El Hamasani is 6th, Alessandro Bigi from 26th to 8th. They changed the carb on the kart before the pre-final, and he said something wasn't quite bolted up correctly, which is why it didn't start. He just said the engine just shut off before the pre-final, game over. So he's got slightly fresher tyres, and he has got a chip on his shoulder, does the notorious BIGI.
Oscar Lambert just behind this gaggle, about to join in. Fastest lap of the race from Oscar, however, fastest sector 2.
Oh, someone's off. Someone is off coming out there. We just saw the kart flash.
It's
Who
an
was
orange
that?
kart.
Is it Kappen or is it Menamne? It's one of the two. I think it's Menamne.
I think it's Kappen. It's more orange than red.
We'll have a little look. Who has gone wide? Well, we're going to see them slopping down the order.
Kappen.
Oh,
It's
Nathan Kappen's gone.
Yeah, he's slipping down the order. 15th already, dropping down to 15th. It was a more orange of Mumbai Falcons livery than what we saw. This has allowed Amani Kanua change for 4th as they come across the line, with Ryan Qureshi going ahead of Zain El Hamasani right there at the final turn. Alexander Bigi up, and I think Mohamed Benamna was involved as well. Here it is, here's the move as Ryan Qureshi down the inside. Bit of an opportunist move there.
Very good move, yeah, for Ryan Qureshi. We're looking at now a gap. It was 2.6 seconds. We're not at half distance yet. In fact, this at the end of this lap will be half distance. Amani Kanua can't close a 2.5 second gap in clean air to his teammate, yesterday's winner, can he?
Arguably the fastest kart on the track. I know Amani Kanua has just put the fastest lap in, but George Nasser has come from 23rd and he's up to 9th. He's now settling in behind Jules Dumont, who's 7th, and they are just off this back, or just off the back of this gaggle. He moves down the inside. We'll keep an eye on that as we continue to watch the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th place here. This is the two Mumbai Falcons of Oscar Lambert, Ryan Qureshi and Zain El Hamasani from M&M.
And so welcome to the party, Zain El Hamasani. He's been conspicuous by his absence from the sharp end of the field for most of the weekend, has Zain El Hamasani. But now the pride of Egypt is closing in. I mean, very, very proud Egyptian heritage, even though they've lived over here in the UAE for Zain's entire life. He is 5th at the moment. Bigi, his teammate, is 1.6 seconds behind him in 6th position. Then George Nasser. George Nasser, after getting involved in that incident with Adam El-Bassani in the pre-final, both starting down at the back. Nasser is up to 7th. El-Bassani is up to 14th.
Here comes the leader then. The gap at the line last time back was 2.6. We've got the fastest lap of the race for Dharmadasa, puts in another purple lap, but then it is matched, if not bettered, by Amani Kanua. Amani Kanua was the fastest kart on the track. He's now had that snatched from him by George Nasser, who has gotten by Jules Dumont and continues that climb through the field. He's in 7th now. Amani Kanua, 2.5 second gap to the leader, Dharmadasa, and then the two Mumbai Falcons there, Oscar Lambert there with Ryan Qureshi and Zain El Hamasani. Alessandro Bigi is the next kart behind these three, with George Nasser behind him. They'll just come into four. There they are. They're just coming together behind these three. So George Nasser continues his climb, and before long, we've just gone past half distance, Henry. So there's time for Nasser to improve even more up this field.
And suddenly the track has got very, very quick indeed. Lots of drivers putting in personal bests. This time, this lap from Rian Dharmadasa is going to be a monster. Purple, 1st and 2nd sector. The gap grows by nearly 0.2, 101.5 for Dharmadasa. Nasser, a 101.50. New fastest lap of the race, Nasser. So whatever the conditions are out there, I can still see the wind blowing. The clouds are still overhead, but track conditions seem to be at an absolute premium right now. And as I say that, suddenly everybody loses time during the first sector. I've never seen track conditions change like I have this weekend.
And you've been covering this series for a few years now,
a long
haven't you?
time.
Yeah.
Now I want to see. So last time the leaders are 101.5, 101.6, 101.8 for the top three. As we see now, third place changing hands. Ryan Qureshi passing Oscar Lambert. I want to check the lap times this time by. They've lost half a second each. The leader lost half a second. Amani Kanua has just popped in with a personal best lap. The deficit was 2.5, then it was 2.8, now it's 2.4 as you're looking at the kartshop.me replay of the third place change.
Ryan Qureshi getting ahead of his teammate Oscar Lambert. They've still got the company of Zain Halamasani, and just behind these three, George Nasser, championship leader coming into this weekend for round 6 and 7, is about to latch onto the back end of that black and white M&M cart of El Hamasani. Meanwhile, up at the front, it's still Damadasa from Kanua, and the lap time, the gap, I should say, to the leader is coming down. It's gone back out to 2.5, but at the moment, as they come down the back straight, Damadasa will come through the final two turns, and now we see a challenge. And sliding wide on the sand goes El Hamasani. He has to slot back in behind Oscar Lambert, and Lambert has to be satisfied with that. And here we go, Henry. And he left his braking very, very late, didn't he?
Well, Oscar Lambert invited that to happen. If you look there, Oscar Lambert, he didn't block and defend. He just eased about slippery surface flags, and they're going out all round the circuit. I'm looking out. Do I see people putting umbrellas up? No, but we're going to watch this. Don't rest on the results yet. The drama is not yet over, not by a long shot.
And they've got 2.5 laps. They've got 2.5 laps remaining.
A message up on the screen.
331 is George Nasser under investigation. We'll leave that to the stewards and come back with any kind of update as it comes in. At the moment, Damadasa leads. He's about to come underneath us. That battle there is continuing to rage on, and that third kart in that train is the Matis Najem Motorsport teammate of Zain El Hamasani, who's the second kart in that train. The orange helmet is George Nasser. He's come from 23rd on the grid, and he's now challenging for a 5th place slot ahead of his teammate. And with 2 more laps remaining, Henry, it looks like it's on very much.
Yeah, I mean, George Nasser, the slippery surface flags went out. George Nasser set the fastest lap of the race. It reminds me of the famous quote of Brands Hatch, the old sports car race with Pedro Rodriguez on slick tyres, and the team boss said, does someone want to tell Pedro that it's raining? As George Nasser makes up another position, because Rodriguez was so quick on slick tyres in the rain, he was just as quick as the drivers on wets. And I think it was the team manager John Wyer said, yeah, does someone want to tell Pedro that it is raining out there, as he was driving around Brands Hatch in his Porsche 917.
Brilliant. That is quite funny. As Damadasa comes underneath us, these three battling it out though. Qureshi, Lambert, that is Oscar Lambert, and George Nasser, Zain El Hamasani. It's Kanua still in second, gap going out to 2.9. They're on the final lap. We'll keep a look at this though, as George Nasser now resting onto the rear bumper of Oscar Lambert. Oscar Lambert fully aware that the championship leader is with him, and whether or not Nasser can continue his progress through this field. It's been quite an audacious race from George Nasser. He may be under investigation. We'll wait and see how that transpires. But right now, he has cut through this field like a hot knife through butter. And it's not over yet, as Oscar Lambert takes his time through there. Yeah, he had to really, really tippy-toe. There is the leader, though. He looks over his shoulder. He can't believe the gap he has pulled out. That's because everyone else has been focusing on one another around them. Damadasa has been the driver to beat this weekend at both round 6 and now round 7.
A 1-2 finish for George Gibbons Motorsport. And as you look back, the Matheus Najem Motorsport freight train finally got past Oscar Lambert. Both Nasser, El Homassani and Biji all passed Lambert, who, to be fair, was absolutely parking it on that last lap to try and keep everyone else behind. But, well, I think it's time I go and speak to another winner for Rian Damadasa.
Awesome drive from Rian Damadasa. He has been the class of this Senior Max field. He takes the win then for round 7 for Senior Max here in the UAE RMC. What a finish for Amani Kanua. They will be popping the corks on the champagne bottles in Kenya and South Africa for that man's fan club there. Ryan Qureshi with a very strong 3rd place, but then George Nasser, 4th place for George Nasser from 23rd on the grid. What a drive through the field that was. Championship leader, and probably consolidating that points lead with that 4th place slot. Zain El Homassani was 5th, with Alessandro Bicci in 6th. In 7th place, Oscar Lambert did all he could to hold them back. He couldn't do at the end though. Gilles Dumont, he was on pole for the time qualifying this morning, and top 10 finish for him. Enzo Tesluk was 9th. Mohamed Menemne ended up dropping down the order after a very strong start in this final. Likewise for Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who got hung out to dry in the final corner there, coming through in 5th and then ending up in 10th as he came out. Abdullah Al-Keita is in 12th spot, and then we've got Adam El-Bassioni, Kian Cranebo, Nathan Kappen. Oh, what happened to Nathan there? He ended up off the track, didn't he? He finished in 15th. In 16th place is Eni Asachi with Ryan Carews in 17th. Philip Dinu finished 18th. 19th was Andrew Obaid with Alisi Kinesa in 20th. Manafal Belushi was 21st. And then the last finisher was Alex Elzaya. Leith Corenfall finished he completed 8 laps, did Leith, in his first weekend of racing on the novice plate. Adish Mehta went out at the start, and 2 non-starters was Oscar Backhouse and Max Dexter. That concludes our racing for the weekend. But not our programme, not by any short. So you've got some great interviews to watch from both of our paddock shows.
Well, first of all, from Henry.
Yes, in a minute. Both of our paddock shows after the post-race interviews. Then we've got the trophy presentation.
Yes.
But this is perhaps an opportunity, Nick, to tell everybody about what's in store on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel.
Next week is a big one. On Saturday, we have round 8, day 1, the penultimate round of the UAE Rotax RMC. Well, RMC, so it's Rotax RMC. And then on Sunday, well, I have to stop you there because we have Henry ready to talk to our top 3. Henry, take it away.
Well, you liked it so much yesterday. You liked it once, you thought, let's do it again. That was a dominant performance. Rian Damadasa, come a step forward here. And we want to see the Sri Lankan flag flying proudly on your shirts.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good race, really good day. Just got into the lead start at Heat 1. Just stayed there all day.
I mean, that's a 1-2 finish for George Gibbons Motorsport on the back of a win in Micromax, on the back of a really strong podium performance in Junior. The team must be absolutely buzzing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this year, 2026, has been like really strong for us. So, yeah, one more round of the championship. We'll see what we can do.
Okay, the race itself, at what point did you think, yep, I got this one in the bag?
I think looked back on about lap 4 and saw no one behind me. I was like, right, it's good.
Yeah, that's good. That's quite good. And then it's a case of, I mean, a couple of times the slippery surface flags went out. How much of a factor was the wind and the sand?
I mean, it wasn't really enough water to make a difference. I wasn't pushing fully just to be safe, but didn't really make a difference.
There we go. Okay, congratulations. Who do we need to thank?
As always, George, my team, my parents, my mechanic.
No problem at all. Well done. Now, there's one happy George Gibbons Motorsport driver. Here's another very happy George Gibbons Motorsport driver. A career best finish in this championship. Well, it was P3 at Yas. It's P2 this weekend. Amani Kanua, well done.
Thank you so much.
Now, there was, we had an emotional moment afterwards there. First of all, talk us through the move that you had to do to get second around the outside of turn number 2. What was going through your mind there?
Yeah, so I saw that Capin and Menimne were holding each other up like really properly, and Menimne was starting to get aggressive, both of them. So I looked back to see how far I am from Zayn to check if I'm far enough. Otherwise, Zayn's going to pass me too. So once I've done that, I knew Menimne and Capin were going to go wide. So I just did the racing line, then did a switch back on them.
And then from that point on, it was a case of head down. I could see that you were trying to catch Rian at some point. At what point did you say, look, I'm not going to catch him, so let's just consolidate, because the last thing I want to do is find a bit of sand and skittle off?
Yeah, I found out I couldn't really catch him by about 4 laps after I passed Capin, so I just had to keep it clean throughout the race and try to keep a second position and a 1-2.
Now, obviously, the Yas Marina podium was a real sort of turning point for you. Have you noticed a difference in how you've come into this race meeting, how you felt as a driver, knowing that, all the pace that I've shown but haven't got the results, finally I have a race where my result matches my speed, and that makes a difference, yes?
Yeah, I've been quick throughout the season, especially through round 1 and some tracks like Dubai, and so just decided now I want to be consistent now. If I'm fast, I should be up there. So
simple. Once again, now we've all got our African bands on here, haven't we? What do we want to say to the legions, and we mean legions of fans of Amani Kanyua all across Africa? And we're gonna look straight into that camera and we're gonna talk to the people. Go on, Amani.
I'm gonna say Africa is a really good continent, and we can do this. Don't worry about what anybody says. Africa, we got this.
Africa, we've got this. Amani Kanyua, we have this P2. Well done. Yes.
Yes.
You looked like you wanted to say something. No, we're happy. We're smiling. Well done, Amani Kanyua. And our third and final podium finisher, Rayan Qureshi. Well, Rayan, that was come and stand a little bit here. I mean, the leading Mumbai Falcons driver in the. Was it a little bit lonely?
I mean, I kept my cool, kept my composure, and one thing I wanted to note was last time I spoke to you in Yas, the first thing I told you was I was concerned about my hairstyle.
Yes.
I will let you know now, I am not concerned about my hairstyle.
No, we are not. Same here. I'm not concerned about mine either. It's good, that.
Yeah, well, you got no hair, do you?
Marvellous. Oh dear, what's going on there? Hang on a second.
I think the mic's gone bald as well.
What?
Mike's gone bald as well.
So cheeky, so cheeky. Right, well done. Who do we need to thank? And let's talk about, before we thank everybody and make fun of the bald microphone and the bald commentator, some of those moves, because it was a tough early stage, wasn't it?
Yeah, I kept my cool. Obviously, starting from P16 to P3 feels really great. And yeah, just kept my cool, kept my head down, got the moves when they needed to be, and got P3 then.
We got P3 then. Now, I'm aware that the microphone hat, it stops the wind, so it's very breezy down here, so I do apologise if suddenly the sound quality has gone down. But who do we need to thank?
I want to thank my mechanic, the absolute GOAT, Rajpal, Anjum, Luca, Harry Hanam, the entirety of Mumbai Falcons, Siju, my family, and of course my brother, who has also kept me annoyed all the way.
Of course. His brother is busy pondering up somewhere on the top of the balcony, isn't he?
Yes.
So one brother ponders, the other one podiums. There we go. Back to you, Joe.
Well, race your way, as they say, with the Rotax, and we're racing away next week on both Saturday and Sunday, Joe. We're racing the 2 days, the final 2 rounds of the Rotax RMC. And the good thing on Sunday is, when we finish, you can then go and watch the Access Championship from Wilton Mill. We'll be live all day Sunday from about 9 o'clock UK from Access, their first round, their championship, where you won't see a single kart at that event you'd see at this event. It's completely different karts.
Completely different.
Some very different.
Yeah.
But yes,
we've got modified pro karts, we've got single engines,
GXs,
GX100s, juniors, seniors, all sorts of stuff. And the commentary team of Tom Cairns and Gaz Bury will be bringing you all of the action live from Wilton Mill.
Yeah, the only Rotax there is one of those 20-year-old twin-cylinder 700s, isn't it? Was that ridiculous?
It's a gearbox. Is it a gearbox thing?
I don't know. It's massive. It goes.
Oh yeah, some obscure machinery in the Access series, which is great to watch.
So
wind getting up here in the UAE.
Yeah,
so
you're going to have to stand strong when you're doing your camera work.
We're going to get ready for our trophy presentation now down at the podium. If the wind doesn't take it away, we will leave you with our paddock show. May even get 2 in here.
Who knows?
Who knows? Great to have you along watching. Great racing as ever from Saturday in round 6, Sunday round 7. The championship that we brought to you starting in September all comes to a conclusion next weekend back here at Al Ain. Different track configuration, but it's all back in the desert track. But before we see you next week. Stay tuned for the
More
paddock
to
shows
come.
and our trophy presentations.
Well, hello and welcome to round 7 of the UAE RMC here at Al Ain Raceway. We've had a fantastic day's racing yesterday and we are halfway through another pretty cracking day's racing today. But you know, it's not all about the drivers. It's a huge team behind these pilots, including sports psychologists and mechanics. So Joe, how important is the rest of the team to the driver's performance?
Oh, it's massive. You know, as a team manager, driver, coach, mechanic, any of those roles, you're also a social worker, a psychologist, and a mother or father. It's a complex sport, karting. There's a lot of moving parts, quite literally. It's not just about the driver, as you say, it's about the mechanic. And the mechanic, you know, it's really important that the attention to detail that we see from our mechanics. When the race engineer or the mechanic decides on, you know, a setup, a tyre pressure, let's say, of, I don't know, 12 pounds, if you are 11.2 or 12.5 pounds pressure, you're not running at 12 pounds. You've got to be meticulous so you can benchmark things so you know where you are with regards to moving forward and gaining performance. And then when you start working on the driver, and again, we're talking about very young drivers, children in fact, and the psychology of dealing with children as a parent and grandparent, I still don't know.
Who knows? So I want you to take Henry, I want you to go and to talk to perhaps a mechanic, and can you find me a sports psychologist as well?
We'll have a look. I think we're awash with all of those things here.
Well, wash away.
Karting. It's a team sport, as we all know, even though the driver gets most of the credit. After the driver, you've got the mechanic, you've got the team, but one of the most important facets of being a young professional athlete is mind and fitness. And this is where Debbie Hansen comes in. Debbie, explain a little bit about your role here. You're working with JNKD at the moment. However, your career has spanned far and wide with drivers all over the world. What do you bring to the drivers?
Mostly I first try to get to know them. So how they're thinking, how they react on situations, and especially, of course, on the track when it's really difficult. Then the pressure comes when they need to perform. They get a lot of information, and I try to minimize all the information so they know what to do on track. So I'm like the circle, the middle point of that, to try to get them to the right things, what they need to do, their tasks on track. Off track, that's where it starts. I do the personal training with them, or they have a personal training, and I just need to give them a little bit of advice where they need to work on. And then after the mental part is that we try to get in their mind how they need to think, how you need to have the confidence, how to react in situations, and mostly to stay calm. So a lot of exercising and staying calm. We do warm up before, and during the race I sometimes give signals just to get them calm, not in advising what they need to do on track, but more that we have a signal like, okay, this means you need to stay calm, and they know then what to do. Every driver has something different, so they know what kind of thing they need to do.
So we should really go back. So Debbie Hansen is a driver performance and mind coach. That's your official title, isn't it? And you've been doing this job for a long time with some of the very, very best in the sport, haven't you?
Yes, actually I started in 2017 with Robert de Haan when we went for the first grand finals in Micromax. And after Micromax I went with him to the Minimax, and in junior we won the grand finals. After that we went to the WSK, and also there we had really good performance. And then I had to transition with him to cars, so we did 1 year Formula 4. And I've actually started in the Ginetta.
Yes.
And so also the transition to cars, and where I see him now going in Porsche and winning their titles, yeah, it's really nice to see that you are there. Yeah, just one piece of that.
Because it's you're dealing with a lot of young children, and of course the highs can be great, the lows can be crushing. What's the main difference between dealing with a young driver, say, a Minimax or a Micromax driver, and someone who's a little bit older? Where do you begin in terms of making sure that they are still a kid, but they understand a little bit about the job that they're doing?
Yeah, when you're working with like Micro and Minimax drivers, I do a lot of games with them. So I try also a lot of explaining with little cars, so the playing cars on the track, how to overtake, what it does. And example with a steering wheel, so let them hold the steering wheel, the position with the hands, what it affecting things is. And when we do practice, I also let them try to be slippery on the track. So when they do a 360 or a braking test, and that kind of things, to help them to give the reaction in the car and to get the feeling in the car. When you start working with a junior, senior, then mostly in the juniors it's like they have to transition like teenager to more adult. And that's a difficult age because they think they all know everything better. So you try to give them the feeling that they make the decision what they learned, but actually you give them the tools to make them better on track.
Exactly. So for the younger kids, it's simply a case of learning how to drive, and then as you get older, you delve more into the driving psychology side of things. How difficult is it for a young, testosterone-fueled teenager to sit down and listen and be self-reflective, almost to understand what they're doing? How hard is it to get a driver into that mindset where they have to be self-analytical?
That's a really hard job, because especially when you only work with drivers on track, then it's difficult to get them in that mindset. That's why I always prefer to work also off track with drivers, because then you are in a complete different setup. And then you also can see like what they like in playing games and what kind of things they are really interested. And then you know where you need to touch them to get them on the point. And during the race weekend, it's actually only putting the last things together. It's all starting actually before.
Yeah, because of course a lot of the work goes on beforehand. So we're working with JNKD here. So describe, say, before a Micromax or a Minimax race, what are you doing? Last couple of tips and hints for the JNKD driver, not giving away some of the trade secrets. What are the types of exercises that you're doing to get drivers into the right headspace before they go, and I hate using the headspace, but the right frame of mind before they go out for a big race where there is lots of pressure on them?
Yeah, what I try to do is what they like, and mostly we go to our own space, so we are just alone, and then we do like a warm-up. It's for every driver different what they like the most. And mostly when they do their warm-up, I'm asking them what they need to change on track for practice, or what they need to, what the tips are, the feedback is, and then they need to tell me how they're going to do it. And for a race, it's more like that we also do like some games where they get also more calm, but also go in their own bubble. And yeah, I don't have for everyone the same exercise, because it's for everybody different.
Yeah, now of course you have shown me about driver fitness, and we have been on a stage together where you have shown me about the driver warm-ups, and it's for some of the kids, they feel a little bit self-conscious about doing the stretches, doing the muscle warm-ups, but How important is that to a driver? And once the kids have overcome those little bits of self-consciousness, do they really appreciate the difference in them physically after they've done a full muscle warm-up program with yourself?
Yeah, what the most different is like you also activate the brain. So a lot of people think like, oh, I don't want to do it, or it looks stupid, or that kind of thing, especially with the kids when other people are watching. But you activate also the brain. So it's all like two things in one. So you activate your body and you stretch it up. So also for when you, for example, you get a little hit or something, your body is already trained to be aware that the body is not affecting it. So it's the same with like eating and drinking and a good sleep during a racing weekend, but actually the days before already. Drinking, it's not only for, okay, then it's then I'm hydrated, but also all the cells in our body and the cells, they making the blood better working, you all need it on track. So a lot of people think, oh, you just need to be hydrated, but it goes further. The cells, the hydration, to the blood cells and that kind of things, it's all affecting also our brain. So also our focus is better with good hydration, because and with the good nutrition.
And you talk about the hydration. Even I know enough about karting to know that hydrating yourself ready for racing is not a case of drinking a bottle of Lucozade on the dummy grid before you go out. It's a gradual build-up process, isn't it?
Yeah, and it starts actually already in the week before. So even if kids do a lot of things and not drinking and eating well before the racing weekend, it's already infecting in the weekend. And so the body will be quickly more sore, more tired and that kind of thing. So it's all affecting in one way. And I try to get the drivers learn to build up a complete week.
But of course, after all the technology, all the new science behind driver fitness, mental strength, what's a driver coach's main toy? Simple. It's these. You can't beat a little bit of reactions. Is that correct?
Yes, and yeah, I walk a lot around with the sand balls in my hand, because it's easy when you throw them and they fall, they don't roll away like the tennis ball. So, and it's just a reaction, but also in a kind of a stress situation, you can play with it and it goes, you make your mind free. So it makes it really easy in that way for the kids as well. So sometimes I just throw it and they're, what do I do with it? So also get like really that tension, like, okay, wake up.
Exactly. Well, there we go. So every racing driver needs their full arsenal of tools around them, from the best mechanic, the best equipment, but also the best mind and body coach. And that's where Debbie comes in. There you go. Catch.
The man everybody loves to hate, but we do need him. Gary Walker here is our chief scrutineer. Gary, your job is to make sure that everybody's compliant, staying within inside the regulations, and no one, dare I say it, cheating.
Cheating or exploiting the rules.
I call it innovative engineering, but then I come from this side of the fence as well.
That sounds quite an interesting way of putting it, innovative engineering, yeah. I like the idea, but obviously we've got rules and regulations to work to, and most of them are quite good, keeping within the regulations. One of the new rule changes is oil level in the gear case. If I turn this engine around, you'll see on the bottom here you have a drain bung. So the new rule says that if you drain the oil, you must have a minimum of 50 millilitres in. If you have anything less than that, it's non-compliant. So we drain the oil into a purpose calibrated glass to make sure it's the right level. DD2 has to have 100 millimetres minimum.
And there's something in the regulation as well about it has to, 50 mil has to come out within 1 minute.
1 minute, yes.
Why is the viscosity so important?
Obviously, it's the correct oil for a Rotax engine. So we have to use XPS oil for the Rotax engine, and that makes it right.
And the 50 mil is a minimum requirement.
Yes.
So there's no, you're not going to breach the regulations by having over 50 mil in there.
No, you can have 100 millilitres in, but obviously that's too much. They want as little as possible for the less resistance on the gears.
I was going to ask you that, Gary. Is there a performance gain at all by running less oil? Because that's risky, isn't it?
It's been spoken about that less oil is better, but throughout the race in the hot weather, it's probably better to have more than less, which has been proven.
So if you put, because it's a total loss system, isn't it? You are going to lose some oil, gets burnt off, etc. Minuscule though.
Not burnt off. It probably draws some in through the seals, bit of movement on the gears, probably out the breather, but other than that, it's not too bad. I think generally the amount they put in is 60 mil now.
So this regulation new for the 2026 season, here we are in the UAE across the years, calendar years. However, what's the rationale behind it? Why is this regulation just appeared?
I think the rationale is that the reliability of the engine and the warranty side, the gears are meant to run in the oil, less oil, it's not as good on the wear.
Were we seeing engine tuners pushing that envelope? Not so much here in the UAE because there's one Rotax dealer, but in the UK where there's many?
Yes, they do push the limit, but also in the UAE, this is outside the seal. So they can get the engine back after having 100 mil put in and drain whatever amount they want and put what they want back in. Right. So there's still the same. Right. So we need a minimum oil now, and that's what we check.
Right. Just part of the scrutineering process to make everybody a relative playing field, isn't it? It's all a relative fair playing field.
Fair level playing field.
Yeah, that's the term I was searching for.
Yes, yeah, we hope so.
Yeah. Gary Walker.
Now, sticking with the Minimax class, Kia Ivanov. Kia with the NI Racing team. Your first season in Minimax, and we are getting to a stage where we're a regular contender fighting for the top 5, aren't we?
Yeah, it's been really exciting, like the last weekends and the races. Yeah, I've been fighting for like the top 5 and having a lot of fun out in the heats and finals. Yeah.
Now, okay, so are you living here or are you flying back and forth from Europe?
No, I've been living in UAE since 4 years old actually, and yeah, I've been going through a lot of sports like motocross and yeah.
Oh, so we've tried a number of different sports. Why did we settle on karting?
It's much more competitive than the other sports I've tried. Like there's a lot more people, a lot more like technical competitiveness, and yeah, it's just like more training, more stuff that you have to do.
Now, NI Racing, normally there's a few of you. This weekend, there's only you in the team. First of all, remind us, NI stands for?
Nikolai Ivanic.
Nikolai Ivanic, who is back home somewhere, but this is his team. Yeah. Is it just you and your dad here?
Yeah, for now, yeah, because the Russian pilots are in Russia right now, and they have a season there, and hopefully they do good. And when their season ends, they're going to come back here, and we're going to have like 7 drivers.
Excellent, because we've had a lot going on at the start of the season. The rest of the season, you've got 4 rounds to go. 2 rounds this weekend, 2 rounds next weekend. What are your hopes for the championship?
I hope getting top 5 in the championship and to finish my rookie season good and move on to junior in the next season.
Excellent. Now, of course, so as someone from Russia, you've got drivers coming over from Europe. You've lived here since you were 4, so I imagine you've only ever raced over here, haven't you?
Yeah.
What do people find, like when the other Russian drivers coming over from Europe, what do they say is the main differences between this racing in the UAE and racing in Europe?
I think the main difference is grip, because the grip in Russia is straight away. Like you go onto the track and it's literally grippy. It's like metal rails, and yeah. But here you have to really just like do lots and lots of sessions until the track actually gets good and you get good lap times.
Is that because of the sand?
Yeah, probably because of the sand and wind that's been going on.
The sand, the wind. Now, it's a bit difficult here for Nick, our cameraman, to show this, but in terms of driver merchandise, this man has got some driver merch that I've never, ever seen before. What's your dad wearing?
He's wearing socks with my name, for example.
Official Kia Ivanov socks, ladies and gentlemen. Dad is just round there. We'll try and get a picture of it there, but I have seen lots of different types of merchandise. Hats, T-shirts, shorts, you name it. But you, Kia, are the first driver to have their own sock range.
Yeah.
Can you buy them in the shops?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you can buy them in the shops. Well, there we go. Complete with our own brand of socks. Kia Ivanov flying the flag for NI Racing this weekend. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Senior Rotax Championship leader George Nasser from the M&M team. He's leading the championship with 4 point scoring rounds to go. Now, behind every driver, we talk about karting. It's not about the individual necessarily. Yes, we talk about the driver. The driver is the one that gets all the glory and talked about. However, there was a whole network of personalities and structure and teamwork that goes behind putting this kart for George at the front of this championship. And this man here, who, if any of our Karting Live TV audience follow us on the NKC, he'll be a name that they recognise from a couple of years ago. Jamie Zyra. Jamie, you are the person responsible for putting this kart together for George.
Not solely, but...
Well, yeah, but you do, yes. I mean, you're working with George all the time. And so I want to ask you, you are the championship leading mechanic at the moment. How does that make you feel?
It's really good. It's nice to come out here and do a good job. So.
Yeah, there's only one way to do the job, isn't it, for the likes of yourself with all the experience you have, and that is attention to detail.
Yeah, it is. I've been doing it for long enough now.
Yeah.
Racing and mechanicking.
Jimmy, stop what you're doing, because I'm finding it very hard to looking at what you're doing. Without giving too much away, karts just come off the track. Before I've even come in, within 2 minutes, the rear axle's out. Yeah. Is this the sort of process that we see?
Yeah, we just wanted to try some stuff for the last session. He didn't really like it that much, so just going back to where we were before. So,
when you say some stuff, and what I'm not going to ask you to give away what you're going to try, but what did he not like about that last session?
He just wanted a little bit more grip in the middle of the corner, so we tried something and he didn't like it, so just go back the other way now.
Is this something that we'll see during the race day tomorrow, maybe between heats, or?
Not too much with the axle. Right. Normally more just the pressure during the race and maybe a little bit more in the caster sort of thing, but
right.
We sometimes cut them down a little bit, but I never really change them that much once you've done the quali.
Right. So today is all about getting that base set up for refinements only.
Yeah, just trying to see what we can get out of the quali.
Different track configuration as well. Has that changed things massively regarding setup, gearing, etc.?
Just the gearing a little bit, really. Right. We haven't really changed too much from where we were last time when we come here. So.
Of course, we've got rid of that really, really long sweeping straight, and now we've gone a bit sort of nudgy around a infield hairpin, haven't we?
Yeah, they've not done this. I think last time I came here was maybe 7 years ago when we did this layout, so we haven't done it for a long time.
Right. Did you drive on it or mechanic?
No, mechanic. Right. They used to do the back chicane as well, but they've cut that out for some reason.
Yeah, well, that's a passing place off that. We love that on TV. So tell me, your day on a race day, are you solely focused on not just setup, but working with the driver as well?
Yeah, a lot of the setup. George is quite hard to talk to because he's usually in and then gone.
Right. Does he like a tip? He's got the racing driver's script.
Yeah, he likes to keep himself to himself.
Right. So is that a problem?
No, he just comes in, has a chat, tells you what he wants, and then he's gone.
Right.
That's the problem. Easier to deal with.
You've raced at a pretty high level in the UK yourself, Jamie. Do you find that because of that experience from that seat, that helps with that communication process?
I suppose it does a little bit. A bit easier to understand what he wants. Maybe that's the only reason. But most good mechanics are good mechanics. Doesn't matter if they drove or not.
You know what? I think you're doing yourself a disservice. So. Is it also a thing that you sometimes find yourself doing when, for instance, using the previous session, he needs a bit more grip in the corner? Is that something that you can maybe put your driver coach hat on and maybe work on it in a different way?
Maybe I just a little bit more understand what he's trying to get out of it. Maybe it's a bit easier if you did drive, but yeah, if you have a rough understanding, you can give him what he wants. So.
Right. How much work goes into the psychology of what you want your driver to do?
That I leave to the driver coach.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, Matt normally does the video with him and helps him in that area.
Do you ever feel like stepping out of your lane because of your driving background, of course?
Not really. Matt's done a lot more out here, so I just leave Matt to it.
Right.
So
What's the differences out here? I've heard lots of talk about the way the tracks.
yeah, I'd say the heat and how the track is. Obviously, it's not very grippy out here. I don't know. Some tracks seem grippier, like Yass seems to be really grippy because I think it's a surface. But here, where it's really sandy all the time, I don't know.
What's Jimmy Zyra, the championship-winning mechanic, championship-leading? Sorry, I hope I haven't hexed it. What? No. What are you hoping for this weekend?
I'm hoping if we can just come away in I think the top 5 the whole weekend. I think we could probably finish before next week.
Discretion being the better part of valor, do you think? In certain circumstances?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Let's not hex it. Yeah. Thanks, Jamie. Great to talk to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the podium presentation for round 7 of the 2025-26 UAE Rotax Max Challenge at Al Ain Raceway. Once again, we've had a fantastic day of racing. The weather stayed dry for us, and now we have our individual class results, our best novices, and our team awards. So, without further ado, let's get underway with Microax. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for Motorscape, it's Alexander Fryenstein. And handing out the trophies today on behalf of the organisers, Majib, who is our chief timekeeper, our chief champion, point scorer, who basically makes sure that everything runs smoothly. One of the unsung heroes. So, round of applause for Majib, by the way. Moving on, finishing in 2nd, 0.02 of a second separated our top 2 in Microax. They were locked together throughout the race. P2 for XL Motorsports, Adam Al-Sheikh. Well done. But your winner, another win as he consolidates his championship lead, driving for George Gibbons Motorsport on a very emotional weekend for the entire family, but he's got a lot of people smiling. It's Liam O'Hanlon. Oh, hello, Adam. Of course, he's got yesterday's P1 trophy as well. Well, if Liam's got... Oh, hello. Right, Adam. He does a Lando. Well, he's thinking if Liam's got 2 trophies, I'm going to have 2 trophies as well. Once again, our top 3 drivers in Minimax are joined on the podium by the best novice, finishing P10 overall for Synergy Racing, Yusuf Al Kayat. It's only his second day in a kart and he's conducting matters. This kid gets it. Ladies and gentlemen, trophies in the air without dropping them. Your Microax podium. And now if we can have everybody on the top step of the podium without knocking any trophies over. There we go. Well done. Once again, 1 weekend, 2 rounds. Somebody in this class is going to go and try and become the UAE's second consecutive Micromax Grand Finals champion after Benjamin Karachkovic last year. Well done. And now, help is always good to get trophies and stuff off the stage. Now, we move on to Minimax. Minimax, a race that the podium was not decided until the very final corner. Finishing in third position. It's his first podium. It's the team's first podium. NI Racing's Kia Ivanov. Well done. Top 2, beating Kia to the line in a mad scramble dash to the checkered flag. For JNKD, it's Austin Gray. And your winner, 2 in a row. This one by nearly 5 seconds. Hello. Hello. We've got just a little spectator. There we are. Hi. As I was saying, by nearly 5 seconds. 2 out of 2 for Mumbai Falcons. Oliver Butchard. There we go. 2 first place trophies and drivers. Trophies in the air. And if we could all stand on the top step. Ladies and gentlemen, your Minimax podium. Well done, drivers. See you next weekend. Now, next up, Junior Rotax. And again, so pleasing to see new faces on the podium as the season progresses. Finishing in third place on what was a tremendous day for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. It's Gabriele Barricordi. Is it Gabriele or Gabriele? Gabriele Barricordi. I'm trying to make you sound more Italian and more like, Flash. Oh, and he thanks the mother-in-law as well. Well done, Gabriele Barricordi. Finishing in second position. P2 on the track. P1 in terms of bucket hat game this weekend for Mateus Lejem Motorsport. It's Pierre Aboudiwan. I said to Pierre at the start of the weekend, I said, Pierre, nice bucket. He went, yeah, it's Italian. Trusted, nice and stylish. Well done. But on what was a dominant day, eventually, in Junior Rotax, despite the best efforts of Gabriel and his teammates, completing a 1-2 finish for Matthias Najem Motorsport. It's the Oak Plate champion, Via Chopra. Well done, drivers. Trophies in the air. Well done. And everybody on the top step of the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, well done. The Junior Rotax Championship has been up and down all year, and it comes to a head next weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, Junior Rotax. Now we move on to DD2 Masters. Finishing third in DD2 Masters, 7th overall, it's Kart Advisor Academy's Kyle Blockley. Finishing in second position overall before he jets off into another 5-day retirement, it's Tony Hogg. But your DD2 Masters winner, he came within 0.6 of a second of an overall victory. Maybe that waits till next weekend. For the Mumbai Falcons, it's Maurice Knyoppers. Well done. DD2 Masters. Drivers, trophies in the air, please. And if we could have you all on the top step. Well done. Will we see a master win it all next weekend? Well, there's 3 potential winners there. They might shake their heads and say no, but the hunger never leaves you. Now on to Rotax's ultimate class, DD2. And finishing third overall for Matthias Najem Motorsport, Hamza Hashisho. But making another double trip to the podium. P2 overall, once again for Maurice Knyoppers and the Mumbai Falcons. But your winner, he led every lap of every race today. A perfect day for Mumbai Falcons, Mark Bassier. So your DD2 podium drivers trophies in the air, if you would. Still got the arm strength left, and everybody on the top step of the podium. Can any of these drivers mathematically stop Tyler Harris from taking the title? Mathematically, they can. All to play for next weekend. Well done, DD2. Last, but by no means least in terms of the class awards, and of course we do have the team awards to give out after this. It's Senior Rotax, 26 starters, finishing in third position for the Mumbai Falcons. It's Rayan Qureshi, who is not concerned about his hair. Quite rightly so. Well done, Rayan. But we said that the George Gibbons Motorsport team had their best day of the season, I think it is fair to say. And they cap it with a 1-2 finish in Senior Rotax. Finishing in second position. It's a career best result for Armani Kanyua. Where's George? George, do we think we could possibly stretch to a suit for Armani so he doesn't have to wear Barracordi's offshoots? I mean, come on, where's he hiding behind there? I'll call you cuddly again on live stream, George. There we go, Armani, new suit in the post. Well done. But your winner today, a dominant victory by over 3 seconds for the O-Plate champion, Rian Damadasa. And they are joined on the podium by the best novice. Had a tough day today, did our best novice, but still comes away with a best lap of just over 1 second slower than our race winner. For CRG Middle East, it's Leith Corenfall. And he's learning quickly because today he remembers his race suit. Well done, Leith. So, Senior Rotax drivers in trophies in the air. Please. Rian, I'll say them. Rian, I'll call you that name you don't like. There we go. Well done. And if everybody top step of the podium, please. Ryan, stop pondering and get on the top step of the podium. And you, no pondering, podium. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, last year, Senior Rotax, it went down the wire in a fantastic 5-way title fight. I'm not quite sure how many are still in contention, but next weekend is going to be a good one. Ladies and gentlemen, your Senior Rotax podium and best novice. Now, once again, when we announce the team winner, after we announce the team champions of today's racing, we need all podium finishers back on the podium for a... Whoa, whoa. I said once we... he's done another Lando. A double Lando. I've got to say, that shows that the people that make the trophies for the UAE RMC, they make a tough trophy. It's Al-Sheikh proof. The team award. Once again, like always, every driver for every team in every class scores points for their team. The best finisher for each team in every race scores points. It rewards teams that run drivers in every class. Finishing third in points today, Mateus Nugem Motorsport. Finishing second in points, and it was very, very close. Second in points is George Gibbons Motorsport, but your winner, continuing a streak of every round this year, your team winner at round 7, the Mumbai Falcons. We now need representatives. Oh, Harry the Lion Hannum is here, ushering his drivers on. Here's Oliver Butchart. Yeah, if you're in navy and orange, you can come onto the podium. Well done. Mark Bassier, he's certainly done enough to help his team this weekend. So, for the 7th successive weekend this year, the Mumbai Falcons are your team's champions. Well done, Mumbai Falcons. Thank you very much. Now, can we have all podium finishers back to the podium? While we do that, the podium drivers will celebrate behind me, in front of me, around me. All it leaves me to do is say thank you. thank you for watching the Karting Live TV production of round 7 of the 2025-26 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. We'll see you next weekend for the title finale. Thank you for joining us.